into the show, but I am very excited to be here with you guys as we build towards Backlash. Obviously, we're in France. We know the French fans are absolutely bouncing. They are absolutely living their best lives. It was a lot of fun watching SmackDown. They did a fantastic job. I mean, they were so vocal. And that's all I saw, really, was people just praising the crowds. People saying, like, how amazing the crowd was. So that, I think, was the big takeaway. But, of course, the Nightbird campaign has very much indicated that we could see the arrival of that group tonight, and if we do, that is going to be absolutely huge. If they arrive tonight, I mean, can you remember how much of a big deal it was when Bray returned at Extreme Rules? I mean, it was absolutely monstrous. So if we're on the verge of having, obviously not that, because sadly he's no longer with us, but if we're having the closest thing to that happening tonight, that is huge. So, yeah, that is obviously very exciting. And then, of course, there's a lot of people speculating, is Jacob Fatu going to arrive? Because we are waiting Jacob. We are expecting Jacob to arrive at some point. And, you know, Paul Heyman has made it very clear, Paul Randy and Paul Kevin Owens out of this match. He wanted Nick Aldis to do it. He wouldn't. He wanted Randy and Kevin to remove themselves. They wouldn't. So he's made it very clear that he wants people out, because I think he knows that this is going to be pretty savage. And one of the things that he might know is that Jacob Fatu is on the way. If Jacob Fatu is going to arrive and help out and be a third member of this new bloodline, then honestly, we're cooking, man. We're cooking. That could really take this new group to a whole new level. And we know that Roman doesn't know. Roman doesn't know about any of this. So it just makes it fascinating. Honestly, I feel like there's so much that we could dig into with that. So much that we could chat about with that. And we will chat about it. We will get to it. We're going to chat about it all. But I need to jump into the super chats, because we've had a couple of super chats come in. So, Michelle, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Mark Firefly Forever as well, gifting out a Wrestling Daze membership. So, very cool. The members have been nominating the next inductee into the Community Hall of Fame. You might see on the video that plays in the bottom right corner that every now and again there'll be someone popping up in our community that is the inductee for a certain month. Like Sunny here is the inductee for February. How you get to be inducted into the Community Hall of Fame is that the members basically nominate you, and then the channel votes for you, right? It's not an easy process to get into the Hall of Fame. And so we're looking to see who is that person going to be for April. We're trying to find the April person. Should be AJ Lee. She's called April. But yeah, so we've already started that process. If you are a member and you haven't voted yet, I would say go to the community tab. There is a post there for you to nominate. And then once we've got our 5 names, then I will put a poll out. We'll do that over the weekend, and I'm hoping to have the winner announced by Monday. So I'm hoping that the April Hall of Fame inductee will be sorted out, who it's going to be, by Monday. So there we go. So congratulations to whoever got that gifted membership from Mark. And Matt the Maker, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Hope you are excited for the show. So that was that Matt? Let's celebrate the first super chat from Matt the Maker. There we go. Matt the Maker, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the support, man. And welcome. Right, please answer. Is Jacob Fatu coming confirmed? Says Praise. Well, I don't think I've seen it 100% confirmed, but I'm seeing rumors that he is on his way to WWE, yes. But I can't sit here and say I've seen like Fightful say it's a done deal, it's signed. I'm trying to remember because we will have covered it in Unseen, and it will have been a long time ago now. So I don't want to say, yeah, I've definitely... I mean, I've seen it. I've seen him linked, and I've seen that link be very, very strong. But I don't want to sit here and say definitely that it was 100% his signed. But he is expected. I mean, he is very much expected. We've seen him backstage at the shows. Is there a way that I can quickly search that? Part of me is screaming, yes, it's confirmed, but I don't want to say it if I really don't know it. So I'm gonna look live. Jacob explains his bonds. So 1 week ago, here we go. This is from Cultaholic. Let's click on this. 2 weeks after the surprise debut of Tama Tonga, the Bloodline could see their numbers bolstered further. Mike Johnson of PW Insider Elite is reporting that the former MLW star Jacob Fatu is expected to make his WWE debut within the next few weeks. Possibly SmackDown. But obviously it wasn't SmackDown. Fatu is the son of Sam Fatu, a.k.a. the Tonga Kid, and is therefore a member of the Anoa'i wrestling dynasty. Several members of that family have thrived in WWE in recent years, most notably Roman Reigns and the Usos. Jay left According to Johnson's report, the next step could be the inclusion of Jacob Fatu, with PW Insider sources stating that he is set to be a regular member of WWE's main roster moving forwards. A push is planned for Jacob Fatu. So, no confirmation. They're not saying he's 100% signed, but they're saying that he is expected. There's plans in place for him. Blah, 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 blah. So it's pretty much as good as it gets without someone going, is signed, and here's a picture of the contract, you know. So, yeah, I know that he's trending as well. People are very much expecting him to make his presence felt some point soon. And honestly, it wasn't the draft. So could it be a case that it's tonight? It would make sense, what with Paul Heyman being very animated, concerned, you know, about the fact that, like, you need to pull them out this match. That seed has been planted for a reason, right? I don't believe now they're just going to have a match and that's it. I mean, it's either going to be that Jacob arrives and destroys... In my mind, there is no way that Kevin Owens and Randy Orton are not getting absolutely destroyed tonight. They're getting battered. They're getting absolutely battered. Now, I don't know if it's during the match and they lose the match, or if it's after the match. But for Paul Heyman to show that level of concern, for Paul Heyman to, like, you know, request... I mean, when have you seen Paul Heyman really do that? Go up to the GM and say, please pull the opponent out the match. Please, I'm worried about him. Like... He did, and then he went on the Kevin Owens show. He got in touch, like, you know, night after night after night. He was bothering Kevin. He went on the Kevin Owens show just to ask them to remove themselves from the match. They haven't. Nick Aldis hadn't, right? And so we're going ahead with the match. So now we need to see, why was Paul Heyman so concerned? And honestly, this is going to be fascinating, because I think there's a great chance that we are going to see an absolute battering, and it could be because he knows that Jacob Fatu is in the wings. Or it could just be that he knows that Tama Tonga and Solo Sikoa don't have the same respect levels, shall we say, that Roman does. Like, Roman's not about destroying people, even though he might say he is, but he's about retaining his championship. He's about being the tribal chief, the top guy. If he's got to put someone in their place, he will. Otherwise, for him, it's about just winning the match and retaining the title at any cost. But the point Paul Heyman was making is that that's not the motivator for Solo and Tama Tonga. They haven't got a belt to try and retain. So that means that what they're doing isn't about respect. It's not about keeping a championship. It's about brutality. So this is, you know, this is going to be a very interesting match. Very interesting match. And I think there's no way that Randy and Kevin are leaving without getting absolutely battered at some point. So yeah, all eyes on that, and we'll see if Jacob makes his presence felt. Alan, shout out to you, my friends. Joaquin said Daze Gable Steveson has been released. I have seen this, yeah. Breaking news a few hours ago. Gable Steveson released from his contract. I've seen a lot of celebrating about that fact. I mean, there's no celebrating from me. I don't really understand the celebrating of someone losing their job. I know there was allegations against Gable Steveson, but we don't know if those allegations were true or not. We don't know anything about it. I wasn't there. I wasn't even there. So I don't know the situation. I know that people were uncomfortable with it. I know that the court of public opinion had already found him guilty. But yeah, it was a case where there was... people were trying to tell me at the time that it was because he was too similar to Kurt Angle and everything. It was never that. It was never that's the reason why people didn't like it. It was because of these allegations, which, you know, if you've got these kind of allegations against you, it's very hard to kind of move on from them, right? And some people have found a way, though. Matt Riddle seemed to find a way of moving on from them. Matt Riddle had allegations against him. There's quite a few people that have had allegations against them, and they have found a way of kind of moving on, but it is a very difficult thing to do. And so he had these allegations against him. Obviously, if he's guilty of these things, he needs to be dealt with the full extent of the law, right? If he's guilty of these things, then it's not about should he keep his job. It's about how long should he serve in prison, right? So there's no grey area here for me. If he's guilty, he deserves to lose his job. He deserves to go to prison. If he's not guilty, then this is horrible, isn't it? If he's not guilty, then this is we're watching people celebrate an innocent man lose his job, and we're watching an innocent man's life just get ripped apart. I don't know if he's guilty or not. That's for a court of law to decide. But what I know is that I'm certainly not this doesn't feel like something worth celebrating to me. So I think it's just a shame. I just think the whole thing's a disappointment, to be honest. But these kind of allegations, man, they really are everywhere in wrestling, aren't they? So they happen all the time. And it's horrible. It's the side of wrestling that I obviously hate the most, is the whole Vince stuff. And then, like, allegations here against Gable Steveson. There was allegations against Matt Riddle. There was allegations against Austin Theory. Like, there's been allegations labeled against quite a few people over the years. And it's always the worst stuff to talk about. There's no fun to be found in this. There's no entertainment to be found in this. It's just horrible all round. So, hate it. But either way, it was gone. I don't think there was a way forward for him because... Of course, they tried to put him down in NXT, and that NXT crowd were all over him. And they tried to have him do some dart matches. But what do? You put him on TV, he's going to get booed out the building. And it's not going to be the right kind of heat. So you can't even turn him heel. So, it's one of those. It's, Drew Gulak's just gone because of allegations and accusations as well. So it's the dark side of wrestling, isn't it? It's the dark side of wrestling. What time does Backlash start? It says 5:30 on Google said Leechy squads. I think I'm under the impression it's 6. I'm under the impression that the kickoff show starts at 5 UK time. So, if you're on Eastern, then take 5 hours off. So I'm under the impression that it'll be 5, take 5 hours off. It'll be 1 start time in America. That's the impression that I'm working on. But it could be that it's like 5:30 or something. I've just started nice and early, so that whatever's happening, we are here for it. I'm trying to get onto... Let me watch live. There we go. I was going to say I'm trying to get onto the WWE Network, and it's being very stubborn. But there we go. Right. Boom. Daze, what would you do if you see the puppet driving Uncle Howdy to the arena? What would I do if I saw the puppet driving Uncle Howdy to the arena? I would be very confused. I don't think puppets can get licenses, to be honest. James said, Drew Gulak just lost his job because of Ronda. She wanted to sell her book, says James. Yeah, it's just awful. Honestly, it's just awful. I mean, what I would say is, I don't know. You will always find me standing in the middle on these things, right? Because my approach to it is the same every single time. If someone is going to make an accusation against someone else, and I wasn't there to witness it, I don't know who's telling the truth, right? I don't know if Drew Gulak overstepped a mark and went too far. I don't know. I wasn't there. There's no way of me knowing. Or I don't know if she's exaggerating it because she wants to make out that it's actually worse backstage than, you know, what it is. You know, she wants to make out, yeah, I'm a victim as well, right? And the only example she's got is just a completely innocent, you know, went to shake her hand, and as he moved his hand up, he knocked her drawstring, like he went like that and knocked it. And, you know, there is definitely a way where that could be an innocent, oh, I'm sorry, thing, or it could be, you know, a bit awkward, a bit clumsy. That wasn't his intention. He was genuinely going for the handshake. That could absolutely be true. Or it would seem a weird thing to do in front of people, wouldn't it? I do agree with that. Like, for him to, like, grope her or try grope with people around as she's walking by. But again, I've only got a very brief description of what the setting was like. So again, what I've got pictured mentally might actually not be what the situation was in reality. So there's just all these unknowns, isn't there? So this is where I've got a little bit of sympathy for WWE, because I don't know what happened there. They don't know what happened there. The only thing that I think you could do is ask the people that were with Ronda, what did they see? If they didn't really see the incident, right? If they didn't really see the actual handshake or whatever, then, you know, what are you going to do? I mean, you've just got their two words. You've got Ronda saying that she felt violated, right? I mean, she felt that he overstepped a mark. And then you've got Drew, who's saying, listen, I went for a handshake and I just knocked her drawstring. So you've got these two very opposite opinions, you know, and I don't know who's telling the truth. And if you try to speak to the people that were there, if they didn't see it, at the end of the day, you're just left with two words against each other, aren't you? You're just left with two people going and saying the opposite things. The problem that WWE have got is that the whole Vince situation means that they can't be seen to not be doing something. They can't be seen. An ex-female employee came out and said she felt like someone had overstepped the mark. WWE have to do something in that situation. They have to. Because what message does it send if they don't? Like, they are really trying to distance themselves from the whole Vince stuff. They're really trying to distance themselves from what's happened under, like, you know, with Vince and everything. And, like, are women safe in WWE? That's a question that's being asked. Are women safe behind the scenes in WWE? And it's a question that should be asked. You know, if the Janelle Grant stuff is all true, horrific. So, of course, it's the correct question to be asking. But now, if you've got a female employee that's come out and said, this has happened to me, and you don't do anything, goodbye reputation. Goodbye any goodwill that you're desperately trying to build in this post-Vince world, you know? So I got sympathy for WWE because I really think they're in a rock and a hard place. I just feel sympathy for everyone involved. Part of me wonders, you know, if Ronda didn't and maybe this is me being too kind, but part of me wonders if Ronda genuinely thought that he was attempting something and she was like taken aback. Add in the fact that she sees the same rumors we see. She sees the same stuff we see. You know, if I was to go backstage and someone did something towards me that was a bit off, I would be nervous as well, considering all the talk that's happened, considering the reputation that company has got, you know. I would also be like on high alert, if you will, because you just don't know what's happening behind the scenes. So I don't know. I don't know if she just genuinely felt something was off, or if she was just doing it to try and exaggerate. I don't know. I can tell you now, it's the side of wrestling that I hate talking about the most. I hate thinking about the most. There's no fun to be found in it whatsoever. So I much prefer talking about the storylines and what's happening on the shows and everything. But I've said before, and I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, we won't hide from those conversations because they are a big part of wrestling, and they have been and they continue to be a big part of wrestling. You can't really escape them. You know, you have to take the good with the bad, and unfortunately, this is the bad. This is the bad side of wrestling, so we won't run away from it, but I'm definitely not keen to be having too many of those conversations. Kian said, do you think Roman will save Paul from a new bloodline when he returns? Thank you, Kian. When he returns, and do you think he may be possible one thing for the Usos to come back together? I think Usos getting back together is definitely possible. Yes. Do I think that Roman will save Paul? I don't know, do I? I mean, he could do. He could do. Paul could even turn on Roman, though, and align with this new bloodline. I mean, if you think about it, you got Solo, who's only come up from NXT, past couple of years. You got Tama Tonga, who's very experienced, but has only just joined WWE. If we're about to add Jacob Fatu to that group, that is a lot of inexperience. It's very much the blind leading the blind, really. Solo would be the default leader because he's been on the main roster the longest, but giving them someone like Paul Heyman would not be the worst idea in the world because he can really shepherd them, you know? So it could be one of those where the swerve is actually Paul Heyman has to make a choice and he chooses the new bloodline who he thinks are going to be more dangerous or, you know, are going to be more dominant, are going to bring more success. I mean, don't forget, Paul Heyman left Roman to go and join up with Brock. So he can paint a picture of being the wise man and Mr. Faithful. But he weren't that faithful when he left and joined up with Brock Lesnar, was he? A few years ago during the Bloodline story. So I can't comment as to whether Roman's going to come and save Paul. I think that's definitely an option on the table. And I definitely think the Usos getting back together makes a lot of sense. But the only thing I would say about the Usos getting back together is if they do get back together, then Jey at the moment's on the wrong brand and all of that. I don't think that's going to be too much of a barrier because we know that they don't really care about a hard brand split. You know, you can have people moving around. You can do trades as well. We've seen trades in the past. You know, I think wrestling fans sometimes get a little bit too far down the rabbit hole of the draft in the sense of this is entertainment. The two rosters have been split so that we have an idea as to what superstars are going to be involved in what stories and on what shows. But if we really need to move someone, we can absolutely do it. We can do a superstar shakeup. We can do a draft. There's ways of doing it. And we don't even need an excuse. There's plenty of examples where superstars have just shown up on the other brand. It annoys people. People get upset saying, oh, this is meant to be a draft. There's meant to be two brands, blah, blah, blah. But I think people lose sight that this is entertainment. If we need to do it for a storyline, we can do it. Right? It's no problem. So I would say there's not really a barrier with Jey being over on Raw, being on a different brand. But what I do think is that he is so over that actually we probably right now shouldn't be thinking about him joining the Bloodline again. We should be thinking about how do we get him to a big title? How do we get him a singles championship? I don't know that he's going to be the right person to get that world title. He might do. He could be, right? But I don't think he will. My prediction, I've got my predictions actually. I didn't get time to do a video, but my prediction for that match, and we'll do the others after, is I think Damian Priest retains. So I think Damian's going to retain. I think Jey is unfortunately going to fall short. But honestly, he needs a singles championship at some point. He is so over. Did you see that footage after SmackDown? I put it in unseen, right? And the crowd are like, I mean, you know what that French crowd were like. When he comes out today, it's going to be incredible because they were everyone was doing the arm thing. And they had their phones out as well with their lights on. And they were doing that at the same time. So they were like so into it. And they were so into him. And he was so over. So, yeah, it really exciting, really over. They love the hand thing. They love the yeet thing. He's doing Make-A-Wish and everything. I feel like he is really getting somewhere as a single star. He is really getting somewhere. So I would keep investing in that. I think it'd be such a shame to go, right, back in the Bloodline you go. Straight out there, back there. You're an Uso again now. We've worked so hard to make him not one half of the Usos, you know. We're trying to make him Jey Uso, main event Jey. We're trying to build him up as this single star, and so then to just go straight back into the Bloodline you go, timing wise would be horrible. I think we've got to really, I wouldn't do it until Survivor Series, right? If they need an extra member, then I would drop him in at that point. So that's November. So we're sat here and it's May. I'm thinking don't bring him back in until November. So that's going to give us June, July, August, September, October. It's going to give us 5 months. And he could go back and be a mid-card champion at that point. That wouldn't be a problem. Or even a world champion, but I don't see that happening for him. So, or not yet. So, yeah, I'm wondering if someone beats Sammy, could Jey then beat that person? So if a heel beats Sammy, so let's say it's Chad. Let's say Chad is now a heel. He gets the belt off Sammy. So Chad's the champ. And then could it be that Jey beats Chad's and gets the IC title later in the year? I feel like you need to crown his achievement, his singles run with a championship, a singles championship. IC title, I think, would be great. Could be the world, but I'm just struggling with it, and I don't see it happening tonight. So, quickly blasting down this match cards. Cody Rhodes against AJ Styles. I think we've all got Cody, right? I don't know that anyone's gone AJ on that. Damian Priest against Jey Uso. I've gone with Damian Priest. He successfully cashed in. I didn't think they would do it. He could be a transitional champion, of course, but honestly, now that you've put the strap on him, I would say let's see what he can do. They believe in him as a big Latin star for them, right? We always knew that, but it was just, they hadn't built him up before WrestleMania. He was one half of the tag champs, and it was very throwaway, to be honest. He just didn't feel like a world champion. He still doesn't. Right, but they've put the belt on him, and so, I don't know, you have got the option of you can take it off him now, which would be a shame, or do you invest in him and see where this goes? Because if you actually give him TV time, give him promo time, allow him to stand on his own 2 feet, then that's quite interesting, and you could see as to where it goes. Even though in my mind he was quite a weak winner, it was a great moment, but like I didn't think he was the right person to win that title. I thought he would cash in and fail. But yeah, he's got it. So I would say let's keep running with it and see where we end up. So just too early for Jey. If this was SummerSlam, I'd be a lot more confident Jey could get this done, because then at least Damian would have had a bit of time. If this was SummerSlam, my pick might be different. But because it's so soon after WrestleMania, I've got to go with Damian Priest. Then we've got Bayley, Naomi, and Tiffany Stratton. I'm going Bayley, but I really do have an eye on Tiffany Stratton in this match. I mean, I really do have an eye on Tiffany Stratton. Because I think that they really like her, and she was so over so fast. And she's definitely the kind of girl that you could put the belt on and leave it on her for quite a while. I mean, she is someone that could do a lot of growing with the title. You know, she's already shown that she's like she's took to it like a fish to water. I mean, she is really over with the crowd, tiffy time, all of that stuff. It's very early to put a belt on her. Completely understand, completely agree. Very early to put a belt on her. But if you look at just how amazing she's done, I mean, that Elimination Chamber performance in particular was incredible. And I do just wonder if they're looking at her thinking, right, let's go. Let's give her a run. And if it doesn't work, we can take it back off her. The fact that this is a triple threat sort of protects Bayley. I know she's only just won it, Bayley, but she has won it before. So this could just be a little transitional run for her where she just gets the belt off a heel and drops it onto another heel. Because Tiffany was never going to get it from EO. So you do need a babyface to kind of carry it in between. So, and because it's not Bayley's first time like it is Damian's first time, that does make me think maybe Tiffany is someone that they invest in. I don't know that I'm convinced enough to pick her, but I have got an eye on her. So I don't think Naomi at all. Bayley retaining, I think, would be my official pick, but Tiffany could get it. Kabuki Warriors against Bianca and Jade. I'm expecting Bianca and Jade. I think that'll be the title change. I think Bianca and Jade having a run over the summer makes a lot of sense. You know, that way you've got Jade in matches all throughout the summer, tag matches with Bianca. They're going to be a tag team. I don't see them splitting and having a singles match now because I don't think Jade's ready still. So I think give her a whole summer of being in a tag team with Bianca. You know, this was the match I predicted for WrestleMania. I did an early WrestleMania prediction video and I predicted Kabuki Warriors against Bianca and Jade. And so I went with that, and then we didn't get that. We ended up with a 6-woman tag, so I was wrong. But we did get it now. And the reason why I said that they'll do this match is because it makes sense for Bianca and Jade to be a tag team this summer. It makes total sense because Jade is not quite ready in the ring. So what you do is you put her with Bianca, and then you, like, you know, develop her confidence, you develop her experience, you know, any little bits, you know, having Bianca by Jade's side all that time as well. I mean, you are fast-tracking Jade there because you want her to be as good as Bianca. So what's the best thing you can do? Put her with Bianca, right? So that they can have conversations and work together and share that knowledge. And you are, you know, you're putting the perfect person with Jade because we want her to be just like Bianca, but, you know, bigger, jacked. Bianca's in a horrible situation, man, because she wants to be a team player and a company girl, but that's the girl that could replace you and actually take WrestleMania main events off you. That's a horrible situation to be in, isn't it? I mean, if I'd like to think Bianca's being all lovely and not really thinking that way, but it would be hard to not think that way. If there's a WrestleMania main event in the future and 2 women are going to be in it, your chances have drastically decreased now that Jade Cargill has arrived. And you're the one that's going to train her. You're the one that's going to share your knowledge of what you've learned to help your potential replacement. So, you know, respect to Bianca Belair, because that is, if you think about it that way, it's a very unenviable position to be in. But as I said, hopefully she's not thinking about it that way. Hopefully she's just like, I'm a team player. Let's you know, have a good time, blah, blah, blah. That's probably the healthy way to look at it. The unhealthy way is, oh my God, they want me to train this girl that's going to replace me. And then we've got Randy and Kevin against Bloodline. I think there's a chance that Randy and Kevin win the match. But as I said earlier, I think they're going to get absolutely battered. I think they're going to get mauled. I think they're going to get tenderized. So, and we could see the arrival of Jacob Fatu. So, Jacob Fatu is trending, as is Gable Steveson. So they're all trending. We've also got 25 days of Roman trending, which I don't quite understand what that means. But, yeah, it is. And Uncle Howdy is trending as well. A lot of excitement out there. Right. Sonny, hello. Shout out to you. John said WWE shouldn't have hyped Jade up if she's not ready as a single star. I do see this argument a lot, and I have to disagree, right? The reason why I disagree is because if you're WWE and you manage to get Jade Cargill, what you can do is get her presentation right and plant the seed in people's minds that she is it, right? She is it. It might take quite a while for her to actually get to the level that's required. I mean, we could honestly be talking a year and a half, 2 years until she gets to where she needs to be. I mean, what I would say is the training that she received in AEW was probably limited, because my understanding of what was being reported was that she was spending time with Bryan Danielson, which is amazing, right? You can't knock that training, but how much structure would there have been to that? That strikes me as, I mean, he's got a family, yeah? So when that strikes me as like, I don't know, once a week, twice a week maybe, she's getting a bit of time with Bryan Danielson. Well, what is she doing in her other time? You know, AEW, we know that their schedule is lighter, yeah? We know that they don't work as many shows. They don't work as many house shows, or like, you know, I mean, I don't know how many house shows they do, but I don't believe it to be as regular as what WWE are doing. And they don't have their own performance center. So I'm sure she was probably sent to the Nightmare Factory to do some training. But again, how structured was that? How often was that? It's not the same as having a PC. It's not the same as being able to just go to NXT and, like, you know, work with Sean and work with the coaches. So for me, I kind of look at her time in AEW as a hodgepodge of like training, and definitely she will have got stuff from that, but I don't think it will have been in the structured way that WWE can do it, right? So I don't think it's unfair to think that for her to be at the required standard of having great singles matches like Bianca, like Charlotte, like Becky, blah, 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 that's going to take a year or two. You can't really sit on an asset like Jade Cargill for that long and not use her and not do anything with her. Equally, you can't really run the risk of just throwing her in there, her stinking the place out, and then that's it. Her star is dead, right? She's done. No one's going to take her seriously. So you're in this rock and a hard place. So for me, I think they're doing the right thing in the sense of they are having her in backstage segments. They're having superstars and Triple H and commentators and interviewers and presenters all kind of fawning over her. Right? Oh my God, I can't believe she's signed. She's the hottest free agent. She's amazing. All this kind of stuff, right? And all of that is absolutely fine, right? Because you're kind of building her up, planting that seed in people's minds. And then you look for opportunities, right? Where can we showcase her? What matches can we put her in that's going to make her look good? Royal Rumble is easy, because what have you got to do in a Rumble? She can show her strength off. She can pick girls up, do suplexes. You haven't got to put a match together in a Rumble. The Rumble is full of spots. It's full of moments. And so you don't need to be putting like an intricate match together. So Rumble is perfect, right? I would have said Elimination Chamber would be good as well. Obviously, Battle Royals are very much like Rumbles. You don't need to put much together. They're spots, you know, so Battle Royals are good. But at some point, you are going to have to start like having to do proper matches, not just, you know, Battle Royals and Elimination Chambers and Royal Rumbles and all this stuff. At some point, you're going to have to do something. So what's the next best thing you can do to protect her? Tag matches. Because the great thing about tag matches is that you spend at least half the time outside the ring, not even involved. And it's also, when you do go in, you can limit the time. So the overall match could run for 8 minutes, but Jade Cargill might only get in the ring for 2 minutes, you know, and leave it to Bianca to do the majority of the work. So you can do that. So it might be that at the start, Jade actually only gets in the ring very briefly. She's not in there much at all. But as her development continues, you increase the amount of time that she's in the match. So the match can be 8 minutes, but Jade Cargill might only be in there for a minute for the first few weeks. And then after that, it's 2 minutes. And then after that, it's 3 minutes. And then after that, it's 4 minutes. And you just increase that time as her development improves. So I think what you're doing is you are balancing where she is with her wrestling ability and her progress. You're balancing that with how much like wrestling time you're giving her. And as they improve, like you go up with it, right? A lot of people have said that they've done this the wrong way round, but I think the truth is that because she was already a star over in AEW and she already had a little bit of name recognition, she wasn't going to be able to fly under the radar anymore. Like, if AEW hadn't used her, right? If AEW hadn't have had her, then you could have put her in NXT and you could have gone the traditional route. Right, but because she was their mid-card champion, 50-0, like, you know, she was used on pay-per-views and all this kind of stuff, because people knew about who she was. If you put her in NXT and then put her in the ring and she's awful, well, then that, you know, first impressions matter, don't they? First impressions matter. So people would look at her and go, this is the girl we're excited about. This is the girl that we're meant to, like, care about. That's what people would have said. So you're in this rock and a hard place of what do you do? So I think this is the right way forwards. I think make her out to be this big star that everyone is claiming she is and is excited about her signing. Back that, you know, shout about that, but then only give her the in-ring time that kind of marries with her ability. And, you know, thankfully WWE is such a big promotion. There is a way of doing that, and the way of doing that is, you know, the way we're doing it. You put her in a Rumble, you put her in a Battle Royal, you put her in an Elimination Chamber, you put her in a Survivor Series team, you put her in a tag team throughout the summer. Eventually, there will be a turn between her and Bianca. I don't know when we do it, but there will be a turn. It might not even be this year. I mean, honestly, it could be that they get into a feud around SummerSlam. And then, you know, by the time we get to Survivor Series, that's where the turn happens. They add extra women into that team, and the turn happens at Survivor Series. And maybe the plan is there's the turn at Survivor Series, and at WrestleMania 41, it's Jade versus Bianca, and that's where we kind of see what Jade has learned. You know, by that point, she will have been in for about a year and a half. By the time we get to WrestleMania 31. And so there's every chance that they're not just a team for the summer, but they're a team maybe all the way up to Survivor Series, do the split, and then Jade Bianca is the match at WrestleMania 41. So it's a very interesting conversation. I think this is why you put the belts on them, because I don't expect them to split anytime soon. I expect them to be a team certainly over the summer, maybe going into Survivor Series. Maybe the plan is that we do that match at WrestleMania. The challenge will not only be, can Jade keep improving, but the challenge will be, can we keep this team interesting? Can we keep this team interesting? Because if they are going to be together for a while, then we're going to have to find some pretty interesting stuff for them to do. Obviously, putting the belts on them makes things a lot easier, because then they are the hunted, not the hunters. And that does definitely help things. Right, Delwyn, shout out to you, said, after last night, you see why Nick Khan made it a priority to take the PLEs overseas. WWE moving outside of the continental US has been such a great move, says Delwyn. Yeah, Yeah. I mean, there's obviously two sides to that. One is that I don't know that our American friends would have loved the fact that there was spoilers and things that needed to be avoided for them. I mean, I must admit, for me, it was something that I was struggling with, because it's not really a spoiler if the show has happened, but then if the largest market has still not seen it because it's not aired there, how does that work? And you kind of go, I don't know, should I do a review? Do I not do a review? Do I talk about? I mean, like, you got to talk about it if it's happened, because other people are going to be talking about it. You know, maybe if everyone had agreed, right, we're not going to talk about it until America's watched it, and everyone had agreed to that on YouTube and TikTok and everything, maybe that would be a different conversation. But clearly that was never going to happen. So because the show had aired, because people were putting videos out, you either put a video out which risks upsetting people, or you know, completely ruin any chance you've got of getting any kind of views, because there'll be 50 other channels that have already put theirs out hours and hours and hours ago. So it's another rock and a hard place example, you know. So that to me is something which I'm waiting for Netflix to fix. I think that is a problem. I think that these shows, you need to have access to them. The thing is, though, when we go to Netflix, it's not going to fix the SmackDown problem, because SmackDown's going to be on USA Network. So that doesn't change anything, you know? So I'm sat here going, let's get to Netflix, let's get to next year. That only fixes Raw. It doesn't fix SmackDown. SmackDown will still be on USA Network, which is, you know, got its schedules. And so it's not going to have flexibility. So that's still going to be a problem. And, you know, I think it's great to go. I'm a big believer in going to places that we don't normally go and getting a flavor of those places. I think, you know, you go to Puerto Rico, the crowd's amazing because they don't really get much wrestling. You go to France, the crowd's amazing. Don't really get much wrestling. When we go to Germany, right, I'm sure the crowd are going to be amazing because they don't get much wrestling. So it is true, if you don't get much wrestling, you are hungrier for it. You know, there was a sign in the crowd, I think, that said, I've waited my whole life for this, last night during the show. And, like, obviously they were getting the decibel warnings on their smartwatches. I'm sure you saw that post. We put it in unseen. And you know, it is brilliant. It is great. But there is also that little downside to it as well with America and spoilers. And it's difficult. I wish there was a way that everyone could watch it at the same time. But there is. It's called the network. But obviously we're not going to go down that road because of the amount of money that Netflix are paying and blah, 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 blah. Netflix would have been a good way of sorting things out, you know? And as I said, maybe that will fix the Raw problem, but it wouldn't help the SmackDown problem. But I don't know. There's maybe not a perfect solution to this, you know? I think there's always going to have to be compromise. So this might just have to be the compromise for us, like, going abroad. But if we do increase going abroad more and going international more, and it's a bigger part of the business, this might be a problem that is really going to frustrate a lot of people. You know, this is only going to be a problem that gets worse, not better. I think, you know, WWE are showing that they are more inclined to go international now. You know, the next 3 PLEs are all international, aren't they? We've got obviously France, then we've got Saudi Arabia, and then we've got Scotland. And we've got Germany coming up as well. So we've got, like, a lot of international PLEs. I'm sure they'll be back in London again, probably next year. And I'm sure they're looking at other markets as well. We need to go to Canada. Hang on, we are going to Canada, Money in the Bank. So we're going to Canada as well. So they really have exploded going international, which is going to mean different time zones, which is going to cause that disruption. That's the downer, really. But it is great that fans can go and see the product because WWE is a global brand. It's known all around the world. It's worked very hard to get that global recognition. And it's great that now it is recognizing that and actually going around the world and treating itself like a global brand. So I completely agree, but I am just very aware of that issue. I am very aware that that's a problem for our American friends. And I was ready to do a stream last night as well, by the way, to my American friends. I was saying that I was thinking of doing SmackDown again for our American friends because it was on earlier in the day. And so I was interested in coming back and doing another couple of hours where we'd watch the show again, but just chat with people that hadn't been able to join us earlier in the day. The problem was it was not being shown. It wasn't shown at the same time in the UK. So again, you know, for me, I might be in a unique position where this affects me and the channel. And so that's why I'm kind of seeing something that other people just don't care about. You know, if you're sat in the UK, you probably don't care if, like, America's seen the show or not. So for me, I just might be uniquely positioned where this is something that's a consideration for me. But yeah, for me, like, I was willing to come back, but the show wasn't on at its usual time. They'd shown it earlier, and so it wasn't on at its usual time. And I was thinking, well, I could watch it on catch-up. I could watch it on demand. But I'm always going to be out of sync with the adverts, aren't I? When America goes to adverts, I ain't going to go to adverts. So then there's going to be that nightmare scenario where you have to try and pause when it's time, when you go to the ad breaks and all of that stuff. And it's just a nightmare. That's a nightmare. Pausing and all that kind of stuff is a flipping nightmare. We've done it before and it doesn't work, because you're always just that little bit out. I know that we're always a bit out normally anyway, but trying to pause for adverts, come back, and all that stuff. Ugh. So it was like, no. Let's just leave it, and we'll come back for Backlash, though. Backlash, we don't actually know when it's starting. I mean, I think it's a couple of hours, but we should have the kickoff show before that. So, well, we will have the kickoff show before that. JPville said, where are they going to go with the Wyatt 6 thing? Is it going to be an invincible faction? Are they just going to take over, and for how long? Well, we don't know is the answer, because we haven't even seen who's in the group yet. We don't know who they're going after. I mean, the only indicator we've got is that they showed Cody and AJ, and it feels like that is going to be maybe an indicator as to where they could arrive. So they showed a SmackDown advert, but they were talking about Backlash, and it was Cody and it was AJ, and that could be an indicator that this is where they're going to be arriving on the show, right? Is at the end, which would make sense. I mean, you can't really debut them in the middle of the show because everyone's going to be talking about it, and it's going to be then hard to focus on other things. Everyone's going to be focused on, oh my god, the Wyatt 6 are here, the costumes are amazing, Alexa's in it, Dexter Lumis is back, blah 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 blah. Yeah, you've got to bring them out at the end. And to be honest, if Cody's going to retain, that's fine, but it's not like a massive bombshell. I think everyone's expecting that, right? Everyone's expecting Cody to be able to retain. But you then drop in, of course, the Wyatt 6, and that'll be the big talking point. So I expect them to come back at the end. I don't think they're going after Cody. I think that would be a mistake, right? I mean, Cody is loved, so why would you... And Bray was loved, so why would you go after Cody? You don't, right? You could have it where AJ is beating up Cody after. Maybe, I don't know if you bring the Good Brothers back. I don't know if you have him being attacked, and then you have like the Wyatt 6 come back, and then that could start a feud. Or if you just literally end that match, and then, you know, you kind of do you remember Extreme Rules? Seth beats... Riddle beats Seth. Riddle had his arm raised, and then lights went out, and we just went into the Bray return. Maybe this will be the same, where Cody wins, he's got his arm raised, lights go out, and you just get the Bray return. It could be that they're not targeting AJ. They're not interested in that. They're just saying this is where we're going to arrive, right? So they come out, and then once they're out, one of the first things we're going to need to establish, and it won't be tonight, but one of the first things we need to establish is obviously who's in the group, what brand are they on, and what is their motivation? What is it that they're going for? What are they trying to achieve? And I think that's absolutely key. I've said that from the start. We need to figure out what their purpose is, because if we're about to start a journey, we need to sort of know where the end destination is. With Cody, we knew what finishing his story meant. And I think that if you're gonna restart all of this, there has to be a reason as to why you've restarted this. There has to be a reason. You are finishing Bray's story, really. You know, you are continuing his work, but for what purpose? Continuing it for the sake of continuing it is not that exciting, you know? It's just continuing it because you want to just keep it going is a bit flat. It's a bit bland. It's a bit like you need a better purpose than that. What's the purpose? What's the reason? Why are you doing this? That's going to have to be established very early on. It needs to be something tangible. It doesn't have to be winning the world title. That's the most obvious answer. It doesn't have to be that. It could be something else, but you do need to establish it. So we've said if they are a big faction, they're going to go after a faction. I don't think that AJ gets Good Brothers back and all of that. We've just spent a long time splitting them up, so it'd be a bit strange to reunite them. So I don't think it's that. But you could look at Final Testament. You could look at Judgment Day. You could look at Legado. Basically any big faction that's a heel, you can look at them. You know, even maybe Alpha Academy, but that's a bit low down the pecking order, isn't it? You know, Akira Tozawa's a bit of a joke. He's a good wrestler, but we haven't done much to kind of build him up as a good wrestler. He's still seen as a bit of a joke. Maxine is seen as a bit of a joke. And Otis is a bit of a comedy character. So, you know, you've got these bumbling, nice, friendly faces, and then you got Chad Gable as their leader. That doesn't really feel like a faction that needs to be destroyed by the Wyatt Six, you know? I think Final Testament would be a great challenge. I think Final Testament, they definitely feel like a good threat. The only thing is, they didn't win at WrestleMania, and they've not really achieved much. So, like, that does hurt their credibility, if you will, you know? Like, it would be better if the Final Testament had just been dominant for the past year. If the Final Testament had been destroying everyone in their path, just wrecking absolutely everyone, and now here's the Wyatt Six, that would have been sick. That would have been amazing. But we didn't do that. So even Judgment Day have been bumbling buffoons. You know, JD McDonough can't buy a win. So it's hard to know who they're going to go after. It's hard to know who they're going to target. It's hard to know what their objective is. And that is a bit of a problem. But it'll, you know, when it shows itself and we're up and running, then hopefully it's something good and we can all get behind it and get on board with it. But at the moment, I can only think about those kind of factions because we do expect Wyatt Six to be arriving. We do expect a faction. And so we are expecting a need for them to take down something. There must be a reason as to why they're returning now. There must be a reason as to, you know, what they're coming back for. It feels like they're coming back a bit for redemption, doesn't it? From the clues, you know, you all forgot about us type stuff. Where was your empathy? But it's interesting because you wouldn't want to bring them back as heels. So who are they talking to us? Are they saying that we forgot about them? I ain't in charge of the budget. Right? I'm not in charge of the WWE budget. Don't go blaming me. I didn't do those budget cuts. So perhaps they're not talking to us. Perhaps they are talking to someone else. Man, it'd be crazy. Imagine if they went after the creative department. You forgot about us. Where was your empathy, creative department? That's the feud I want to see. I want to see Wyatt Six against the writers. That's what I want to see. John Lammy, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Appreciate the support. And same to Jojo also. So, Jojo, shout out to you. Liam said, Daze, I've shared with you on X and you liked my post. Yes, I did. Thank you. You did. You shared the stream, didn't you? And it was really appreciated. It was extra appreciated because I hadn't got round to actually sharing a link myself. So you did it before me. You shared a link to the stream before I even got a chance to do it. So, yeah, very much appreciated. But, right, boom. Let's go back down. Honestly, I just had a couple of things just fire in. Cody did that. He was his partner. He was ridiculed in front of the world. It destroyed him from the ashes. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Morgan tagged me in an old Wyndham tweet, which is about Cody, but I wouldn't go down that road. I really wouldn't go down that road. That's a tweet from 5 years ago. 5 years ago. You know, that I think is it's a seed for a potential feud in the future where Cody has maybe had his title run and, you know, they spoke to Cody about turning heel. I mean, you're going to have to turn one of them heel, and I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't bring Wyatt Six back as heels. Who's going to want to boo them? Who in their right mind is going to want to boo Bo Dallas? Who's going to want to boo the Wyatt Six? They're not going to want to. We all know that this is a tribute to Bray. So, no, surely no. We're not going to be booing the Wyatt Six. So you can't do that. So your only alternative is to turn Cody heel. And what realm does that make sense? You know, he has just won the championship. He's super over. He is like, you know, hugging babies, kissing guys, I don't know, doing all lovely things to people in the crowds. He's chucking guys in the air and he's hugging babies. He's doing all this lovely stuff. And I can't see why you would want to turn him heel right now. And you can't do face versus face. That doesn't make any sense. So no way would I have him go after Cody. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I think that you can do it when it's time for Cody to turn heel. I think Cody could be heel. I think he's a natural babyface, though. I think he is an absolute babyface. He can do heel. He has been heel before. But I think that he, you know, when Triple H says he loves meeting the fans, you can just see when he is like with the kids and the kids are dressed up as him and all of that stuff. He loves it. I feel like he is the closest we've got to John Cena again, in the sense of, you know how John Cena broke the Make-A-Wish record? I feel like Cody could beat that. I feel like Cody is absolutely the person that will beat it. If it's a record that can be beaten and it can be achieved, it would not surprise me at all if Cody was the guy to do it. I think that he is a naturally lovely person. He's the kind of wrestler who, if you saw him in the street, you wouldn't be too worried about going up to and saying, can I get a picture? You know, there's some wrestlers where you'd be like, oh no, I'll leave it. I'm all right. You know, I'll leave it. If I saw Randy Orton in the street, I don't know that I would. It depends what he was doing, but I don't know how confident I would be to go and ask for a picture, because you know what the wrestlers are like, and they're right. They are right. You know, it's their time. You know, it's a case that there's official meet and greets. They say don't go to the hotels, don't bother us at airports. You know, when we're traveling and all that, these are not designated meet and greet areas. You know, we do those. We have those, like WWE Worlds. You can come to a designated meet and greet, or if we do a sign-in at a toy shop or something, that's a designated meet and greet. But just seeing us when we're at an airport, when we're coming out of the hotel, and there's a lot of wrestlers that speak out about that, and I can't blame them, right? I know that there's a cost that comes with, obviously, their level of fame, is that everyone wants to meet you all the time, right? So I understand that, but equally, there's a balance, isn't there? I think a lot of us see people, what they do at airports, and roll our eyes, you know? I think if it's a kid, that's different, but Unfortunately, I don't pass as a kid anymore. So for me to go over, I don't know, part of me would think I feel like I'm bothering them, you know. But with Cody, I don't even know that would enter my head. He's such a lovely guy. I don't think it would be a problem. For him, I just get the feeling that he'd be like, yeah, how you doing? Come in, no problem. I don't know I'd get that reaction from Randy Orton. But Cody Rhodes, I feel like I would. He strikes me as just an absolute babyface and total blue chipper babyface. So I can't make an argument for turning him heel at this point. I can't. Certainly when we've just had Roman as champion for so long, it means that there's a lot of heels that have not really been having an opportunity to, like, you know, get a shot at the title because we've not been doing heel versus heel matches. So it means that we've got a lot of heels that can go after that championship. You know, quite a long list, actually. So I would keep him face and I would have him defend that title. And who knows, a couple of years, be interesting to see. Maybe not even that long, but it'll be interesting to see once this title reign is over, what Cody does at that point. But I don't know. I think if I was booking him, I would treat him a bit like John Cena and just keep him face forever until it really felt like, okay, we need to do something. We need to do something. The crowd are kind of getting a bit restless with him. Do we turn him heel? But I don't feel like we're there with it. So I certainly wouldn't have him go after Cody. I don't see that being a good idea. Right, let's try and get back to the chat. Darren said, Daze, as long as you're polite and you ask them, I think they shouldn't have a problem. They can always say no. That's true. But not everyone is going to have the chance to meet a celebrity. So you've got to take that shot. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a tricky one because I think politeness, I think you're right. I think politeness is the key and they can always say no. And I think you have to read the situation as well, because if they're with their kids and their family, that's even harder to then go over and ask. And, you know, you hear about like wrestlers being bothered in restaurants when they're eating. And that strikes me as a no-no. I mean, I feel like there are unwritten rules, and maybe other people don't feel that there are. But for me, I feel like there are unwritten rules. And I think, like, if they're with their family, their kids, and they're out for the day, I mean, if they're on their own, that would strike me as being different to them being with their families. If they're obviously sat down eating or, you know, engaging in a conversation or doing something, going over and saying, can I get a picture, and interrupting it, that would strike me as a no-no as well. I mean, if they're on their own and they don't appear to be necessarily doing anything, like they're walking somewhere, you know, I'd feel a lot more confident in that situation. In fact, I did that with Natalia. So I was in Birmingham, UK, and I was, I think, doing a toy hunt at the time. And I went into a shop called Boots, which is like Walgreens. But, yeah, I'd say it's like a Walgreens. You know, they sell all that kind of pharmacy stuff. You can get plasters, you can get suntan lotion, you can get perfumes, you can get plasters, you can get a quick sandwich if you need it. It's basically that, right? And Natalia was there. I don't know who she was with, and that has bothered me forever. But she was in Boots, and she was like, I think she was looking for eyeliner or something. She was after some sort of makeup, right? And she was like looking around like this. And I didn't like. It wasn't until after I realized that she was like looking for something, because in that moment you go, "Oh my god, it's Natalia! She's like literally in front of me right now." And so I went, Natalia, can I just get a quick picture? And she was like, yeah, no problem. And so I got a quick picture of her in Boots, and then she like went off looking for whatever she was looking for. And it wasn't until after I was like, damn, I totally could have helped her, you know. I mean, it'd be nothing for me to like, I mean, not that I know where the makeup is. This is not some kind of big reveal, right? But it is that I easily could have just grabbed a member of staff. But I don't know, you go to a weird headspace in those moments. I was starstruck. I had literally a boat in front of me. I mean, do you know what I mean? I went to a different headspace. So Yeah, I agree. I think if you're polite, I think if you read the situation, then I think that's cool. But like at the airports where you've got people that are bringing a load of stuff to get signed, I mean, man, that's wrong. I know people say, yeah, but that's them just trying to make a living. It's like, yeah, but they are bothering the superstars. They are taking a load of stuff which is being signed just for them to say it's a business. Like at that point, the superstars should be able to say, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not signing this stuff so that you can make money off me. Like it's one thing to meet fans that want to meet me, get a picture with me, have something signed because they want to put it on their wall. It's something completely different for me to do this for you to then go and sell it, which then means you're probably going to come back and either bother me again or bother one of my colleagues so that you can then get stuff signed and sell it, and you're going to do this for the rest of your life and my life. I don't think so. So the airport situation, I think, is a different situation. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation. When should you approach a wrestler? When should you go up to them? I think you nailed it. I think politeness is key, and they can always say no, can't they, in those situations? But I don't know if they're with their families. For me personally, I wouldn't feel good about that. I wouldn't approach them at that point. Natalia wasn't with her family, you know, but she was with someone, and I don't know who it was, and it bothers me. I need to find out who it was. Bay Street Racer said, I was in a restaurant in Tampa and Wyndham was there. I must have been doing a terrible job of trying to hide my staring. Went to the bathroom, got back, and he was talking to my girlfriends and got my phone case signed. That's crazy. Did he come over, or did she go and get him? Did you ever find that out? Did you go over, or did he? How did that work? It's a hard one. I mean, like, I am someone that, as I've got older, I've got less starstruck, if you will, because I think as you get older and you obviously work for a living and you know, kind of, I don't know, you know, you learn more about life, and like your perception of the world changes a bit, and you kind of mature, and you know, it's why you tend to see young girls like fanning out, and guys, kids, you know, teenagers, you know, it tends to be when you're young when you really get like starstruck, if you will. And I was very much that way, to be honest. I still am to a degree, in the sense of, you know, if there's someone that I really admire and has been an inspiration that I see, you know, that's going to be a massive distraction, and it would for anybody. But I don't know, when I was young, I was really like, I would go out of my way to try and meet people, in the sense of, I used to work in an entertainment store, and there was a band that I really liked, right? And they were doing a sign-in at a different store in our chain. And so I worked for the company. It would be nothing for me to have got something signed and sent over, but I wanted to go meet them. So I went to the store. Again, I work for the company. It would have been nothing for me to have said, is there any chance I can just be added to the queue after? Well, I don't need to be at the front of the queue, but can I just come back in a bit and make sure I get added at the end? No problem, right? I could have easily spoke to someone that easily could have arranged that. I didn't do that. Instead, what I did was I queued up from like 6 o'clock in the morning. The sign-in was at like, I think 1 in lunchtime. I mean, hours and hours and hours and hours in advance. I queued so that I was at the front of the queue so that I could get in and meet. I think I was actually at work on a late shift as well. So I needed to meet them early so that I could get back to work. But, you know, that's the kind of thing that I did when I was young, to meet like a band that I really loved. And so you know, I've been through that process, if you will. I don't feel like I get as starstruck now. If there's an opportunity there and it's an easy opportunity, I'll take it. But I don't necessarily go out of my way anymore, you know? It's like I could have gone to that For the Love of Wrestling the past few years in Manchester, which is an amazing show. And I was quite tempted to go because they did have a Londra Blaze, and I do love a Londra Blaze. I've got a real soft spot for her because I credit her with my love of women's wrestling is Alundra Blaze. So I was really tempted to go, but I've never done it. I've never gone. It's one of those where I'm like, oh, I could really do that, but oh no, I've not done it. But if I do go to a Comic-Con and there are wrestlers there, then I'm interested. I met Honky Tonk Man. I met Demolition. Both of them are pretty goated. Both of them were massive when I was younger. I don't know if like Demolition's name still carries the same weight as it did. It's weird to think about that, actually. To me, Demolition are one of the greatest tag teams of all time. But many people, Demolition might not really mean much. But yeah, they were one of the greatest teams of all time. So to meet them was awesome. And the Honky Tonk Man... He was maybe not one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, but one of the greatest characters. He was a lot of fun. And they still make figures of him, obviously, to this day. So, yeah, meeting both of them was, like, really, really cool. I really enjoyed that. But I didn't go out of my way to do that, you know? So, yeah, I think as you get older, you kind of... I don't know. That side of things kind of settles down a little bit more, you know? Alex Bliss Gamer said, I can't wait to see what we get from Uncle Howdy, whether a return or a huge QR codes. Tom said, the only time I would ever get a photo or an autograph would be at a meet and greet. Yeah, it's true. I didn't regret going and asking Natalia. She was great and lovely, and you know, you sensed it wasn't a problem. But it could have been, you know, she could have turned around and said no, and that could have been a bit... There was another example, actually, now I'm thinking about it, where I was in Birmingham again. They always tend to do Birmingham when they come to the UK. And I've told this story before. It's a mental story. But I woke up one Sunday, I think it was a Sunday. I wasn't at work. And there was a car boot sale on in Birmingham, right? Very unusual. For there to be a car boot sale on in the city centre. Normally car boot sales are in fields kind of away from the city centre. They're normally, like, you know, in these big fields. If you don't know what a car boot is, it's basically like if you want to sell stuff, it's like a garage sale. You want to sell stuff, rather than putting it on a table in front of your house, you load up your car, you go to a field with like hundreds of other people that have got stuff to sell, and you basically put the table in front of your car, open up your car boot, and put the stuff onto the table, and it's just row after row after row of cars, tables, things that they're selling, right? So I love them. I mean, car boot sales are amazing because you can go to massive ones that take hours to walk around, right? So they become like mobile flea markets. Take hours to walk around, and you can just find all these gems. I mean, that is how I used to get so many wrestling videotapes and early figures and stuff like this. A lot better before eBay, of course. Now everything goes on eBay. So you do find the car boot sales don't have the same treasures that they used to have. But back in the day, before eBay, that's where everything was sold, really. That's where, if you had something and you wanted to sell it, we'll sell it at the car boot. So, you know, when I was young, car boots were just, oh my God, amazing. Now, probably not as good. But, yeah, it was a case that there was one in Birmingham. This was about 08, 09. And so I went down early, because you got to be early. All the good stuff goes early. So I got up about 8. I think the car boot opened about that time. Made my way down. And as I was walking down, there was all these wrestling fans outside this hotel. I was like, what's this? Like, you know, you could see the WWE logo and everything. I was like, are they staying here? And so I asked someone, and they were like, yeah, this is where they're staying. I was like, no. And these two coaches pulled up. So I was there just as they were checking out. And I was like, no, this is mental. I've just walked randomly past this hotel, and this is not only where the wrestlers are staying, because they did the show the night before, but they're about to check out. So I did stick around for that. And I didn't know it was happening. I didn't go there planning on it. I didn't even have a pen and paper. I had to go to the newsagents a few doors down to buy a pen and paper. And because there was already a group of people there, I wasn't bothered about like looking weird, like, can I have your autograph, please? I just like stood amongst these other people that were already there. And honestly, I mean, 2 hours later, I was still standing there. 2 hours later, I was still standing there. The problem is, once you've kind of stood there, you don't want to walk away now, because you know as soon as you walk away, people are going to come out. So I was standing there, and I remember seeing, like, Randy Orton actually walked past me, right? Walked from behind and came through the crowd to get back into the hotel. He'd just been to the gym. So he walked, like, through people to get, like, back into the hotel to grab his bag. I remember Cena coming out. I remember, like, it must have been 09-10, because Daniel Bryan was the only signature that I got. That was the only signature that I got. And I remember that, like, he hadn't been in long at all, right? I don't even know if NXT was... I think NXT was on or it just happened. So it must have been around that kind of... Oh, it must have been 09... It must have been 09-10, around that time. But Daniel Bryan was the only signature I ended up getting. John Cena came over, met the kids in front, signed all their stuff, and then just waved and went. And I was like, fair play. I mean, you know, I wasn't bothered about getting anyone's signature particularly, but it was just amazing watching, like, Dolph Ziggler come out, The Miz come out. There was just these people that kept walking out. And what's really interesting is they had a heel and a face coach. So all the heels went onto one coach, all the faces went onto another coach. And that I thought was really, really interesting, because back then kayfabe was alive and well, in the sense of we didn't mix the faces and the heels. Right, we kept them onto two separate coaches. Don't think that's the case now. But how fun to think that going back, 14 years, that's what they were doing. They were having a heel coach and a face coach. Perhaps they still do that now, I'm not sure. But yeah, that was kind of a takeaway from it. But 2 hours I stood there. 2 hours. I was gutted. I was livid. And I missed the car boot. Absolute nightmare scenario. Alfie, shout out to you, said, do you think Eric Rowan will be involved with the Wyatt Six? Yes. Also, WWE tweeted there'll be a WrestleMania 41 related announcement after Backlash. So I'm expecting it to be a case that we do get... I'm expecting it to be a case that we do get Rowan. He's apparently re-signed. I don't know why you would sign him now if you weren't going to add him to this group. I mean, timing-wise, that just seems... It just seems impossible that he's not going to be part of it, right? He's been out of the company all this long, and now you bring him back now, and he's not going to be a part of the Wyatt Six. So, yeah, I think he is definitely a part of it. And in regards to the announcement, I've not seen any report on it, but I am expecting it to be Las Vegas, right? It might be Minnesota. It very much could be Minnesota, but I am expecting Las Vegas, because apparently those were the two that are in the final. They're the two options. And Minnesota, I've heard, are losing heart at the fact that they haven't heard anything. They believed that they were in a good position, and they've lost heart that they've not heard anything yet, as Las Vegas has actually got more and more prominent, if you will. For the longest time, it was expected that Minnesota was going to be the destination. And then there was rumblings about Vegas, and then it got louder, and then it got louder, and then it got louder. And now Minnesota are starting to lose heart that I think we've been overtaken by Las Vegas. So it's going to be a big announcement to know where WrestleMania is going to be. And I'm really looking forward to finding out where it's going to be. But I am expecting them to say that Vegas has now pipped Minnesota. So we'll have to obviously wait and see. But yeah, if it turns out to be anywhere other than those two, that has come out of nowhere. It's not been reported. And I will be stunned. If they come out and go, it's Seattle, or it's London, or something like this, I'll be on the floor, right? Because for months it's been either Las Vegas or Minnesota. It's been one of those two places that we're going. And as I said, I'm expecting it to be Vegas. Right, William, shout out to you, my friends. Oh, look at what Walter's just sent this over. Have I got? Let's ping this up, shall we? Look at this. It's always messes with my head, you know, when I see people. Look at me there. Look like a clown just wiping my eye. So, Walter, shout out to you, my friends. Getting ready for the show. Hashtag Backlash. Hashtag Bray Wyatt. Hashtag Bo Dallas. Hashtag Bo Leave. Hashtag Howdy. Hashtag Rowan. Hashtag Wyatt 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Would you count Bo Dallas and Howdy as two separate things? That would be interesting if so. I feel like Alexa and maybe Nikki and maybe... Hang on. Who do we think's actually in this group? There is that theory about the QR codes, isn't there? The URL, sorry. And how that might relate to names. So, Bo Dallas, Eric Rowan, Bo, Eric, Alexa. Bo, Eric, Alexa. There's 3. Then we're thinking that it could be Nikki Cross? Bo, Alexa. Did someone just talk? Oh, I just heard some voice. I thought I heard like some warning voice or something. Where the hell did that come from? It sounded like a sat-nav or something, like, turn right. Don't know where that came from, but perhaps I'm going mental. Perhaps the spirits are telling me I'm on the right path. Yes, you're right. You're right. Thank you. Right, so Alexa, Howdy, Nikki Cross, Eric Rowan. I'm thinking Dexter Lumis. But if you have Joe Gacy, it doesn't work. Because you can't have Bray as well. It's not the Wyatt 7. So you can't have Dexter Lumis and Joe Gacy. And Dexter Lumis hasn't been released. So they must have plans for him. So... And it means that you can't have Bo and Howdy as two separate things. So Bo, Eric Rowan, Alexa Bliss, Nikki Cross... Bray Wyatt, and then you've got to pick either Joe Gacy or Dexter Lumis or Braun Strowman. But Braun just got drafted, so I don't think he's part of it, which is mental. That's mental. The black sheep, Braun Strowman, should be a part of it. He should be a part of it. I think anything that's going to connect back to when Bray was around, like Alexa, like Eric Rowan, like Braun Strowman, for me, those are the first names I'm writing down. Braun, Rowan, Alexa. Matt Hardy could have been interesting, but nothing seems to have come of that. Matt Hardy's gone back to TNA, hasn't he? So those would have been my starting points. I'd have started with them. Okay, it definitely spoke again. Is it this? There is definitely a voice. Where did that voice come from? Did you hear the voice? Or is it just me hearing the voice? I haven't called a number or anything, have I? This is weird. Is it over here? No, that's not even turned on. I got so many things that are open. I've got several windows that are open. I've got a mobile phone here. I've got a Kindle. I've got a laptop. Got a TV over there. I mean, the voice could be coming from anywhere. It could be the spirits. Can't even rule that out. Definitely just had someone talking to me. Let him in. God, I think I'm dying. I don't know what's happening. So, okay. Right. I don't know where we got to. I don't know what the conversation is, right? I'm a bit concerned that my spirit animal is trying to guide me to heaven at the moment. Either that or I've accidentally made a phone call and someone's trying to go, are you there? Hello? What did you call me for? Right, William said, I get recognised by the cops when I'm speeding. William, shout out to you. That'll probably be because you're on that register. AR Banks said, I'm ready for this Epic Days stream for Backlash. It should be good, my friend. I am ready as well. We need to get going with this kickoff show. I'm tired of waiting now. Come on. Let's go. Where are we with the schedule? So, kickoff show is underway. So, France kickoff show is underway now. We've seen that. The countdown is in 28 minutes. We're 28 minutes away from the countdown show. Right, let's go there. Let's watch live. Boom. Okay, so we're keeping an eye on this. 28 minutes, we go over to the countdown show. Simply Wicked, shout out to you, my friend. Says, thank you for all that you do. I don't do anything, but thank you for thinking that I do something. That's what I'm going to say. So, Simply Wicked, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that's joining us as we are heading towards this Backlash show, which could honestly change the landscape of WWE. I mean, if we do get the Wyatt 6 arriving, I don't think that's an understatement. I don't think that that's an exaggeration. I think that things would change. You know, whatever brand the Wyatt 6 go to is going to be a massive deal. It's going to really change that brand, you know, because I said before, back in 2019, the Firefly Funhouse was at times the only good thing about Raw. It was at times the only good thing. So if we're on the verge of getting this group arriving, and, you know, just because they've arrived doesn't mean that the fun stops. If anything, the fun just starts. I know people love the QR codes, but honestly, we can get stuck into some stories now, and we can start exploring these new characters. That video from last night, mate, so good. Proper scary as well. I mean, genuinely, like, I would love to see a horror film like that. I would love to see, could you imagine like a Paranormal Activity, you know, the one where it was all done using in-house cameras, you know, the kind of in-house CCTV cameras. I always enjoyed those films. I thought they were very good, very well done. Like, could you imagine if they couldn't open a door and they finally open it, and then that bride was standing there with the candles and everything, and when she spoke, her voice sounded like the one that they've managed to get it to sound like. Like, I thought that I want to see a film based on that. Like, I thought it was such a good image. It was so interesting and spooky, and it was really good. Really, really good. So I'm very impressed with the videos they've done for this campaign. Very, very impressed. And it is getting me excited that, you know, is that a character that is coming? Is that bride? Obviously, is that bride Alexa? But is that bride going to be a character going forward? In our minds, you know, I don't know about you, but I'm thinking the Funhouse is going to come back and all this kind of stuff. Maybe we're not going down that road. Perhaps we're doing something different, you know. Perhaps we're not getting Playground Alexa. Perhaps we're getting Jilted Bride Alexa. I don't know. But this bride, whoever it is, like, I love the character. I love the look. The voice was like super muffled, but yeah, I don't know. What about if every time she talks backstage, they kind of somehow have that effect? You'd have to pre-record all of her promos, but that's all right. That's easy to do. And live promos would be a struggle, of course. Perhaps you just don't have her do live promos. Don't know. It is a bit limiting that, innit? Oh, I don't know. The presentation of this, it's going to take a lot of work in it. Like, how do you present these people? What looks are they going to have? Because, you know, what's Rowan? I would keep Rowan as he is. I think you need that link back to Bray. So I would have Rowan as he was with the sheep's mask and everything. I don't think you need to change his look. I think if you change his look, well, you could update it. Let's put it that way. You could update it. You could refresh it. But I don't think we need to reinvent it because he is a link back to the old Wyatt family. So we don't need to, you know, change like something that's not broke. Yeah, who's the bride? Who's the bride? And if Joe Gacy's going to be a part of it, or Dexter Lumis is going to be a part of it, what are they looking like? Lumis in this group makes so much sense. Lumis in this group, I mean, he was the guy that just always was stood there like a psychotic looking murderer anyway. I mean, he is built for this group. And he's not been released or anything. He's not a bad wrestler as well. I always liked Dexter Lumis. But you just never could quite find the right home for him, the right vehicle for him. This is absolutely the right vehicle for him. So I would like for him to be a part of this. I don't know that he is, but I would like for him to be a part of this. I think he'd be a good addition. Gacy would be a good addition, but there is a chance that Gacy could forge his own path. I think Gacy could go his own direction. I don't think he needs to be a part of this. He could be, but I don't think he needs to be. Whereas, like, Dexter Lumis, I think, has struggled, like, forging his own path. Gacy has struggled forging his own path, but I think Gacy will get there eventually. I think we'll figure it out with Gacy. We haven't figured it out with Dexter Lumis. So I would love for him to be a part of this. But yeah, who is that bride? Very interesting. PJ said, Daze, how are you today? I'm excited. PJ said, I'm excited for the show tonight. Randy isn't the only one that's hearing voices in his head. I know. Twice I heard a voice. But do you know what's worrying is that it's gone. If it was there and it was still talking, I'd actually feel happier because then I could trace it and I could stop it. But the fact I only heard it twice is a bit weird. Whoa, look at this from Walter. Walter says, I made it onto the stream. Yes, I would include Howdy and Bo as two separate characters like Bray and Fiend. Dude, look at this. This is like Inception now. You need to take a picture of you looking at a picture of you looking at the stream. We could just keep doing this all night and it'll just be like never-ending pictures eventually. I like your lights, by the way. And what else have you got? You got the IC title, and just to the right of it, what's that? Is that a portal or something to another world? I don't know what's to the right of it. You got some pop vinyls. Got a scarf that looks like the Switzerland flag. Is that the Switzerland flag? Why have you got a Switzerland flag? What's going on? Are you Swiss? Do you want to be Swiss? Are you a cheese? Please respond. Right. So, yeah, he's not the only one hearing voices. Just got here. Do you think the reveal behind the QR codes is tonight? Do I think the reveal behind the QR codes is tonight? Yes, I do. I'm going to say yes. I'm putting my balls on the line, right? I'm going to say yes. I have been wrong before, though. I've lost my balls. But I am going to say that the reveal comes tonight. I'm excited. I think that the campaign can continue. It depends how long you want this campaign to run for. But I think at the moment, people are enjoying it. And I think that it's right to get out whilst people are enjoying it. You do run the risk of it outstaying its welcome. I know that's hard for us to believe. But obviously, we're the most dedicated, most passionate people that enjoy this campaign. There are people out there that are more casuals that are like, you know, you don't want this to turn into Veer. Do you remember Veer? Veer is coming. Veer is coming. Veer is coming. That turned into a meme. Veer is coming. That ran for like 6 months. We don't need this to run that long. So I think, yeah, tonight would be great. Let's go. I don't think, because like when's your next opportunity? King and Queen of the Ring at Saudi Arabia? the Saudi Arabian fans, you know, God bless them, but a lot of them are just rich people that are just going along to watch something, you know. You can tell with the French fans, they are proper fans. Whereas every time I think of Saudi Arabia, I can't help but thinking of those armchairs in the front row. They've not done it every time, but they've just done it a few times, where you've got these armchairs in the front row, and you got these kids that are like on their phones as the show's happening, because they're letting their mates know, yeah, I'm just at the wrestling. How is it? Yeah, it's all right. Do you want to play PlayStation later? Do you want to play PlayStation 6 later? They've probably got it. And they're like this, and like, you know, they might look over, and like, you know, if someone comes down entrances, they'll cheer, but then when the match is on, go back to texting. So I kind of feel like that's not where I want them to debut. I want them tonight, please, in Europe. Thank you. Yeah. Because you know me, guys, I love the French, and I think they deserve it. I think the French deserve it. There's been a lot of bad things that's happened to the French, like being French. So I think they deserve something good in their lives. Give them the Wyatt 6. So PJ93, shout out to you. Jake Campbell said, let's say the Wyatt 6 doesn't come tonight. Let's not. The QR code is going to be really juicy at the very least. Yeah. There might be a QR code earlier in the night that lets us know they're coming later in the night. That would be good. If they don't come tonight, what I would say is I will be a bit disappointed, right? I will be a little bit disappointed. But that's okay. It's okay to be disappointed. We were disappointed at the end of WrestleMania 39, and it only made WrestleMania 40 better. So that's how I will look at it. If they don't come tonight, I will be disappointed, but it just means that when they arrive, hopefully, it'll just be even better. So, but yeah, I can't make an argument really for them being at King and Queen of the Ring, other than the Saudis pay a lot of money, and we want them to pay more money because we want them to want more shows. So you've got to give them good stuff in order for them to want more shows. So, you know, you could make that argument, but I don't like that argument. I like the argument of let's debut them tonight, because that's very soon, and I want to see what's happening. I want to see what's next. I'm getting impatient. So, yeah, as I said, I've loved the campaign. It's been brilliant. It's certainly not outstayed its welcome at this point. I do just worry that the longer it goes on, the more the casuals and people might start to get a bit like, okay, let's go now. You know, I'm ready for it now. And I think that this would be a great place to pay it off. So, let's see. Let's see. Dort Knight says, Daze the channel, it helps people more than you know. Well, it's is great to be back. Honestly, it's great to be back. It's great to be seeing everyone again and to be doing these videos again. And you're going to have to bear with me. Things are just going to be a little off, I would imagine, over the next few days. You know, we did an unseen video yesterday, which I was really pleased with, and we got it done. And I thought there was some really fun stuff in there. But it clocked in about half an hour, which actually is what I wish they all clocked in at. You know, the long, hour-long episodes, I try to fight against them. So for it to clock in at half an hour, I was like, this is better. But also, you know, that we know that that's not as long as they have been. So it kind of makes me think that, you know, it's going to take a little bit of time to get back to where we were. But I probably am going to try and be even stricter with those and make them even more like limited with what we include, because I just think that there's I'm coming back from a different place, if you know what I mean. I was in America and I was out all day, and so when I got back, I wasn't looking to watch an hour-long video. I wanted to watch like something quick and light, and that was not unseen. So I am thinking that I do need to find a way of getting them shorter. What my solution might be is that I might start doing a top stories video. This is what I was thinking about. I might do a top stories video, which is just like, this is what you need to know. Yeah, this is like the big stories. This is what you need to know about today. There you go. 10 minutes. There you go. If you want to watch more, I've got an unseen video coming that will be 50 minutes or something. I might look to do something like that. I'm not sure yet. But it'll take a little bit of time for everything to get settled back down again. But we're back. Streams are back. We're back here. We'll be back on Monday with Raw, Tuesday NXT, Friday SmackDown, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, we're back home. It's lovely to be back. Enjoyed the time. I need to get working on a toy hunt. I'm hoping to drop one of them tomorrow. So hopefully I'll have a new toy hunt dropping on the channel, but lots of stuff on the way. TNT Pro Wrestling, shout out to you. Said keep up the great work. Love what you're doing on this channel. Thank you, my friends. Welcome, welcome. It's lovely to be back and having a lot of positivity around, isn't there? God bless you all. Sideburn Soldiers said, that's why I mentioned the crossover would be only match possible be a part of. No mention Uncle Howdy messages on TNA. I don't. Yeah, a crossover is possible. I do agree with that because it seems like WWE are looking to reach out and work with other promotions. I don't know that this is an example of that. What Matt Hardy has said is exactly what we thought, right? And I've said this so many times because it's true. A lot of the times, if someone is teasing something on social media, it's not true. A lot of the time, if someone's being teased, it's not true. You know, we had the truck, the production truck. Do you remember that with The Rock when he was beating up Cody, and there was the big theory that meant that Stone Cold and John Cena were going to get involved in the main event. Well, Cena did, but Stone Cold didn't, right? So that didn't actually lead to anything. It led to like 50% of people getting involved in the main event, but Stone Cold didn't get involved. Also in the background, someone found Brock Lesnar was on a truck. And so the theory started going around, well, if the trucks matter, well, Brock Lesnar was also in the background. Does that mean he's returning at WrestleMania? And of course, as we know, he didn't. We've seen Becky teasing that she was going to be in a Rumble the other year when she was out pregnant, and she wasn't. And so whenever I see someone teasing something online, what my brain says is, if it was actually going to go that way, they wouldn't want you to know. They wouldn't want you to be aware of it, because it ruins the surprise. If Matt Hardy was going to be in the Wyatt Six, he wouldn't want you to know about it, because he would want it to be a shock when it was revealed, right? Oh my God, Matt Hardy's back and is in the Wyatt Six. He would want that to be a surprise. So when he started sharing QR codes and sharing clips and putting out little teases, and people were like speculating, does this mean he's going to be a part of it? My brain automatically goes, well, this is an indicator that he isn't, because if he was going to be a part of it, he would want to keep it a secret. And so straight away I was like, no, I'm out. I don't believe that this is anything other than him hyping it up, right? He came out and said, listen, I was a free agent, and I was doing what a free agent should do, and that is I was creating a bit of buzz for myself. And it was that, basically. He was creating a bit of buzz for himself. He was finding a way of creating a little bit of hype, getting people talking about him, making sure that, you know, his name remains on the lips of people, which is, you know, the right thing to do. I can't blame him for it. It's the right thing for him to do. The downside is that, you know, you get a lot of people that get adamant that this means he's a part of it and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, it doesn't go that way. And so, you know, you run the risk of upsetting a load of people. But I never believed that he was going to be a part of it. And now I believe he's turned up in TNA. So it could, I mean, look, could it be an indicator that he is going to be a part of it and that there is going to be a crossover between TNA and WWE? Yeah, I can't say no. Yes, there is a chance. But how likely is that? You know, if we put a percentage of how likely that is, I think we've got to say it's very unlikely. We got, you know, I mean, I've got to say it's 99% unlikely that that's what's going to happen. But I can't say 100% because there's been big things happen in recent years that I didn't think would happen, and they happened. You know, I did not expect CM Punk to come back, and he came back. So, lesson learned. Anything's possible. So, yeah, I can't say that it's impossible. It's not impossible. And they are definitely looking to work with other organizations, but I don't see it. He's got, you know, he's already come out and said why he did it. He did it to create some buzz. So he's already kind of shown his hand, really, as to why he did it. And now he's gone to TNA, and he's doing stuff over there. So I think that's it. Mystery solved for me. Mystery solved. But it is true. I could see WWE working with other promotions in the future. But I don't know that this, as we said, is an indicator that that's where we're going. Joe said, do you only answer questions from people that give you stuff? Yes. Yes, that's how it works. And also, no. James Chadwick said, Matt Hardy, not signed to TNA, is on a pay-per-view appearance deal. I hope that Braun could still be involved. Uncle Howdy to feud with him to remember who he truly is. LS Dub said the French crowd was wild last night. They were. Flippin' X said he's on a pay-per-view deal, so he's free to go wherever. Well, he's signed with TNA. He might be on a pay-per-view deal, but he's still signed with TNA. I can't see him coming over to WWE if he's on a deal with TNA. I don't know the ins and outs of that deal. If you're telling me it's just pay-per-views or something, then fine. But I just don't see it. I didn't see him coming back to WWE anyway. I don't think they need him. I think the value with him is either as Broken Matt, which we tried and it didn't really work, right? You know, if you think about the success of, was it like Final Deletion in TNA? We weren't able to replicate that in WWE. It never really caught on the same. And I think it was maybe a bit, believe it or not, quirky. A bit too quirky for WWE. I think it works in TNA, but in WWE, it got a bit of interest, but nowhere near caught on the same as it did in TNA. So Broken Matt, I don't know that it fits. I think it's quite quirky. And then in regards to the Hardys, well, Jeff's not available. So you would bring them back there. There's not really another reason to bring Matt in. You know, I don't think Big Money Matt or, you know, V1 Matt or whatever, I don't think those are versions that, you know, they're going to look to bring in. I'm just struggling to see where he fits in, how we need him, why we need him. He's a legend. Hardys are a legend, but they're a legend together. So I feel like at this stage, you could bring him in maybe as a producer or a backstage role. I don't know that I would bring him in as a manager. We don't really use managers, to be honest, so I don't think I would bring him in that way. And honestly, I don't see a need for him to be part of the Wyatt Six. I think we've just gone down a list of names. I don't see a need for him to be a part of that. Add in the fact he's already admitted why he did what he did. He did it to create buzz. I think for me, it's mystery solved. So I don't expect him to be a part of this. I don't think he was ever a part of this. But, you know, we are hopefully moments away from finding out the truth. Hopefully we get the answers to that tonight. Why is this so quiet? Oh, I know why it's quiet. It's because it always defaults to Spanish. And there is no Spanish commentary. That's why it's so quiet. There we go. Right, at the moment, we got 5 minutes to go, and then we're at the countdown show. Right, heel Bianca. I want to see that tonight. EO could cost Bianca, and Jade says bonkers. Wrestle with Andy said Mania in Vegas. They need to redo Mania 9 set on a grand scale. That would be sick. If we could pay tribute to WrestleMania 9, that would be sick. It's WrestleMania that people really don't have love for, but I have a lot of love for. It was the first Mania that I saw, and it was a toga party, and yeah, I would love to kind of go back and redo that properly with a proper cards and actually you know, do it right, if you will. That would be different. I think themed manias are pretty fun, to be honest. We sort of did a bit of a pirate theme for WrestleMania 37 with the whole pirate ship, and I think we could have gone even further with that. We've never really gone as far with the theme as we did for WrestleMania 9 and the whole toga party thing, you know? So, yeah, that would be pretty fun. Do you think Ireland will ever get a PLE, said Alex? Do you think Ireland will ever get a PLE? You can't say no. I mean, I think there's a good chance of it. Ireland, I think, has got very passionate fans. You know, a lot come over to the UK shows whenever we're over here. You've got some good venues. There's that one, isn't there, that Katie Taylor fought at? Is it the 3 Arena or something? Obviously, you've got Croke Park. I don't know that they would do that. They could do it. I mean, obviously, you'd get everyone from England, Scotland, Wales, Europe going over, you know, to help fill that thing out. I mean, it's a big stadium. I believe it's be like 80,000. So, you know, there's a big stadium. If you're not going to do that, there's an arena. We've done Wales. We've done Scotland. We're doing France. We're doing Germany. I mean, if you think you've got Becky and you've got Sheamus and you've got Finn Balor, I've got to think that there's a great argument for Ireland. A great argument. So, yes, I absolutely think there will be a PLE in Ireland. I obviously just don't know when. I don't know when they'll look to pull the trigger. Adam, shout out to you, said, love the stuff. Who do you think are the 6? Mine are Bo, Gacy, Rowan, Loomis, Nikki Cross, and Alexa Bliss. Bo, Gacy, Rowan, Loomis, Nikki Cross, Alexa Bliss. Yeah. I feel like there's one, because we said Loomis or Gacy, didn't we? So I feel like there's a name there that's missing. Bo, Gacy, Rowan, Loomis, Cross, and Bliss. Who are we missing? Who are we missing? There's a name there that I feel like is missing. Bo, Gacy, Rowan, Loomis, Cross, and Bliss. I mean, it looks good. We did a list earlier, and I'm sure I had another name because I remember saying, oh, it's got to be either Loomis or Gacy. I don't think we can fit them both in. So I would say I'm there or thereabouts with you. I'm there or thereabouts. Those are the names that are circulating. If I had to choose between Gacy and Loomis, I would go Loomis. I think Loomis being a part of it, it just makes sense to me. That's, you know, I think Gacy, you can do a lot of different things with him. With Loomis, he tends to be that kind of psycho killer, sort of just staring off in the distance. We've tried to, like, use him like that way and on his own, and it I don't know, it doesn't quite work. Doesn't quite work. I mean, he can't really do promos that way. It feels like he needs to be in a tag team or he needs to be in a faction. You know, he needs to be in some sort of group. We put Johnny Gargano with him. Do you remember when it was Loomis against Miz? And Johnny Gargano was basically doing the talking for Loomis. That's you've got limitations with Loomis, and that's why putting him in a group makes a lot of sense. So if I had to choose between Gacy and Loomis, I would go Loomis, and I'd put Loomis in that group. Right. We are on our way to the countdown show. If WWE does go to Ireland, would you be in favour of a backstage pub fight segment? Sure. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I wouldn't do it during the PLE. I mean, you could do it as a little backstage, you know, an interview that turns into a fight. But I think the problem is if you pay a lot of money to go to a show, and PLEs are a lot of money, ask our Scottish friends, right? You don't want one of them matches happening away from the ring. You don't have to sit there and watch a TV, right? The ticket prices are so expensive now that you want your money's worth. So you can't really be doing like backstage fights and stuff like this during PLEs because it's so much to go. I mean, you're talking like £500 a ticket. And not even for the floor seats, for the seats on the sides. I mean, it's really expensive. Brony says, I am good. Whose house? Swerve's house, said Cy Roman. Right, here we go. We've got Backlash. So we're in Lyon. I think we're probably in the studios, aren't we? That's where we tend to be for these. This is the countdown show. They're showing us exactly where Lyon is. 10-hour flight from New York. LDLC Arena, and we've got all the fans outside. We are seeing live pictures from Lyon. There's a sign there that says, Bray Wyatt, we miss you. There's Triple H. Triple H getting out of his car, the chief content officer. There is Cody Rhodes. So this, I believe, is the same venue, the same setup as what we did with SmackDown. There's AJ Styles as well. He's got a Dan Henderson top on, which is pretty cool. Damian Priest arriving. We're just seeing these superstars arriving. So Jackie Redmond doing the talking. CM Punk and Big E are going to be doing this countdown show with her. Believe they'll be doing it from the WWE headquarters. Don't believe they're actually there. There's Jey Uso arriving as well. And we've just got the video package that they showed yesterday of the superstars at previous live events. And there was Cody saying he believes that Paris should get a PLE. Well, they didn't. It's Lyon that gets it instead. The LDLC Arena. Right, this is the video package that we saw yesterday, as we said. Miss Mabel Bassett said, I've seen about 20 stories basically guaranteeing that Jacob Fatu will debut at a show that he isn't even legally allowed to travel to. Is he not allowed to travel, is he, due to his past? I mean, I don't know what his travel restrictions are, so if we're saying that it's not going to be possible, then that's very interesting information. Backlash. Boom. Right, good afternoon, Daze. Shout out to you. Bruce, shout out to you, buds. I meant a segment instead of a match. Maybe a pub fight that spills to the ring, said TBH. Yeah, I mean, that would be my only consideration is if it was a backstage segment and it was like, you know, rather than an interview, there was two people brawling backstage, fine. But when it comes to a PLE, you know, I don't think you can do a match like we've done, you know, the House of Horrors, and we've done... you know, we've done matches that start away backstage and end up in the ring, like the Hollywood backlot brawl, things like that. But I just don't, in this day and age, with the amount of money that ticket prices are, you just can't do stuff like that anymore. So for a segment, fine. For a match, no, I don't. You just can't get away with it. Too expensive, man. I'm so gutted about the ticket prices. I'm not even going, and I'm disappointed for people. And they, you know, God only knows how much the French have paid for this. Because they announced yesterday that yesterday's SmackDown was the highest grossing SmackDown ever. And I think it had 11,000 people in attendance. Here's Naomi, and she's riding her suitcase for some reason. She's got a silver suitcase, and she was sat on it, and she was scooting along, having the time of her life. Here's Tiffany Stratton. It's Tiffy time. And in red, all red, everything, Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill. Both of them all red, everything. So here we are in the studio. We got Big E, we got CM Punk, and we've got Jackie Redmond. So they are in the studio at the headquarters in Connecticut. And they will be running down the cards. Big E and CM Punk. So Big E said that he is very excited at the fact that this is an earlier show in America. CM Punk said he wishes that he was in France. And he said he was talking about the crowds and how great they were on SmackDown. So it really did come across. That really was the big talking point coming out of last night's SmackDown. Charlie said, is this the night that the Wyatt Six are revealed? We think so, but this is the one where it feels pretty good that they're going to arrive. So, yeah, definitely I'm leaning towards this being the night. But we don't know. It's certainly not confirmed. We're going to have to wait and see. But I think tonight ending with their arrival would be an amazing way to end this show. You know, we're trying to follow up. WrestleMania. And I think that Cody retains. I think that's a bit predictable. I think if there is a show that needs a little something extra, this would be it, because, you know, we're in France. It's a short card. There's only 5 matches that have been announced. It's not a long card at all. It's good star power on it, you know, but it is missing Roman. It's missing The Rock. It's missing CM Punk. It's missing Seth. It's missing Drew. I mean, if you think we've got Cody, but outside of that, there's a lot missing. Still good, you know, we've got Bayley. You know, we got Randy Orton. You know, we've still got some decent star power, but yeah, this feels like it's a weird time. It's I don't know, not as stacked as it could be if it wasn't for injuries and whatever. We don't have Rhea Ripley, for example. We don't have Charlotte, for example. There's no Becky. I mean, there is a lot of people missing from this cards. It would definitely benefit from a big OMG moment, and that would be the arrival of the Wyatt Six. So I think that the Wyatt Six are actually doing a bit of lifting for this cards. I think there is, certainly in our community, a lot of people tuning in, waiting to see if this is where they arrive. And I think that is actually a big draw for this card. I think if you're not really bothered by the Wyatt Six, I think there's still plenty here for you. It's not the biggest card, as we said, but I think there's still plenty here. But Wyatt Six are doing some lifting for this card, yeah, which is crazy because we don't even know if they're going to be on it. But let's just run down the matches, shall we? We've got Randy Orton and Kevin Owens taking on the Bloodline, Solo Sikoa and Tama Tonga, right? That should be good. Very interesting. We are wondering if Jacob Fatu will arrive, although it was just pointed out perhaps there are travel restrictions with Jacob Fatu. Maybe he is not able to be here, but my big takeaway from this is that I expect the Bloodline to brutally beat down Randy and Kevin. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting Randy and Kevin to be brutally attacked because Paul Heyman was adamant, he was desperate for them to be removed from this match. There must be a reason why he is so concerned. So that is what I'm looking out for in that match. Kabuki Warriors against Bianca and Jade. I think we've got a chance for a title change. I think we really could see new champions in that one. Then we've got Bayley, Naomi, and Tiffany. I think there's a chance for Tiffany. I don't say she wins, but I think there's a chance, right? I think she's got a chance. So Bayley, Naomi, and Tiffany. I think Bayley retains, but keep an eye on Tiffany. And then we've got Damian Priest against Jey Uso. Could be a massive moment, massive shock if Jey Uso wins. Could be absolutely huge. But obviously the expectation is that Damian retains. And then Cody against AJ again could be huge if AJ wins. But I don't see that happening. I don't think anyone sees that happening. I think Cody is going to retain. And then the question is, do we see the arrival of the Wyatt Six? So 5 matches. It feels like an NXT takeover, but still plenty of star power. As we said, we got Bianca, we got Jade, we got Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, we got Bayley, we got Jey Uso, who's super over. Obviously, we got Damian Priest, who's the current World Heavyweight Champion. We got Cody Rhodes, who's the undisputed WWE Champion. AJ Styles. I mean, there is a lot of star power, but there is a lot of people missing, as we said. So, yeah, this is a very interesting card. I don't mind it. Would be nice if there was a little bit more on it. Maybe another couple of matches. Definitely a pre-show match. I do miss pre-show matches. We don't tend to do them now, do we? Those countdown matches, those on the pre-show. Would be good if we got one of them. Instead, this is going to be an hour of them just running through the cards, which is all right. But it's just going to be a lot of video packages. The odd backstage interview, and then boom, we're at the show. Right, Daze, I've got a question. Any updates on Big E's injury, said Bishop? Yeah, there is an update. So basically he's said that he's at the point where he doesn't know that he'll ever be cleared. He keeps going and having words with them, and they basically keep telling him the same thing, that he is about as healed as they expect him to be. He can walk, he can work out, he's got a great quality of life, he's not in a wheelchair, he's not in any pain, everything's fine, but it's just, if he wrestles, he runs the risk of causing serious damage. So that's where he's at, you know, and I don't know that that's a situation that's ever going to change for him. I think, you know, he has probably really wrestled with this problem, this question of like, is that it? Am I done? You know, should I be grateful for what I had and the fact that I can still walk around and the fact that I've still got the life that I've got? Or do I gamble it for a little bit more, but then I run the risk of, you know, not being able to walk? I run the risk of being paralyzed. I run the risk of, you know, God only knows what's happening. So he seems to be in an all right place, in the sense of it's never easy. It's always going to be devastating having it taken away from you. I mean, ask Paige, ask Daniel Bryan, ask Edge, you know, ask these people. But equally, you have to sometimes look at what you've got, and what he's got is a great career. He's still got a job with WWE, maybe not doing what he wants to do, but he's doing charity stuff and he's doing kickoff shows, and you know, he can still go and meet the fans at like WrestleMania meet and greets, and you know, he's still Big E. He's still a former world champion. He still achieved that. And not only, you know, is that has he had all of that, but he's still got his health right now. It's just, if he takes more bumps, he risks gambling a lot. So, and I don't know that that'll ever change for him. So it's heartbreaking, it's horrible, but you have to look at, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. Look at what happened with Droz. You know, it could have been worse. So sometimes you have to count your blessings as well. So I don't know. It's a difficult one, but I think that I think he's making the right choice personally. I don't think it's worth the gamble. I think he's had his time. I think it's been cruelly snatched away from him. And I think now it's about making a new life and about, like, you know, counting your blessings. I think we can all be very greedy and we can all want more and we can all want the perfect ending and we can all want, you know, perfection all the time. Sometimes life can just deal you a rough hand and sometimes you just have to go, do you know what? I'm grateful for what I've got, you know, let alone being gutted about what I don't have. I'm grateful for what I've got. So I think he's making the right choice personally, but yeah, horrible. I bet there's been many a night and probably even still where he's weighing up what the right thing for him to do is, you know, whether he could come back, whether he could just do one last match or but, you know, if he lands wrong or lands funny or whatever, it's not, people would turn around and say it wasn't worth it, wouldn't they? If he comes back and it goes wrong, people would straight away go, he shouldn't have done it. So it's about finding happiness, isn't it, now? About in something different. So, but, you know, thoughts with him forever because just awful what's happened. He's already been out the ring, I think, over 2 years. You know, I think he said he was 38. So, you know, he's probably lost a good, probably like 8 years of his career. Just awful. Right, let's go down. PJ said, do you think they would ever turn Cody heel? Yeah, I think they would. I think they could. I don't think they should do it now, but I think they have got the opportunity to turn him heel. I think that he is definitely someone that has been a heel before, that can be a heel, but he just is such a babyface. I just really believe that what I see is who he is. I don't believe it's an act. You know, and I think part of that is because consistently he's always come across like a nice person outside the ring. Him and Brandy and being a Rhodes, and you see how quick and how he wears his heart on his sleeve and how upset he gets so quickly. You know, it's just really hard to picture him being a heel now, but he's done it before. I've seen him as a heel, so it can be done, but I don't know. I think you've just got this red hot baby face that the crowd love, the kids love. I've said it before. It reminds me a lot of John Cena. And I think that you just ride this story out now and you see basically where we end up. I mean, we are definitely keeping him face at the moment because we're surely building. We know that we're going to get him and The Rock. We're getting him and The Rock. And it might even be as soon as SummerSlam. And when The Rock comes back, the final boss comes back, he ain't coming back as a face. So I think Cody being a face in the immediate future is a pretty much guarantee. And then we build towards him and The Rock. Maybe at SummerSlam, which would be sick. I think you do Roman, Seth. And I think you do Cody, Rock. Those would be the matches I would book. I think that Roman should blame Seth for costing him his championship. And you can dig into all that Shield stuff. And we've seen them before. It's matches that we've done before. But we haven't done it for a few years. And I think there's a good story to be told. And I think you do that. I then think that you do Rock and Cody. And those would be my top matches for SummerSlam. But eventually, maybe when we've gone past this title reign, then you could look to turn him heel. Do you think we see Roman return tonight? No. Definitely no. I was about to say 100% no, but I can't do that anymore. I'll say 99.9% no. I don't think he comes back tonight. Brony said, I really don't want to see them continue the LA Knight AJ Styles feuds. What do you think's next for AJ after he loses tonight? Said Snoop Coop. I mean, for me personally, I am looking at Wyatt 6. I don't think that's what will happen, but they have kind of been showing Cody, you know, so for example, Cody and AJ, it was their little video package that was interrupted by this new video. So people are looking at that going, is that an indicator that they're going to come and interrupt their match? They interrupted the video package. Are they going to interrupt the match? Not only that, but also apparently the URL, the code for it was wwe.com/404. That was the URL, the address for the latest video in the QR codes. 404 is the area code for Georgia. So people are thinking that that's another indicator that they could be interrupting or going after Cody or AJ because of the area codes. They're both from Georgia. Both Cody and AJ are both from Georgia. 404 is the Georgia area code. So there's a couple of indicators that they're either going to go after one of these guys or both of these guys, or they are going to interrupt during that match. They're making it clear that is the match that they're going to arrive after or whatever, right? So because of all of that noise, my first thought has to be that the Wyatt Six could, go after AJ. I don't think that'll be the case because AJ's on his own, so it doesn't really make a great deal of sense as to why AJ is going to be the target, if you will, right? So I don't think it'll go that way, but that has to be my first thought. After we're done, if it's not going to go that way, then I think we have to have a look at the new rosters, which I don't know yet, and then we'd have to find a new babyface for him to go after. I don't think he would go back into a feud with LA Knight. I think that would be done, but I think I would have a look at the new roster. And to be honest with you, I might even look to see if there's a new star that has gone to SmackDown that has come from NXT or something that might, get into a feud with AJ. AJ is a good first feud for someone coming up because of his experience, because of his credibility. He's a good first feud for someone, and if he's just had his championship match and lost, he's away from the title. He's not around the title anymore. I don't think they would do a rematch because I think they'll have Cody defend against a few different people first, and then we get to SummerSlam, and then maybe it's The Rock. So I'm thinking if it's not going to be the Wyatt Six, and there's a good chance it's not, but I've told you why that has to be a consideration, then I think you would have to look at the new rosters, right? And see, is there anyone there that jumps out? And honestly, the kind of names I'd be looking at would be anyone that's just been called up from NXT. I think that would be a good first feud for them. So, but there'd have to be a face as well, of course. Someone like Carmelo Hayes, for example, he's a heel, so it doesn't quite work with him. So I'd be looking like Ilya Dragunov or something like that. But honestly, right now, I still don't have the rosters sorted in my head yet. So it's a little bit tricky at the moment to be talking about next steps because obviously the rosters are literally on the verge of all changing around. And I still haven't quite got them cemented in my head. So I think that'll give us, we'll have a better idea once we've watched Raw and SmackDown. We've kind of seen the new rosters and, NXT call-ups have happened. And, Monday and Friday, we will start new feuds. Once we get past Backlash, we will start new feuds. So, Raw and SmackDown are going to be fascinating as well. It's all so interesting at the moment. There's so much interesting stuff going on. It's all very interesting. Other than the crowd, this is going to be mid and slightly boring, said Fallen Footwear. Brony said, you once said that Jey Uso deserves a singles run because of how over he is, and I agree, but don't think the same with LA Knight. He's still extremely over and should be US champion. Don't you think the same with LA Knight? I do think the same with LA Knight. I said that he should have faced Logan at WrestleMania for the United States Championship, so I did, yes. What I did say is that I don't think that he should have gone after the world title. I think that there's a Like, you know, you get your mid-card first, then you go to the World Championship. It doesn't work that way for women because, there is a mid-card belt, I suppose, but it's the women's tag titles, and it's not quite the same. So for the women like Tiffany, she can't really start off at the Intercontinental and then work her way up because there isn't an Intercontinental. So that's why you see the women going after the world titles like a lot quicker. But like with LA Knight, I wouldn't have had him win the world title last year. I would have looked for him to have won the mid-card title maybe at WrestleMania. But they didn't do that. Right? I don't know why they didn't do that. I mean, we're going to be in Cleveland at SummerSlam, and that is a place that is, I'm guessing, going to be supporting Logan. That's where Logan's from. So that doesn't strike me as the right place for Logan to lose the United States title, because I've got to think that Cleveland will, if there's anywhere that's going to cheer Logan Paul, that's going to be surely the only place, right? It's where they're from. And I don't know, maybe Cleveland are embarrassed by having the Paul brothers representing them, right? So maybe they won't cheer them. I've heard Jake get booed in Cleveland. Maybe Logan will get booed in Cleveland. But if there's anywhere that's going to cheer them, that would be the place. That wouldn't strike me as the right place. Unless Logan's going to really lay into Cleveland, say that he was glad that he got away, he's embarrassed that he's from there, and heel it up and just lean into being a heel even more, maybe then you could have LA Knight beat him there. But, yeah, LA Knight for the longest time was the pick as to who should beat Logan. I wouldn't have minded Jey Uso doing it. I think Logan is a good heel for a red-hot babyface to get a win over and to win that title. But Jey is over on Raw. I think LA Knight, I think, is still on SmackDown. But again, I still don't know the rosters. So, yeah, he does deserve a title. I would give him one of those mid-card titles. And then once we've gone from there and he's had a good run with it, and, you know, if the t-shirt sales are still there and the engagement is still there and the fans are still with him, and they are still with him, then you can really start looking at, right, we need to think about putting a world title on this guy. And honestly, I don't feel like we're that far away. I really don't feel like we're that far away. I don't feel like he needs a long mid-card title run. I would just have him... You could even give him Money in the Bank. I think he is worthy of winning Money in the Bank. I think is worthy of a mid-card title. The only thing that wouldn't just sit quite right with me at the moment is him winning a world title. That's the only thing that I'm not looking for right now. But him winning Money in the Bank, I wouldn't mind. Him winning a mid-card title, I wouldn't mind. And eventually him winning a world title. If this support continues, let's go. I think sometimes people forget that, like, winning a world title is meant to be, like, the ultimate, you know? I mean, Mr. Perfect never achieved it. Jake the Snake Roberts never achieved it. Like, some of the greatest wrestlers, Rowdy Roddy Piper, never won the WWE Championship. You know, some of the greatest names in the history of wrestling never won the world title. Winning the world... Look at what Cody's had to do to get his hands on it. Look at what Cody Rhodes has had to go through. So I do find, like, the argument of, like, yeah, LA Knight should be world champion. I do find that a bit like, I think we're kind of selling the world championship a bit. To me, it's the belt Jake never won. To me, it's the belt Rowdy Roddy Piper never won. To me, it's the belt that Dusty never won. It's the belt that Cody spent his whole life trying to win. Like, to me, a world championship means it's the ultimate prize. And I just think that you should have to really work to get your hands on one of those world championships. It's why I wasn't that keen on Damian Priest winning it, to be honest. But he did get Money in the Bank. We did know that there was a good chance that he could get his hands on it, right? But for LA Knight, I think that he's got the fans. He's got the crowd support. It seems to be holding. And I would pull the trigger and give him a mid-card. I'd give him Money in the Bank. And ultimately, if this keeps going, I would give him a world title. I would give him a world title. But I'm just not there yet. I'm just not there yet. But he's undeniably got a bright future. Things are still going very well for LA Knight. And I think there's still a good chance he's the one that beats Logan. But Tom said Boston won the playoffs and are now in the National League, beating Brackley 2-1. Let's go. That's what she said. Said Mr. Perfect really should have won the WWE Championship. It's interesting, actually, to go back and look at that and think when would he have won it? When should he have won it? You know, sometimes the opportunities never just present themselves, but obviously you can make opportunities. But it is true. Mr. Perfect definitely feels, Kurt Hennig definitely feels like someone that should have got it. Roddy Piper definitely should have got it. I mean, he main evented WrestleMania 1. He was largely undefeated. You know, he really did not like jobbing to people. It didn't work for him, brother. He was another one that really put his foot down on not doing jobs. So if you could get a win over Roddy Piper, that was a big deal. That was a massive deal because he did not easily lose to people. But to be honest, I think he was a little difficult to work with as a result. He was very old school. And as a result, I think some of the matches he has are, you know, not some of the feuds, you know, he's in feuds with like Adrian Adonis. He's in feuds with like Bad News Brown. Do you know what I mean? Like, he was at the top of the card, but very quickly we moved him to the middle and he was kind of away from the title. But he still feels like someone that at some point should have been WWE champion. Right, here's Jey Uso talking of WWE championships, World Heavyweight Championships. Here's Jey Uso. We're 28 minutes away from Backlash. Sax. Do you think Byron has sex with his wife? I bet he does. Should we have some sex? That's the kind of cringe thing he would say. Damian is a beast out there. I love Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect, and an NWO Daze. You're taking me back to my childhood, said Nathan. James said, Big E would be a fantastic hype man for a young talent who's not as good on the mic. Imagine Big E with Javon Evans. The only issue you might have with that is you might not want your mouthpiece, your manager, to be bigger than the talent that's about to compete, you know? It's why you tend to have a lot of women as managers and smaller guys. You know, Jim Cornette was never the biggest guy. Paul Bearer is not in ring shape. Paul Heyman is not in ring shape. You don't tend to have like these big jacked people as managers because they can run the risk of overshadowing the talent. But I agree. I think there is definitely stuff for him to do. He would make a good GM. He could maybe make a good manager if the people he was managing were taller and bigger than him. Like, I don't know how he would look with Authors of Pain. But I'm trying to think, like, or Indashia. You know, I'm trying to think of, like, two guys that are monsters. Imagine him as the mouthpiece for, like, natural disasters. Earthquake and typhoon. But yeah, I mean, look, he's got a great future still with WWE. He's doing the kickoff show right now, and just because he can't compete anymore, it doesn't mean that things are all over and it's all a disaster. You know, he has still got so much to offer, and as you said, he could be a mouthpiece for someone. He can work on a kickoff show. He could be a GM. He could do commentary. He could be a backstage interviewer. Like, you know, there's lots of roles that we can use him for, so he'll be fine. It's just gutting in it that his wrestling days are done. Austin, shout out to you, said, do you know who should have been champion? Ryback. Do you know who should also be champion right now? Omos. Yeah, that all checks out. 38 4K to boy said, can we expect Zilla Fatu to debut? When can we expect Zilla Fatu to debut? I don't know that he's going to be honest. I haven't heard any reports that he's signed. My understanding is didn't he leave Reality of Wrestling? There was like some misunderstanding, like him and Booker weren't seeing eye to eye, and then I think he ended up going back. So I don't know. I mean, I don't get the impression that he is on WWE's radar at the moment. I think that he is still, I don't know if he's like developing or if there's been some issues away from the ring, whatever. Listen, there is a lot of members of the Anoa'i family, and what I would say is not all of them are going to make it to WWE, because not all of them have made it to WWE in the past. So I think that you've got to have something about you to make it. Jacob Fatu is someone that's been on the radar for a long time, but his criminal past is what I've always heard be given as the reason as to why he was never signed before. A new company now, Triple H in charge of creative. It seems like something has changed, and all of a sudden now it looks like Jacob's coming in. Zilla Fatu, Lance Anoa'i, any of the other Anoa'is that are out there. I'm sure we will see more, of course, because this is a family that it seems to be bred for wrestling. But outside of Jacob, I've not heard any reports of anyone else coming in. I think Zilla looks up to Jacob in the sense that they both used wrestling to turn their lives around, says Cho. But a criminal past never stopped Jake Paul, said Alexis. Fatu and Tonga came too late. We needed them at WrestleMania 40. Jacob is going to debut tonight, says A. Jobson. Are you live for the whole of Backlash, says Kavita. I am, yeah. We're here all throughout Backlash. Whatever's about to go down, we are here for it. So we're live all throughout Backlash, and very much looking forward. It's great to be back. I mean, obviously we've been away, so we've missed some of the builds. Well, we haven't missed some of the build. We've been here for Raw and here for SmackDown, but we've not been obviously doing the videos and stuff as much as we usually would. But we're here, we're back, and I am very excited for this show. Morgan said, Daze, the Miami GP sprint race, Daniel Ricciardo, P4 LFG. Good. So, I'm guessing that's F1, isn't it? So, I must admit, I keep an eye on F1, but I don't massively follow it because Max Verstappen just dominates now, doesn't he? It's a bit like when Lewis Hamilton was dominating it. It's a bit like the Bundesliga in the sense of every year Bayern Munich wins, right? I know they haven't this year, but I think for the 10 years before that, they won. And it just kind of takes the joy out of it for me. I just think, like, I know people have said before about, like, how they should all have the same cars. And people are horrified at that because, that's a big part of racing is what a Ferrari going to bring, what are they going to do, what a McLaren going to do, what a Mercedes going to do, how are they going to interpret the rules? And, it comes down to, these companies bring in their best designers, bring in their best concepts and trying to beat the other teams. That is what this is all about. But that does unfortunately take away when one of the cars is so dominant, like the Red Bull has been so dominant that it's just now Max Verstappen just wins the races all the time. He just keeps winning the races. So you kind of don't need to watch because you know who's gonna win. So for me, that's the big downer with F1. It really is. It's the reason why I just don't really engage with it so much. I'll check to just see who wins the race, and pretty much every time it's Max Verstappen. So, but I know that it's really branched out in America because wasn't there like a Netflix show that really caught fire? Like, was it Race to Survive or something? I think has really grabbed people's attention. And so it's funny because we've been watching F1 here for decades. It's been like, it used to be shown on free TV. I remember watching it around like my grandparents when I was young. Nigel Mansell, Damon Hill, Ayrton Senna. You know, all these names that I kind of grew up watching. Michael Schumacher, of course. And now it seems to have, like, really got, like, even bigger. And America, I think, are really on board with it now. But for me now, it's gone dull. Now, like, you know, you've got these same people winning. So those are my thoughts on F1. Right. But someone who should hold a singles title in the next year is Johnny Gargano, said Charlie. Nathan said, I also remember WrestleMania 9. It's the first one for me as well. Inevitably, I remember Macho Man coming out in a toga. Yes. I've said it before, I love 9. I know it's not a good WrestleMania from a show point of view, but if there was to be... I don't know, it's an interesting question. If WWE was to make one documentary on any subjects, I don't know that this would be my pick, but one subject that would be a major consideration for me would be WrestleMania 9. Because it was my first WrestleMania. 93 was the first full year that I watched wrestling. From like the beginning of the year to the end of the year, that was the first full year. And for me, it's a fascinating WrestleMania. Hello, we've got Jade, we've got Bianca. But yeah, I'd love it behind the scenes of WrestleMania 9. I'm tired of talking about being done with damage control, says Bianca. Jade is done with hearing about this as well. So Jade says, you don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. Let's go. And they walk away, leaving Byron Saxton. Okay, in the arena, we've got a sign that says Triple H era. And we've got CM Punk chants. He's got a big smile on his face as the French fans are chanting his name. CM Punk says it never gets old. We got some empty seats. We're just seeing the weird shot there of like the camera zooming in on different people. I think they're just checking out different things. Checking the zoom works. Big E comes over and he gives a hug. Look at this, Big E giving a hug over to CM Punk. It's a bit awkward. But he goes over and he gives a big... I'd imagine they know each other quite well because AJ Lee and Big E were obviously very close when they were working together. I'd imagine that's a friendship that has probably endured. So I wouldn't be surprised if AJ and Big E and CM Punk have met up over the years, you know? So I'd imagine they're quite good friends. Right, we just got an advert for... obviously, WWE are going to be taking NXT Battleground to the UFC Apex. So that's interesting. I mean, what I would say is if that works, there's maybe a chance that we go there a few times. It could be like a yearly venue for NXT because it's cheap, innit? You know, TKO own that building, so they ain't got to worry about costs. So they can just run it there. I don't know how they're going to get loads of people in the thing, though, because it doesn't hold loads of people. But I'm very excited for it. It'll be interesting to see how they do it. Jaden said, pick one, Big E and Obafemi versus New Day, or Big E versus Obafemi NXT North American Championship match. I would go probably Big E and Obafemi versus New Day because I think that has got a lot of story to it because I think that's a betrayal. I think that the build means there's going to be a turn. You know, why is Big E going up against the New Day? How has he aligned himself with Obafemi? Like, you know, that would be quite a disruptive team. And I think the build for that would be interesting. Big E versus Obafemi, you could do that pretty straightforward down in NXT. The builds ain't going to be that exciting, I don't think. It's going to be a lot more exciting if Big E's taking on the New Day. So for me, the match that would have the better builds, that would mean a bit more, would be Big E going up against his... Because that would imply that someone's turned. So, yeah, I'd go that with the two options. But Backlash could be a letdown, but the crowd might overhaul it, said Bonkers. Cynthia said, do you think we see Jimmy tonight? It's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know, to be honest, because Jimmy is obviously in a bad place. He got attacked and beaten up by the Bloodline. I think that he will return, but he might return when Roman returns. We could get the Usos back together and we could do Usos against Solo and Tama. But the only problem with that is that I do feel like Jey is in a really good place as a solo star. And now all of a sudden we're like, zoink, off we go, back to a tag team. And that would be a real shame, I think. I think we need to see through this this singles run for him. So I would try and keep him away from Jimmy if I could. But, I mean, look, what we would book and what we would look to do is clearly not always in line with what WWE are looking to do. So really it's about just enjoying what we get. So if we do see him tonight, fine, no problems. Off we go to Solo and Tama versus the Usos, which would be fine. I'd be down for it, you know. But I do think, like, Jey is so over, like, it would be a real shame to not give him a run with a singles title at some point, you know. But maybe we could revisit it after. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Delwyn said, as far as I'm not a fan of the QR code stuff. Are you not? Really? Not a fan? What? How come? Don't super chat it, but I think people would be interested to know why you're not a fan of the QR code stuff. What is it about it that you don't enjoy? So Delwyn said, as far as I'm not a fan of the QR code stuff, you can't deny that Bray created an amazing buzz around. But if we get to see tonight, I doubt we won't. Bo himself being a darker version would be great, doing whatever he could to win the title. So, hang on, are you saying that you don't think we're going to see... You don't think we'll see them tonight? Is that what you're saying? So, you're not a fan of the QR code stuff, and you don't think we see them tonight, but you would like to see a darker Bo. Okay, the crowd are cheering. Flesh that out a bit more for me, Delwyn. Flesh that out a bit more for me. What don't you like about the QR code stuff, and why don't you think we'll see them tonight? So the crowd are loud. They are making noise. Massive cheer as, is it the two French commentators? Huge ovation for the two French commentators. They are making their way down to the ring. It was mentioned, we mentioned it on Unseen. Hang'em High on Twitter is at this show and said, you just don't understand. For the people of France, these two are our youth. They are everything. These two commentators, I suppose they are their gateway, really. You know, if you don't speak English and you speak French, then those two commentators are your gateway to WWE. So they are so over. They are so popular. So that was lovely to see them come walking out at the start and get that massive, massive reaction. Kevin Owens just jumped into a room. He appeared to pinch a banana. Meet for CFC 1992 said, was there a glitch a couple of minutes ago? Oh, I didn't see a glitch, but then I was chatting away, so there may have been a glitch. Let's have a look and see. I don't think anyone tagged me. Did I get tagged? Walter has pointed out a Pluto sign in the crowds. I'm just having a look, see if anyone has seen scenes in the crowd almost an hour before. I don't think there's a glitch. Here's Walter again, who's looking at the picture of us looking at the picture of him looking at the stream. Yes! He said it's half and half Swiss and Ireland scarf, plus the metal object is a portal, aka it's a darts trophy. Let's go. I love getting answers. There we go. So we thought it was a portal to like another world, but it's a darts trophy. Runner-up! You didn't even win! Do better. Do better. That was back in 2013. You better have one that you've won since. So, well, shout out to you. I will search glitch and see if anything comes up. No, I've not been tagged in anything. Thoughts on Paul Heyman's vibe? That's what they've asked CM Punk. You take a white boy and you drop them in a bunch of Samoans and you're gonna be nervous. Was there a glitch? People are asking if there was a glitch, but there's no image of a glitch. We'll have to keep an eye out for it, won't we? Just keep an eye out for it. I certainly don't think it was a QR code or anything. There's no talk of that seemingly on social media, so we'll keep the eyes peeled. I mean, I won't because I'm normally chatting with you guys, but you lot keep your eyes peeled. Where was I wanted to get back to Delwyn, didn't I? Because I did ask him some questions. AJ said whilst he was out after being attacked, he got his mind right and he got focused. It's Bryn again, said, I would love for tonight to be the reveal of the Nightbird stuff. Similar to the reveal of Bray's return at Extreme Rules, have each member appear in the crowd, like the Funhouse members. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, personally, I can see why everyone gets into the QR code and the glitch stuff. I just hate that it takes away from the shows and it becomes all that people talk about. I do understand that. I can understand that. So meet for CFC 1992. We think there was a glitch, but I don't know that there was anything hidden in it. Nothing is showing itself. Undercover manager said, I could see LA Knight winning Money in the Bank and then having almost like a super fan be his manager, so to speak, whose job it is to carry the briefcase because LA is too big of a star to carry it himself. Jules said he saw a glitch. Has anyone been to France? It's on my bucket list. It's on my bucket list to not go to France. Adam said the crowd is gonna riot if the French announce table goes through. I'm nervous as hell. James said the whole screen glitched with static. Thank you, James. Watson said, I think they will announce the date the group will debut. I'm sure they showed the Extreme Rules dates during White Rabbit. That's true. So it could be a case that they're saying Backlash, because at Backlash, it's not where they arrive. It's where they give us the biggest clue of all, which is tune into King and Queen of the Ring or something like that, you know? That would be a shame. If we don't get them arriving tonight, I will be disappointed. But it'll be fine because it'll just be better in the future, you know? It'll just make the future even better. And I like having a bright future. Darwin, where did you go? Did you run away? I don't understand. Did I ask hard-hitting questions? I can't find any answers from Delwyn. I didn't think the questions were that hard. Oh, hello, here's Sam Roberts. So he's talking about Cody and AJ. AJ, tonight could be your night. You're in the best shape of your career. He really is. But your time is also running out. Do it, AJ. Shoot on Cody tonight. Take the time. Yeah, screw job. Screw job. I want the French screw job. I want him to cheat Cody out of the title. Perhaps he could pay the ref off, get the ref to ring the bell. Cody is robbed. Oh, man, that would be so interesting, actually. Imagine if that happens. AJ Styles wins and Cody's like, I didn't submit. And it's the French screw job. I don't know how people would take to that, to be honest. That's one of those that could really go wrong kind of booking decisions. But that'd be a hell of a way to get the belt off Cody, wouldn't it? Just the very next show he gets cheated. He ain't winning. But I do like that. That's real out-the-box thinking, that is, Aubrey. Daze, why don't you go to France? What do you have to lose? Oh, very good. Very good. Toulouse is a place in France. What do you have to lose? Ah, very good. Cynthia said, Daze, here's a good question for you. Thank you for the support, Cynthia. Really appreciate it. As always, of course. Do you think it's Jimmy who's the tribal chief and pretending to be hurt to take people's eyes off of him because they don't see him seriously? Or do you think it's really Paul Heyman? Well, I don't think Paul Heyman is the tribal. Oh, I didn't think about Paul Heyman. I think I'm pretty adamant it's The Rock that's the tribal chief, to be honest. That's where I've kind of presumed it was going. I think Solo is sort of teasing that he is the new tribal chief, but he's never outright said that he is. And I think that mystery, the fact he hasn't come out and said that it's him makes me think it's not him. He's just stepped up as the real tribal chief is not around. Now, the real tribal chief, I don't think in Solo's mind is Roman anymore, because losses have consequences and he's no longer the champion. So because he's no longer the champion, because he's no longer got the belt, he's no longer the one that needs to be acknowledged. There's a new tribal chief, and it could be The Rock, because The Rock won at WrestleMania. He got the pin at WrestleMania, and he won at WrestleMania. So I've thought from the moment this all went down that it was The Rock. I don't know about Paul Heyman being the tribal chief. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That would be a weird one. But again, it's a fun thought. Jimmy is interesting. Jimmy being the new tribal chief. But he lost as well. Losses have consequences, so I don't see if they've turned on Roman because Roman lost at WrestleMania. How can you justify Jimmy being the tribal chief when he lost to Jey? How can he then be the tribal chief? To me, it's The Rock. He won at WrestleMania. He got the pin on night one. He secured the victory. And he's come back, and for me, he is the one that's going to lead that group. And I think that Roman leads the other group. So if I've got to pick a name, I'm going to pick The Rock. But I think there's some very interesting thoughts in there about Jimmy and Heyman, and I've not considered those. But it's interesting, Cynthia. I like this out-the-box thinking, which, to be honest, I've not really been doing over the past few weeks. What with traveling around Walmart, so got the old grey matter working, got the old cogs whirling round. But yeah, if I had to bet, I would go with The Rock. JP Ville said Wyatt 6 Fantasy, Mama Rhodes, let's go, Colin Delaney, Hornswoggle, Broken Matt Hardy, Jillian, and Corporate Kane. Dream faction right there. Unstoppable. And I want all of them as they are right now. Not back in their prime. I want them as they are right now. So, Mama Rhodes, Colin Delaney, who doesn't get enough love. Hornswoggle, Broken Matt Hardy, Jillian, and Corporate Kane. Meet for CFC said, I've sent you the glitch on Twitter. Thank you. This was the glitch. It seems very howdy to me. Let's have a little look. Okay. So it is static. I was just looking to see if there was anything in the static, but it does just look like static. Okay. Right, here we go. Backlash. Let's go. Do we know what the first match is? I don't think I know what the first match is. Juan said it was the cameraman falling. Then, now, forever. So we've got the intro. This is all... What's up with this? I don't know if it's a stream. I've just got a black screen. So the intro was all a bit jittery for me. But it absolutely could have been just because we've just gone live and so we're just changing over to a different sort of stream. Okay, here we go then. Cody is making his way out. There's AJ. Am I wrong? But again, with fives, there are 5 matches. My peacock just went out, says AR Banks. Did it? Yeah, I just had an issue then with the WWE Network, so I don't know what that was about. Backlash is my favorite B show, said Orlando77. Scott said AJ Cody should slap. Doug said OMG, Jade and Bianca, hearts. Jules said I'm yeeting all over myself. Jeremy said yeets. Buns said, have you heard of Dreadmare? I think we've all heard of Dreadmare. It's a fan channel that's run by a guy called Josh. So we've spoke about it extensively. It's not Bo or anything. Right. We are underway with the show. We've just seen a shot of the crowd, and now we've got the official intro. Carlin1985 Gareth said, have an amazing stream tonight. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. I can see there's over 1,000 people that are with us right now as we enjoy Backlash. It is on a slightly strange time, of course. A little bit earlier in the day. I would say a nice time, though, for America. Certainly on the East Coast. 1 o'clock on a Saturday. Still means you can watch this and, you know, go gallivanting of the evening. Kian said, I have a feeling that Solo and Tama is going to get involved in Jey's match against Damian. If so, do you think that'll set up Jey turning face, Jimmy and Roman to face the new Bloodline? I have a feeling Tama and Solo will get involved in Jey's match. Do you think that'll set up Jey turning faces, Jimmy, Roman? I don't know, to be honest. I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I think they're focused on Randy and Kevin. It wouldn't make much sense for them to go start in another fight with Jey, unless they feel like they've beaten down Randy and Kevin and that's done. And now let's go and start a new fight. But also, Jey's on a different brand, isn't he, at the moment? So, again, if we've just drafted him to Raw, It doesn't make much sense for us to go picking a fight with him when he's just been drafted to Raw. I think eventually we can trade him over and we can do something, but I don't know. I'm not thinking they're going to get involved, to be honest, at the moment. I'm not thinking they're going to get involved in his match. I think he will lose the match, but I don't know it'll be as a result of them. It might be as a result of the other members of Judgment Day. Could be as a result of someone else, though. I mean, Jey, if he's not winning, is going to need a new feud. What if someone like Shinsuke costs Jey? And then that means that Jey Shinsuke go into a feud throughout the summer. Right, here we are, Backlash. Crowd making noise. So there we go. Look, we've got the image of the guy looking at his watch with the decibel meter. They are literally receiving warnings about the noise levels. So there we go. The French fans making plenty of noise. We want WrestleMania in France. Okay, looks like we're going to be starting with Randy and Kevin. Looks like the tag match is going to kick things off. So here's Kevin Owens. So Kevin and Randy taking on Solo and Tama. They can't have Shinsuke stopping Jey. That makes Priest look weak as a champion, not being able to handle his own business, says here is the thing. Yeah, but he's the heel. So heels tend to need help, like Roman always needed help. Heels tend to, you know, the baby faces are the ones that need protecting because they're the ones that ideally should be able to go out there and get the victory. So it's actually Jey that needs protecting. It's Jey's the one that needs to that runs the risk of looking weak if he doesn't get the job done. So he's got the crowd with him, the crowd believe in him, they're all yeeting away. If this was a fair fight, Jey should be able to go out there and win it. But are we really going to take the championship off Damian Priest at this point? I don't think we are. So then that means we need to protect Jey from losing clean, basically. So I think there's a chance that Jey loses this and it ain't going to be a clean win for Damian. Damian just getting out of France with the championship will be a prize enough for him at this stage. Him staying champion is prize enough. The chants are kind of weird, said Buns. Judgment Day will try and help, but they will cost Priest the belt. Priest will then leave Judgment Day, said NYC Man-O-War. Here's Kevin Owens looking out at the crowds as his music continues to play, and the place is going bananas right now. So he's in the entranceway. We're waiting for Randy Orton to make his way down, but they're just letting this music run for a bit. Kevin doesn't look very happy, does he? He is soaking it in. Look, I think he's getting tired of waiting. He's like, come on. He's looking at the entranceway. There we go. There's Randy's music. Kevin was waiting for that pop. He was listening out for it, and the crowd's reacting kind as Randy Orton comes walking out. And they're singing along with voices. It was pointed out yesterday that it's very unusual to hear people like singing all the words to voices. That's not something we tend to get. But the French fans are all over it. So here's Randy making his way down to the ring. He shakes the hand of Kevin Owens. Bryson said, what if Roman returns today and stares down Solo and Tama? KO is like, come on, I ain't paid by the hour, said Jey was, doesn't he? He didn't look that happy in the crowd. I think he was, like, fired up, right? But then he did keep looking back, and he was like, come on. He's here for a good time, not a long time. So, Randy has made his way down. There's Trinidad flag guy in the crowds. Randy Orton getting into the ring. So, I'm very interested to see how they're going to bring out Tama Tonga. We know Solo's entrance and everything. I haven't seen Tama Tonga's entrance. I'm guessing, does he just come out with Solo at the same time to Solo's music? But what's his ring gear going to look like? And, yeah, man, the fact we're about to watch Tama Tonga wrestling, competing in WWE. Excited, man. I'm excited. Again, Randy posing away. They talk to me. Randy and KO versus Solo and Tama Tonga. Okay, so Randy is up in the corner, looking out at the fans. Arms in the air, and the fans all respond in kind. The crowd are singing, said AR1. Evan said it'll be interesting how the crowd react at this PLE. If they are very vocal like SmackDown, then it might lead to more PLEs around Europe, but I could be wrong. Lee said Trinidad flag guy is a legend. He is a legend. Aubrey said Jericho is in tatters right now. He wishes that Judas was sang like this. Zoom Station said they should call this team the Backstabbers. There we go. There's the French commentators. They got a hero's welcome as they made their way down to the commentary tables on the kickoff show. So the French commentary team. Right, here we go. I love his music, man. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Taking it all. Here's Paul Heyman as well, standing nervously behind Solo and Tama Tonga. So, yeah, they're in black and red. Tama Tonga looking out at the fans as he's making his way down to the ring. Paul Heyman walking nervously behind. So Solo seems to have really grown into this role a bit more since WrestleMania. The little looks, the tilt of the head, the looking at the Samoan spike. I love how the shorts are like pulled up quite high. The towel around his head is a bit frayed. So, I know no more than you do, says Corey Graves. A slip of the tongue by Paul Heyman. It's cast doubt on the whole of the bloodline. There's a sign there that says, not my tribal chief. They're acknowledging. But who are they acknowledging? Solo Sikoa in the ring. Short, we've got to build up Solo and Tama. Tama Tonga. I always thought was taller than what he actually is. Niall said Solo's towel has been through a lot. It's ripped. It has been through a lot. There must have been some very aggressive cleaning. Kevin Owens gets right in the face of Tama Tonga. Tama Tonga and Kevin Owens are going at it right now. Look at this, man. Kevin Owens and Tama Tonga. This is like Forbidden Door. New Japan against WWE. And over by the announce table, Kevin Owens, Tama Tonga going at it right now. We've got Solo Sikoa and Randy Orton. Tama Tonga gets thrown into the timekeeper's area. They're brawling away. Solo onto the edge of the ring. Really explosive start here. And really fun. So right now, shots coming in there by Solo. We've got Kevin Owens has got Tama Tonga on his shoulders. Samantha Irvin having to get up to her feet, trying to stay out the way. This thing is absolute chaos, absolute carnage on the outside of the ring. I don't even know if we've got... Look at this. We're actually getting officials. Yeah, we've got loads of people trying to separate. Referees have come running down. So, did the bell not ring? Oh, stunner to one of the security guards. Stunner to another one, Kevin Owens. What is even happening right now? We've got carnage. We've got chaos. Nick Aldis has come out. Is this going to be a street fight? Street fight? Do whatever you want. No DQ. Street fight, baby. You want to do whatever you want? You want to disregard the rules? It's now a street fight. There's a prime bottle that's just been chucked. Ah, the massive prime bottle just got thrown at Kevin Owens. Now we're in the crowds. We've got Owens and Tama Tonga fighting on the commentary table. We've got Solo and Randy fighting in the crowd. This is, honestly, the dictionary definition of carnage. Look up the word chaos and you will see an example of this match. They're in the crowd. They're over at the commentary table. We've had security guards being stunned. This is a catastrophic situation for anyone to be in, says Corey Graves. Not for the French fans. They are loving it right now. Kevin Owens was spitting on the Prime sign, said Cynthia. Was he? Good. Right, shots coming in by Randy. It was ready to explode, and it's exploded tonight. I'm excited, said Dad Stuff. I'm excited as well. It's a great start. Bring back heel doink. There's a sign that mentions doink. Oh, my God. Oh, I think I'm starting to like the French. Ah! Unbelievable. We didn't even get a doink sign in London. Bring back heel doink. Kevin Owens throwing in some shots now. He's brawling with Solo Sikoa. Heel doink was fire. It was fire. The arrival of Wyatt 6 has brought chaos, said Snoop Coop. Zycamy said, does Liv Morgan have a title opportunity on Monday or at the next WWE pay-per-view? Well, she hasn't earned one. Has she earned one? Oh, she did earn one, didn't she? She secured a win over Nia, which gave her an opportunity, but did they confirm when that was? I can't think about that right now. What are they chanting? Don't know what they're chanting. Over it. Oh, big shot there by Randy. Throwing in shots on Solo. Grabbing Tama Tonga. Headbutt. He goes down. Headbutt. Oh, love that. Headbutt Solo. And he's like, whoa. You never headbutt a Samoan. So, headbutt by Randy. On Solo, backfires. So Kevin Owens standing on the barricades. Orton dragging Tama Tonga. Picking him up, going to put him on the French announce table, and it doesn't break. It doesn't break. No surrender by the French announce table. Oh, Solo goes into the ring steps. The English commentary table doesn't break. No surrender by the English. Oh, we should just try different nationality announce tables to see which one's going to surrender. Everyone would be nervous when it's their nationality. It's like, here's the American announce table. It doesn't break. Ah. Here's the Canadian announce table. It doesn't break. Ah. Here's the Russian announce table. Oh, it's invaded Ukraine. Right, we've got Randy going under the ring, grabbing a trash can. They're loud, man. I think they're chanting, "We want tables." Oh, trash can over the head of Tama Tonga. Wow, that trash can is busted, mate. EC dub chants, EC dub, EC. But have you noticed how foreign fans always chant really fast letters? EC dub, EC dub, EC dub. Why is it EC dub, EC? Slow it down, man. Slow it down. EC dub, EC dub. Slow it down. EC dub, EC dub. Do you know what I mean? Take your time. Always notice that with foreign fans. If they don't like, if we don't go, like if ever we go to, where was we? Was we in India? Where did we go? We went to a place recently, like Australia and whatever, where we don't normally go. They always go really quick with the letters. EC dub, EC dub. Right, we're on a commentary table. There's a kendo stick, boom, across the back of Tama Tonga. I'm so glad this got turned into a street fight. It's been amazing. It's just, it's the best match I've seen at Backlash so far this year. Again, Solo face first into the commentary table. Michael Cole, protect Samantha Irvin, you coward, said AR1. A table has been introduced and the crowd loves it. They love it. So, table, wee. So, a table being set up on the outside by Kevin Owens. A table has been introduced into the ring. Now we've got Kevin Owens going over, grabbing Tama Tonga. Look at the marks on the back of Tama Tonga as Randy is setting up a table in the ring. And I don't know what they're singing Seven Nation Army. Everything is getting a reaction from this crowd. Big shot there by Randy. Kevin Owens on the edge of the ring and gives a crotch chop and a frog splash. Puts Tama Tonga through the table. And he screams in his face. Have you ever seen Kevin Owens this ramped up? They made him this way, says Corey Graves. I love Corey Graves and Michael Cole. Right here, we've got a big shot coming in there by Solo. Randy goes down to one knee. He gets Randy on his shoulders. He's going to hit a Samoan drop. Randy Orton goes through the table. Samoan drop. And I didn't even notice that Paul Heyman was out there, but Paul Heyman standing back, just watching this carnage unfolds. Solo in the ring. Kevin Owens sneaking up behind him, throwing in some shots. Duck, kick to the midsection, looking for a stunner, no joy. Oh, monstrous clothesline by Solo. Huge. Just turned Kevin Owens inside out, upside down, and WWE Backlash is the #1 trend in the United States. I have no idea what they're chanting, but it is so loud. I feel like we're going to say that all night. I really don't want to keep repeating myself, but oh my God, they are loud. So Tama Tonga is in the ring with Solo. They are very much in control right now. Kicks coming in by Tama Tonga. Shots coming in. Double axe handle there by Tama Tonga. Is all over Kevin Owens. And another kick there by Tama Tonga. Is getting revenge on Kevin Owens. So Tama Tonga is unloading on Kevin Owens. Now a kendo stick has been introduced into the ring. A whole chance breaks out. Kendo stick shot there to Kevin Owens. So we've had tables, we've had kendos, we've had trash cans. And right now, it is very much the heels that are in control. Very much the heels that are in control. There's a kendo stick to the midsection. Kevin Owens goes down into the corner. Edward said the French crowd are sick. Scotland have got some challenge on our hands if we're going to outperform them. Everyone's got a challenge on their hands if they're going to outperform them. They are so loud, so passionate. Solo charging over into the corner, collides into Kevin Owens. Solo and Tama are very much in control. Randy on the outside of the ring. And the crowds are letting their feelings be known. Tama Tonga slowly coming over. He's got the trash can lid. I feel like the first part of the match has settled down. The first part of the match was just all-out chaos. Now we've really established what team... Oh my God. He's really giving back some receipts, man. He's really giving back some receipts. So that trash can lid was getting absolutely walloped into Kevin Owens. Oh, takedown by Owens. He unloads on Tama Tonga. Trash can across the back. If you are just joining us tonight, the edge and the end of the trash cans, right in the face of Kevin Owens. Still no sign of Randy Orton. He's been out of this for a little while. If I'm Kevin Owens, I'm like, dude, where are you? Michael Cole said no idea where Randy Orton... What if Randy Orton's the new tribal chief? What if it turns out Randy Orton is secretly the new tribal chief and he's been an Anoa'i all along? He's Randy Anoa'i. Aren't they all? What does MFT mean? I need to know. So, I think it was Mother Fudgin Tongan is what Tama Tonga has put on his profile. MF Tongan. But I think Solo was my... Someone said my family Tongan or something. That was the leading theory when it was first said, that it stands for my family Tongan. But I think it actually stands for Mother Fudgin Tongan. And not Fudgin. The other words. The bad word. Kevin Owens is still in the corner and he is getting absolutely tenderized. He is going to be a lovely meal later on. Into the table goes Solo, reversed by Kevin. Solo goes down. James said all WWE needs to do is bring in Tonga lower and then we've got the Gorillas of Destiny. The G.O.D. The Gorillas of Destiny. That would be sick. Imagine Gorillas of Destiny against the Usos. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would get at least 2 stars from Dave Meltzer. Chairs being introduced by Tama Tonga. And jumping into the ring. He's got his sights set on Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is getting up. Yeah, Corey Graves said that the wise man should be ecstatic right now because even though, Randy is sneaking up behind. Look at Heyman. Heyman is not warning Tama Tonga. Tama Tonga turns around. He knows that Randy is there. So there's not an RKO coming out of nowhere. Tama Tonga, Randy Orton. He's got this chair. He charges over. Goes for a clothesline. Randy knocks Tama Tonga down. And again. Tama Tonga charges over against the ropes. Power slam by Randy. Solo out the ring. Kevin Owens out the ring. Is this match ever going to end? I mean, it's not a problem. It's amazing, but no wonder there's only 5 matches. We're already half an hour into this show. Boom. Randy going to that dark place. He's going to look to hit this RKO. Here we go. He's charging over, looking for the RKO. Connects. Randy. 1, 2. Oh, Solo makes the save. I think they're chanting that was awesome. So Solo makes the save. Face first into the commentary table. Look at all the broken equipment. There's a broken monitor right there. You can see all the insides, the inner workings, all its secrets. The commentary table has been stripped. Solo is looking to pick up Randy Orton. Headbutt. Randy goes onto the commentary table. Solo Sikoa standing behind Randy. Crowd are chanting RKO, RKO, RKO. RKO could be on the way, of course. Samoan Spike. No, RKO connects. And the table still doesn't break. Oh my God. That table, man. That table's still standing even after an RKO was delivered on top of it. Crazy. Kevin Owens is in the ring. Kevin Owens going over, grabbing a chair. Owens with a steel chair unloaded on Tama Tonga. Setting that chair up. He's setting up a couple of chairs, actually. He goes over, grabs another, wallops him, opens up that chair. What are we looking to do here? Another chair. Boom, chair shot. He opens up, puts a third chair. Is there a fourth? So he's set up 4 chairs. Looks like he's going to drive him through those chairs. Oh, and again. One more for the road. There we go. And he sets up a 4th chair. Crowd applauding. Crowd enjoying it. Tama Tonga is being lay onto those chairs. Frog splash. Frog splash onto... No, Tama gets up. Tama gets up. Someone's going through them chairs. Another big shot coming in. I saw an RKO about 30 seconds before you did. I'm sorry before you saw it. Are you really going to be like that? Hey? Is up top. I'd rather be behind you guys. I am live. It says I'm live. Right now he's going up looking for the superplex. No, reversed by Kevin. Ah! Through the chairs! Tama Tonga and Kevin both go through the chairs. Oh, he seemed to even catch the top part of the chair. Oh my God. Why can I feel that? Man, I hope Tama Tonga's okay. Kevin Owens going for the cover too. Oh! Pulled out the ring. Tonga lower! Tonga lower! Oh my God! Tonga lower has pulled him out the ring. No, mates! Boom! Randy goes down. I was looking at him. I was like, that ain't Jacob. Who is that? Oh my God, James! James! The Gorillas of Destiny! The Gorillas of Destiny! It's happening! Oh my God, could we see Gorillas of Destiny against the Usos? Ah, big shot! Down goes Kevin Owens! 1, 2, 3! It's a win! Oh my God! Tama Tonga, Solo Sikoa, they are victorious. Paul Heyman warned them. Guerrilla warfare tonight. Guerrilla warfare tonight. Wow. What a match. What a match. So those two, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, they are the Gorillas of Destiny. They were in the Bullet Club. They're a massive team from New Japan. And, wow. Wow, that's big. And all of this is happening behind Roman's back. Roman doesn't even know about this. The other son of Haku. So the Gorillas of Destiny have arrived. Amazing. I didn't even hear rumors of him coming. I didn't hear anything about him being on the way. Amazing match. What did you think about that match? Speed. WWE speeds. Awesome match. Amazing. How do you think that compares to the last Backlash Street Fight and crowds? Well, I wasn't a fan of the last Backlash Street Fight. I mean, I thought that they booked it as well as you could, but it's well documented that I'm not a fan of celebrities in matches. So, for me, this is way better. This was hard hitting, it was brutal, it was credible. I mean, don't forget, the last Street Fight had Bad Bunny beating Damian Priest. I mean, however you want to carve it up, a singer beat who is now one of our world champions. I mean, that just don't sit well with me, brother. So this, for me, miles ahead. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm really looking forward to seeing what score you gave that. Right, we are at commercial break. Let's try and get back to the chat. Daze, I'm not being funny. Tonga Loa is awful now, and he has been for years. He had knee surgery, and he's now bad to watch. Yeah, but him being with Tama Tonga, I mean, those two being a team together, I'm sure from a tag team point of view, he can really deliver. So I'm very excited to see what we do with them. I mean, the thing is with the Bloodline is that you don't need to have matches all that often. There's a lot of like talking and promos and backstage work and storyline. So largely we can keep them protected. Just use them when we need to use them. Here's Kevin Owens and Randy. It's hard to not be excited about Gorillas of Destiny being in WWE. That's a team that I've watched for, well, you know, not loads. I don't watch loads of New Japan, but whenever you watch Wrestle Kingdom, they always tend to be on that show. And, oh, looks like we're going to the women's match. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. It's another chapter in the Bloodline story. And a big change as well. I mean, we knew that when Roman was to lose the title, it was going to change a lot of things. But if you'd have told me it was going to lead to the Gorillas of Destiny coming in and Roman, like, you know, being pushed out and Paul Heyman not really knowing, I mean, like, wow, what an interesting development this has been since WrestleMania. So it's a victory for Solo and Tama Tonga. Let's see. We haven't got long with the polls because we need to just be moving on. And there we go. 49% said it was great. 40% said it was all time. Wow. 7 said it was good. How many said it was bad? 2 said it was bad. 2% said it was bad. So that is going to get a great 91% rating. Wow. Great 91%. Good score. Really good score. Anything in the greats makes you stand out. And if you're in like great 90% range, I mean, you are right up there. So that is, without even checking the list, that is one of the best matches of the year, according to the community. Don't know if it breaks the top 10, but I think it just sneaks in, to be honest. So that is how highly regarded people thought about that match. 49% of you voted that it was great. 40% thought it was all time. It's an amazing result. Miss Trini said, Paradigm Shift, that's your opinion. I do watch, I don't agree. It's okay for me to have my own opinion. Like the likes get to over... oh, yeah. We do always try to get over 1,000. What are we on? I actually can't see that. I don't even know what we're on. It better be over 1,000 already. Otherwise, I'm kicking off. Yeah? How dare you disrespect me? What's it on? Let's just say it's over 1,000. Well done, everyone. Well done. Brilliant work. I love this community. Ah! Let's go. Yeah! Over 1,000 likes already. Just killing it, man. 5,650 said Marty. Yeah! Good work, everyone. God, we're only one match in. We are so good. We've got this YouTube thing boxed off, mate. Yeah. Right, we've done that poll. So what we're going to do now is going to ask the question of who wins. Who leaves as champion? Because now we've got what I like to call the women. Here's Tiffy time. James, shout out to you. I'll get to your comment in a sec, bud. Let me pop this in and pop this in and do that. Lovely. We'll see what people vote. We did ask this question earlier. Oh, we got a few to get through. Mitchell said we could have the Olympics of announce tables. We could. We could. We could have 200 tables set up. We'll just work our way through to see which one buckles first. I bet it'll be the Cook Islands. You can never trust them. Jake Chart said, thought Zilla for a second, but oh my god, let's go. I know. No words. I hadn't heard anything about Tongaloa, so as we said, you know, I understand they're past their prime. I mean, they're both, I believe, in their early 40s, but you know, so I mean, it's not the same as being in your 30s, whatever, but I still think a team with that experience, that are that good together, can still definitely bring something. And they certainly bring credibility. They bring something fresh. And anything that's going to involve the Bloodline story. I mean, now you've got Solo and Gorillas of Destiny against Roman and the Usos. I mean, it's hard to be down on that. I do think The Rock's going to insert himself into this, and obviously we're expecting him to go on the other side. So, I don't know, are we doing Gorillas of Destiny? Will they even use that name? Can they even use that name? God against Usos, I'd love to see. God, Solo, and The Rock against Roman, Usos, and Jacob? Could Jacob join up with Roman? We know he's coming in. Jacob, that seems too strong. But then saying that, The Rock, do you know what I mean? The Rock, Solo, and Gorillas of Destiny against Usos, Jacob, and Roman. Oh my god. Imagine that at Survivor Series. Oh my god. Oh, how are we meant to move on? Oh, and we might get the Wyatt 6 later. Oh my god. How are we meant to concentrate on anything now? Brilliant. Right, here's Naomi. Naomi's in the ring. Look, the lights are going and everything's happening. French fans are still in fine voice. That she's got like glow in the dark attire, apart from nothing on the boobs, apart from like a strip across. It looks like she's topless. I mean, I didn't know where to look. I really didn't. Well, I did, and I was looking there. But it looked like she was topless, and it looked like she just had like 2 bits going over the nipple bit. Like that. Sometimes I don't need to say everything out loud that I'm thinking, but that is what I was thinking. Here's Bayley. So, Tiffany, Naomi, and here's the champion. I'm still not used to her new theme. It hasn't gone in. It hasn't gone in. James said, oh my god, holy effing shiz. I changed it. I'm so happy. James, that is radiating through. Do you know, I don't know how I feel about James Chadwick being one of the first people I thought about when we saw Tongaloa. I don't know how I feel about that. Don't know how I feel about that. Don't know how comfortable I am with that. But it is true, that's one of the first names I thought of. Because you'd mentioned Gorillas of Destiny just before. It's like you saw into the future. Pete, shout out to you, said, I've missed the start. Is it worth a rewind? I think this has been an excellent show so far, yes. I would say if you're only interested in the results or the major talking points, no. But if you're interested in just watching like a really good show, then yes. Because the start of it and everything was a lot of fun. Okay, Tiffany Stratton getting an intro by Samantha Irvin. The challenger. So, Pete, shout out to you. Kojiko said, what if Jacob Fatu debuts tonight and costs Jey? Kojiko. Weird when Kojiko, you can understand what he's saying in it. It is strange. It still unsettles me. Coach Kerr, I hope you're well, my friends. Yeah, maybe. There was a thought earlier, a mention earlier, that he might not be able to travel. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I mean, it could be true. Sounds like it could be true. Here's Bayley holding up that women's championship. She's all fired up as well. Crowds applauding away. Bayley getting a great reaction. I'm sure they'll start singing that song for her. So, triple threat. Women's championship on the line. 76% of you think that it's going to be a victory for Bayley. Oh, the song has started. Hey. Hey, Bayley. Ooh. Ah. Would you be my girl? So, there we go. She is massively popular. The crowd are cheering away. Tiffy time. Loud Tiffy time chants. Loud Tiffy time chants. Duck underneath there by Bayley. Bayley with an arm drag. Arm drag there by Naomi. And Tiffany goes against the ropes. All over the top. Very agile. Very athletic. Tiffany, Naomi, Bayley. Women's championship on the line. Tiffy time. They're so quick with that as well, aren't they? Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Slow it down. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Everything's so urgent. Slap her bottom. Slap her bottom. I don't know what they're chanting. I think even Bayley said, I don't know what you're chanting in the ring. And 2 count. She went to pin Naomi there. She goes against the rope. Elbow to the back of the head by Bayley. Naomi grabbing Bayley. 2 and 1, 2. Oh, lots of quick pins there as Tiffany grabs both Bayley and Naomi. Gets a 2 count. Goes for the cover. Slap her bottom. Kappa said, Daze, this crowd is unbelievable, mate. It's wild. France have done themselves so proud. And honestly, I think that within the wrestling fan base now, the French fans are going to be very, very highly regarded. You know, if we know that we're going to France, we will remember this show. We will remember SmackDown. We will be excited for going. I think, understandably, a lot of people are like, we're going to France. Like, you kind of think, how many people are going to go? Like, how popular is it over there? We don't really do anything in France. It was unknown as to, you know, whenever they come over to Europe, they don't always do France. But yeah, after this, definitely. Well, we haven't mentioned the Prime bottle in the ring. We know it's there for all the premium live event shows. It's the same Prime bottle as at WrestleMania. It doesn't really get in the way. I still wish it wasn't there. But, yeah, it's not as bad as that coloured one that we saw before. The one that was like white and red, and I think it might have had some blue. And 1, 2. So, 2 count. 1, 2, and kick out there by Naomi. Fans still chanting away as Naomi goes to the outsides. Bayley goes into the corner, face first. And again, over the other side against the ropes. Back elbow there by Tiffany. Bayley is down. Tiffany is walking around. She says it's Tiffy time. JP Ville said the begging of the match. The beginning of the match was sloppy as hell. They're still singing the Bayley song. James said the French crowd have not set the bar. They are the bar. What the hell? You put me in a timeout because I disagreed. That's great moderating. Oh, we've got arguing in the chat. Arguing in the chat right now. Fight, 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 fight. Let's go. I heard they called you fat. You know me, guys. I don't like trouble. Slap her bottom. Slap her bottom. Oh, these are the best chants ever. Tiffany grabbing the hair of Bayley. Angel said, gotta give it to the French people. They did come out and show up. This crowd is wild. Love it. We in the US need to do this as well. We need to be lively and create chants. Brian said they are chanting only a 2 after every 2 counts. It's a legendary phrase from the French announce table. Thank you, my friends. Wrestle with Andy said MFT, it's my favorite time. My favorite time. 2, kick out there by Tiffany. Oh, collides into Bayley. Bayley goes down. Tiffany, 2, and shoulder up by Bayley. It sounds more like that was awkward. I still hear slap her bottom, but then I think we all hear what we want to hear, don't we? Right now we've got Tiffany and Bayley. Bayley going into the corner. Tiffany going over to the other sides. Tiffy time. Cartwheel, backflip, back elbow curl, doesn't connect. Bayley grabs Tiffany into the middle of the ring, picks her up. Tiffany lands on her feet. Cartwheel, trying to pick up Bayley. She gets her into an Alabama slam. Gone, 2, and a kick out. Oh, it is a little sloppy. Naomi was not going to make it. Bayley had to kick out. Could you imagine if Naomi had to make that save? She didn't, and we got a new champ and we weren't meant to. That would be amazing. Right now, Tiffany against the ropes. Naomi charging over, kick to the midsection. Timing is a little off in this. Ooh, she just speared her through the ropes. Naomi spearing Tiffany to the outside, throwing in some big shots. Say, Naomi pounding away. Tiffany on the outsides into the barricades. What time is it? Tiffy time, Tiffy time, Tiffy time. Catches Naomi. Naomi gets thrown into the timekeeper's area. Ashley said, correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't triple threats anything goes? Yeah. Yep. Anything goes. You can't really have rules in a triple threat. Shot coming in there by Bayley. It is just an anything goes night tonight, isn't it, really? Denise said, I'm just wondering, what do you think about JoJo coming back and being a part of the Wyatt Six as an advisor? She could be the bride. Like Wyndham was the leader and JoJo was his wife. I'd like that. I'd like that. I wouldn't have a problem with JoJo being involved. I think that would be fun. I wouldn't want to be seeing her wrestle. She's not a wrestler, so I wouldn't be looking to get her involved in matches. But as you said, like an advisor, like what's this? Bit of twerking going on by Naomi. Yeah, I'd be down for that. I'd be down for that. I think there would be a clamor for that bride to wrestle, though. People would like to see that character compete, you know? That would be the only concern, but JoJo is like a not a higher power, but like, as you said, an advisor. Nice split lead moonsault there by Naomi. So Denise, shout out to you. Dad Stuff said, I think that Bayley needs a new entrance song, one that the people would sing along to. Shinsuke and Seth, and get rid of the role model thing. Oh my god. My laptop just shut down. I think it ran out of power. Give me 1 sec. Ah! I never claimed to be good at this, you know. I never claimed to be a good YouTuber. Although we have already hit 1,000 likes, so well done. Well done, us. Hope everyone's well. Hope everyone's having a good time. The match is still underway at the moment. It's really good. Best match I've ever seen. I wonder if I can get it on here, actually. And I have just run up the stairs, so now I'm knackered as well. France. Do we want to watch the kickoff show again? I don't think so. Okay, we're still underway with the action. Bayley looking for the cover, but shoulder up there by Tiffany. Oh my God. I don't want the sound coming through. There we go. Oh, I could just watch it here, actually. Guys, why are you always rushing me? No, this it always defaults to Spanish. Always defaults to Spanish. Anytime I turn it on. There we go, English. So Bayley is in the corner. Go F the doll that you've got tied up in your mummy's basement, says Mrs. Trini. Is this the... dudes. I forgot to plug it in. Do you know what I mean? Jesus. It's a simple mistake. Bayley looking for the cover to shoulder up there by Naomi. These two are at completely different places. Now we're on the out. I don't even know which one I should be watching. They're at two different places. Which is the more recent one? They're in two completely different places. Right now I've got Tiffany. She's got Bayley. She's about to Alabama slam her onto the commentary table. And she did. Now she throws Naomi back in the ring. She's got Bayley. She's going to throw her back in the ring. 1, 2, Tiffany. I don't even know which one I'm meant to be watching. Bayley to belly connects. Bayley. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Was this the more recent one then? Oh, Naomi and Bayley working together. Right. What are you watching? We just got a 1D. I think it's this one then. I think it's this one if it was a 1D. Okay, so I think this one is like really behind. Shots coming in by Bayley. Right now I've got Naomi and I've got Bayley. They're going at it at the moment. So shots coming in there by Bayley and Naomi. Going back and forth. 3D is the most recent. Thank you. Okay, kick coming in, roll through there by Naomi. She's going for the cover too. Well, I wonder if I should just watch it this way then. The picture's a lot better as well. Bayley manages to get the pin on Naomi. They were going back and forth. Look at the mark on Bayley. Bayley retains. Oh, there was an awful lot in that match, wasn't there? Yeah, it turns out it is this one that's more up to date. And we figured that out literally just as the match ended. So good work, us. Well done. I don't think we could have botched that match any more than we did. Although, what I will say is, oh my god, this one is so far behind. That must be, I don't know. I wonder if that's something to do with my laptop, maybe? The picture quality here is amazing. Honestly, you wouldn't believe what it looks like on the laptop. It's like 280p. Here we're hitting like 720. I mean, we're living like kings. Naomi taps Bayley on the shoulder, gives her a big hug. There's some big spots in that match, some big Alabama slams. Looks like Bayley's picked up a few knocks. So Bayley retains. Richard said, do you think Blair Davenport will join Damage Control? I don't think so. I think they're pretty much full, aren't they? They've got 4 women. Don't think they need to go to 5. Tongaloa has returned to WWE a few years ago. He was under the name Camacho, says Gordon. Kappa Owen said, I love Naomi and Bayley. I love that they love the ending. Maybe it's a delay between the feeds. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, to be perfectly truthful with you, whenever I watch it on my laptop, the picture quality is atrocious. It's really rubbish. But I just bear with it. Like, whatever. I'm just so used to it now. I've put it on here, and the picture quality is amazing. It's amazing. It's like HD. So it's a lot better, and it's a lot more up to date. So I don't know, man. This might be the future. I'm not sure. I don't know how I feel. I've never watched it on the same computer I stream out of because of fear of it disrupting the stream. Okay, so we're just seeing what happened earlier in the night. Obviously, earlier in the night, we had the arrival of Tongaloa. A big win for the Bloodline. Look at Tongaloa staring at Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman just like doesn't know what to do. There's Jey Uso. Yeet. Oh, here's Solo. Solo. Tongaloa. Tamatonga. Walking past Jay. Is Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman shaking his head. Sweating profusely, isn't he? Just don't. Just don't. Just don't. Just don't. Yeet, yeet, yeet. So it's going to be Jay coming up next. Paul Heyman. This is getting spicy. Could we see Jacob Fatu interfere? I think now that we've had Tongaloa, I'm thinking no, right? Now that we've had Tongaloa arrive, I think that's all the arrivals, other than maybe Wyatt 6 at the end of the show. That's obviously what people are hoping for. So we've got Damian. Video package right now. Oh, I didn't even change the graphic over because, again, I am a brilliant YouTuber. So, Damian versus Jay. Jay, Mr. Yeet Uso. Right, I love what they're doing, setting up. The Bloodline said Snoop Coop, and it makes it even better that Paul Heyman is a part of it. So, Tongaloa intimidates Heyman. Then we also had Solo, Tonga, and Tama walk I'm going to say menacingly past Jey. Right, does anyone else think maybe Jacob could come to help Jey Uso rather than attack him, says Sherry? Yeah, could go that way. I just don't know that we're going to keep bringing people in. I mean, we know that Jacob's on the way, but would you really bring him in on a show where we've already had Tonga Loa debut and potentially the Wyatt 6 later in? That's a lot of debuts, isn't it? That's a lot of debuts. Do you think of the Uncle Howdy? What do you think of the Uncle Howdy stuff? Buns dude, shout out to you. I like it. I think it would be good if it was a little more concrete. That's something I would enjoy. I think that kind of, you know, the latest tease told us to Bo leave and everything. It's like, maybe I'm not quite understanding, but if that's a tease that this is connected to Bo Dallas, I feel like we knew that weeks and weeks and weeks ago. Like the very first time we heard Nightbird, we all went, Uncle Howdy, right? So the fact that it's telling us to Bo leave, I don't know, I do look at that and I'm like, okay, that's cool, but we know that this is Bo Dallas. But this is what I'm saying, maybe I'm not quite getting it. Perhaps they're telling us that Bo Dallas is coming as well. Perhaps it's not just Uncle Howdy that's coming. Perhaps that was a clue that Bo Dallas is coming as well. So he will be Bo, but when he needs to use his fiend, his darkness, he will become Uncle Howdy. So, yeah, I think it's quite interesting. But I wish there was a little bit more concrete, you know? A little bit more like we knew who was a part of it, and like maybe a different identity got revealed with it every clue, you know? But it's just minor criticism, just a minor little thing, that's all. It's been great. You know, the QR codes have been very deep and very satisfying. Here's the French fans. Oh, there's Jey in the crowds. So Jey isn't coming out through the entranceway. He is in the crowd with the people. And look at the scene. Look at that shot. Absolutely incredible. Look at that shot right there. So, that is amazing, isn't it? The shot of all the fans doing that. That is amazing. Sign in the crowd says, thank you, Triple H. Jey Uso having to really fight his way through the fans to get down to the ring. Yeah, man, these fans are so up for it. Right, let's end this poll so that we can get the results of the poll. So 46, 34, 16, and 2. Okay, so that's got a great rating. It's got a great rating of 62%. There we go. Very good. Defcon said, I believe in Joe Hendry in a TNA WWE collusion confirmed. Jey on the edge of the ring. Carlin, 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, my friend, says, have an amazing stream tonight, Daze. Well, shout out to you, buds. It's been a lot of fun so far. And actually, it was a blessing in disguise not having this laptop plugged in, because it's just opened my eyes to a whole new world. A whole new world of high definition for me. Even when we're losing, we're winning. That's what it's about. I've never seen anything like this, says Corey Graves, and it is absolutely incredible. He was laughing his head off. He was like, I have never seen anything like this. So he's got his Yeet glasses on. They're still going, man. It is scenes. He is a 10-time tag team champion. It will tonight be his night. You can see why they've done this entrance. Here's Damian Priest then. So, obviously, wherever Damian Priest goes, Judgment Day probably not far behind. Mike said Bloodline story itself is good stuff, and they have now split from the championships. So WWE is running good championship stories and faction stories. It's effing brilliant, says Mike. Dark Knight said, I know I've said this before, but these fans wouldn't be like this if they had it week in, week out for years. Also, France is easy to get to, so it could be that there's multiple countries there that are representing. Mike said the French folks are yeeted. Hassam said, will John Cena show up? He has been spotted. Well, there are a few rumors that he is around. I think there's a good chance of seeing him. I mean, there's only 5 matches on this card. We're at match number 3. We've been live for an hour and 15 minutes. If each match gets half an hour, you still would think there'd be a little time for a little something. But then saying that, if we're getting the Wyatt 6, that might be the little something. So Damian Priest making his way down to the ring, holding up that World Heavyweight Championship. Damian Priest against Jey Uso. That match coming up now for the championship. Jey Uso could turn this title reign into a complete disaster for Damian Priest. Miss Trini said, no matter how awesome the French fans are, the French also suck, and we do need to accept this fact. It is a harsh truth. Alex said, Daze, I was unaware till now Tanga Loa was Camacho and teamed with Hunico a few years ago. Why was this not more known knowledge? I think because it wasn't that important, to be honest. They were never the biggest stars, were they? And he got a lot of success over in New Japan, so just don't think it's ever really come up. Don't think it's ever been a factor. Right, here's Jey getting his intro. We've got these, like, I think these are like the 8K cameras. Lots of yeeting. Representing the Judgment Day. Damian Priest looks great, doesn't he? He does look great. He is the closest thing we've got to The Undertaker right now. Damian Priest holding up that World Heavyweight Championship. He's always looked and sounded the part. But can they now put on a banger? I got to admit, I looked at this match and I was like, oh, I'm not sure I see this being a banger. But can they put on a banger? CGI championship belt. Apparently they are pulling back on the CGI stuff, but we've seen plenty of it on this show. Damian Priest, Jey Uso. Jey Uso is over by the ropes. And he does the hand gesture. And again, he's just, he's like, hang on, let me do this side. Yeets. Let me do over here. Yeets. Dial in, Jey. You gotta dial in. Gotta be serious. Yeets. This is a World Heavyweight Championship match, Jey. He's trying to do a big one. Oh, and he gets caught. Shots coming back there by Jey. We are underway. Jey goes into the corner, duck underneath, shot coming in there by Jey, and again. Crowd yeeting away every time Jey throws in a shot. Jey goes over the other side, up over the top, backs up a little bit as Damian Priest comes over. He goes back to the yeet thing. Don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of feel like this is a world heavyweight championship match, and you've got Jey like treating it like a house show. Jey goes over against the ropes and Damian's on the outside. It must be a hard thing, though, because this crowd is so vocal, so passionate. It must be a hard thing to ignore. Like, every time you do something with them, they respond so loud. It must be a hard thing to just be like, right, I need to dial in now to trying to win a world heavyweight champion. He drives Jey into the barricades. Damian Priest with a big shot. No screens or anything. I know we probably could have mentioned that earlier, but no screens on the LED panels on the ring posts or around the ring apron. No screens either on the barricades. We've seen that before at PLEs where they put, like, sponsors and everything. I don't know why. I mean, they have got screens in France, you know. We would have that technology over here in Europe. So Damian Priest backing up a little bit as Jey crawling over to the other side. Damian Priest very much in control right now. And he's looking to charge over. Kappa Owens said, all stay seated for bondage, Undertaker. He lays down Jey Uso and he does the yeet thing. Gerald, shout out to you, my friends. Gerald, I hope you are well. Gerald says, hello from Hawaii. Well, joke's on you, Gerald, because you might be in Hawaii, but I'm in Telford. So, who's really winning? Hey? It's definitely you. Love your content. Do you think Jacob Fatu will align with Roman to truly set him up later as a solo performer, as a Samoan werewolf that would equal money? Well, I think it's very difficult, to be honest, because at the moment you've got Gorillas of Destiny, Solo, and we know that Rock's going to be on the team opposite to Roman. So it would look like Rock, Solo, Gorillas of Destiny to me. And then on the other sides, you've got Jimmy and Roman. So a lot of people obviously would say, well, you bring Jey back in, and that makes sense. You've got the Usos together then. But you're still a person down. So do you go and get Sami? You know, that would be fun to go and get Sami Zayn. But we know we need to squeeze Jacob Fatu into this somewhere. I don't think you bring Jacob in and don't involve him. I mean, this is the bloodline. It's all about family. It would be a bit strange to bring in Jacob Fatu and have him away from the bloodline story. You could do it. You know, technically Nia is part of that family. Naomi is very much part of that family. They're not a part of the story. But for Jacob to come in and not be part of this would be very strange. So I don't know, if Jacob comes in and costs Jey, then that puts him on the heel side. So how many people are we having? I mean, if you're going to do 5-on-5, you could do it. You could do Usos, Sami, Roman, but you've still got a gap. Usos, Sami, Roman, that would give you 4. And then on the other side, Rock, Jacob, Solo, Gorillas of Destiny. It's difficult, though, isn't it? Difficult. I feel like Jacob's a heel. Jacob strikes me as a heel. Don't know that he strikes me as a face. Jacob and Solo would be amazing. Usos, Gorillas of Destiny would be amazing. Rock, Roman would be amazing. So maybe Jacob joins up with Roman and it just makes things simple. Are you 4-on-4, you know? Because it makes sense, doesn't it? Gorillas of Destiny, Usos, oh my god, amazing. Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu. Oh my god, amazing. Rock versus Roman. Oh my god, amazing. So it does work if you put Jacob with Roman. But I'm not expecting Roman to be back anytime soon. Don't expect him to be back tonight. Don't expect him to be back for King and Queen of the Ring. Don't expect him to be back at Clash at the Castle. I expect him to be back in the build to SummerSlam. So, I don't know. Do you bring Jacob in before Roman returns? Jacob, Usos against Solo and Gorillas of Destiny. Gerald, you've got, again, you've got my juices flowing, Gerald, but then you usually do your little minks. And I hope you are well over in Hawaii. I hope the weather's not too bad for you, mate. All that sunshine and coconuts. 1, 2, and kick out there by Jay. JD McDonough came down. JD McDonough getting involved. So the Funko Pop making his presence felt. I think Jacob will end up standing with Roman and the Usos versus the MFT bloodline, said Mrs. Trini. Carrie said, someone showed Paul Heyman in that War Games fight about a week ago. I was looking or scrolling. Someone showed Paul Heyman in that War Games fight. They also have Zilla and Jeremiah, said Serious Gaming. Oh, there's loads of Usos. Big splash there by Jay. 1, 2, and shoulder up there by Damian. Justin said the only flaw in the theory is that Jay's on Raw and the rest that are on SmackDown. It is true. We said earlier, though, that's not a big barrier. It might be a barrier in the early stages, but you can always do a trade. We saw that with Jey and Kevin Owens. They were traded over last year, so you can do a trade. We have seen superstar shakeups before. We've also seen it where Raw superstars just rock up to SmackDown, so... But it would be a strange thing to do in the short term, considering we've just done a draft. You would think, why not just move Jey to SmackDown? Shot coming in, forearm strike there by Damian. Jey trying to get back up to his feet. It is a slower pace, this. Shot there by Jey. He pushes Damian. Forearm strike there by Damian. Hard to follow the carnage that we've had. We had an amazing opening match. Women's match was clunky. You know, it was a little bit off in places. Still had some big moments, though. Shot coming. Oh, big strike there by Jey. Damian Priest with a big right hand. He fires back. Super kick coming in there by Jey. Damian Priest comes over. He throws in a forearm strike. Jey with a kick. Damian against the ropes. Big boot coming back. Down goes Jey. So next match after this is surely to be the Kabuki Warriors, of course, taking on Jade and Bianca. Then, of course, got our main event coming up after that. That's going to be Cody Rhodes taking on AJ Styles. I think the question for me isn't so much, do we see Jacob? I'm leaning towards no now. But the question, my mind is really starting to flip over to, do we see the Wyatt 6? Up on the shoulders, he's got Jey up, and the Razor's Edge connects. Damian comes over. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I don't think they should change brands too often, and last minute, as people pay good money to book tickets and hotels to see people that they specifically want to see, says Dort Knight. That's fair point. Man City have murdered Wolves 5-1, says James. Marie said, I've tagged you in a video of Kevin Owens helping himself to a banana. I saw that on the kickoff show, yes. CBF Music said WWE could have Tama, Tanga, and maybe Sun as the new MFT faction, like the Shields. Right now we've got Jey over by the ropes trying to get back up to his feet as Damian is trying to come behind him. Jey getting back up to his feet. Damian coming over, grabs Jey, looking for the choke slam. Can't get it. Duck underneath, against the ropes. Spear by Jey. 1, 2, and shoulder up by Damian. That didn't feel like it was going to end the match, but the fans were excited. What are all the factions on Raw? I don't know. Honestly, since the draft has happened, I don't quite know the rosters. I know most people stayed where they are, but haven't quite got my head around it yet. This is the Walmart version of Undertaker versus Roman Reigns. Very good. It is the Walmart version of Undertaker Roman Reigns. Jey Uso is up. Here's Finn Balor. Balor gets super useless. Finn Balor trying to interfere. He ended up getting super kicked. Clothesline by Damian Priest. Yeah, I don't think Priest knows, but he's going for the chokeslam. Big chokeslam connects. Jey is down. Damian, 1, 2. Shoulder up by Jey. Undercover manager said Damian's gear is giving me Bam Bam Bigelow tribute kind of vibes. Does anyone else see that? I'm not quite getting it. I mean, there are flames on it, I suppose. But I don't know that I'm getting Bam Bam vibes. Damian is down in the center of the ring. Gerald, shout out to you, said the next chess piece for WWE is for them to sign would be the youngest member, Zilla. On a different note, why does Damian's gear remind me of Kiss's Gene Simmons? We should run a competition of what does Damian's gear remind you of? Kick to the side of the head by Damian. Jey goes down. Is this the beginning of the end? Is this the beginning of the end? Damian's fine, man. Jey trying to get back up to his feet. Oh, another big kick by Damian. One more time. Jey down in the center of the ring. Damian looking to throw in another kick. Twisting over. Super kick comes back by Jey. Damian against the ropes. Another super kick there by Jey. Third one for the road. Damian flopping all over the place. He goes back into the corner. Jey charging over. Kick coming into Damian. Against the ropes goes Jey. Spear there by Jey. Jey going to the outside. The French fans are cheering him on. Jey up top. Frog splash connects. 1, 2. And JD McDonough puts the foot on the rope. JD McDonough. Someone has got to do something about this guy, says Corey Graves. So JD puts Damian's foot on the rope to make the save. There's a whole chant that has broken out for JD McDonough. Finn Balor is back up on his feet as well. We knew that Judgment Day would interfere in this. FUJD is the chant. So, Gerald, shout out to you. Yeah, who else could they go and get? Through the ropes, Jey collides into JD. He's on the outside of the ring right now, charging over. Spear there to Finn. Jey Uso's just splashes, spears, super kicks, isn't he? Over against the ropes goes Damian. Jey comes down on that top rope. Damian coming over. He's got Jey. Damian going up to that middle rope. He's going to look to choke slam. He's going to choke slam Jey from the top. Oh, huge! Huge choke slam. Jey's planted. 2, 3, and it's a win for Daman Priest. So, huge choke slam. So, choke slam from the middle rope. I think he might not have wanted the help. Well, he got it. It is true. They have very much helped JD and Balor. Oh, wow. He grabs Balor and he grabs JD. No, he's saying no. Damian grabs Finn Balor by the face. He's done. It's enough. So Damian lashes out at JD and Finn. So I don't think he knew that they were getting involved in the match. And he didn't want them involved in the match. So they were beating up Jey after. And that is not what Damian wanted. It's interesting, that is. That's clearly going to build to a split. And Damian against Finn for the title. That could be a lot of fun. That could be a lot of fun. Let's see what you thought about this match. It feels to me like it was the weakest offering so far, but how does it feel to you? Gerald says Damian has to retain so that they can set kicking him out of Judgment Day with the intent of setting a program between Damian and Finn. Remember, Finn got screwed by Damian when he had his shot. It's an excellent point, Gerald. It's an excellent point. Got to keep an eye on... Oh, QR codes! QR codes! QR codes! Nightpads! QR code just dropped! So what's that QR code gonna say? Oh my god, please say tonight. Please say tonight. Please say tonight. Don't say we'll see you next month. Ugh. WC Gaming said, I think Damian actually had a good showing tonight. So, WC Gaming, shout out to you. Get voting away. What did you think of that match? You can vote on screen right now. Gerald Davis, thank you so much for the support, my friends. Love from Telford to Hawaii forever. And a big thank you to everyone that's joining us. But obviously, there was a QR code. It flashed up on screen. People saying that they missed it. Did anyone get a chance to scan it? New QR codes. I've got it here. Oh, look, this boomer's in the ring. It's one of the French commentators. There's the code. Français. Mr. Fatu. There's 2 sound clips. Port Overture. Port Overture. That's got to be a place to look into, hasn't it? It's the phone call. Oh, is it? It's the phone call. The largest gate of any arena show in WWE history. What? Largest gates of any arena show in WWE history. That is mental. That's a record I hope never gets broken. Because how do you think they're breaking that record? They're flipping charging us more and more money every show. Right. Kabuki Warriors versus Bianca and Jade. It says the time for secrets has come to an end. Good. Right, what's this?
You think you're so close to finding him, but you don't even know what you're looking for. He's not what you think. He just wants to help. That's all he's ever wanted. He opens up his arms and makes you feel like you matter. Like you belong. He doesn't change you. He reminds you. He wants to know, why did you forget about them? He says he opened the door, and the time of secrets has come to an end.
Thank you. No, no, don't.
Think you're so
Oh my God. I think I'm so what?
close to finding him.
Yeah, I do actually. What's this one?
Do you know the story of the shepherd and the lost sheep? The shepherd left 99 others to search for the one sheep that had gone.
Is that Stephen Hawking? Is that Stephen? Do you remember him? He's back. Oh my God. Stephen Hawking is part of Nightbirds? That is sick.
Do you know the story of the shepherd and the lost sheep? The shepherd left 99 others to search for the one sheep that had gone missing. He rejoiced when he found it. But what happened when my precious sheep went missing? None of you cared. Their families didn't care. Their friends didn't care. You let the darkness take them. Left them shackled in hell all alone. But I set them free. They are my family now. And we will do anything to protect our family. I can't wait for you to see what they've become. It's beautiful.
So he's talking about sheep and talking about which makes you think Rowan. And I can't wait for you to see what we've become. It's beautiful. You know, none of you cared and all that stuff. So I think this definitely implies that Rowan is on his way back, you know? I think definitely implies that. Interesting that they have chosen to present that audio clip this way and not through the phone call, you know? There's the Prime Hydration Station for all you Prime stands. Niall said you can highlight the black in between the messages. I've tagged you on Twitter. Niall, thank you, my friends. Give me a second so that I can just record the scores from Damian Priest and Jey Uso. Got a very good score, actually. Very good score. It's still in the great category. Great 59%. So the three matches so far tonight. Match 1, great 91%. Match 2, great 62%. And match 3, great 59%. Those are the bring back heel doink. Those are the scores so far. Okay, Bianca making her way down to the ring. Jake said, it does not sound like they're coming tonight. I know. I agree. I know. I'm on my own against the world. The EST. So Bianca's made her way down to the ring, and we are just waiting for Jade Cargill. A storm is coming. The number has a new message, and it is creepy. What, the number, if you call it, has got a new message. Zenith. Is Jade then in red, looking stunning, looking about as fabulous as I do. Jade Cargill making her way down to the ring. The French are actually an insane crowd. We need to one-up them at the next pay-per-view in the UK, said Goshima. Hate all you want. Well, I don't hate you. I ain't got a problem with you, love. Don't come looking at me. There's no issue here. So, Jade Cargill on the edge of the ring. Lights go out. QR code of Backlash is quite creepy when you listen to it. Call that number as well. It's crazy. New QR code led to this. It has a voice message in English and in French. No, it doesn't. Does it? I didn't have a voice message in French. Apparently, ports averts is French for open door. So, port avert is French for open door. That's what it means. Also, in between the letters, it says, "You did this. You did this. You did it." They really don't seem like they're coming back friendly, do they? They really don't seem like they're coming back all happy with us. They seem really upset with us, and it wasn't even our fault. We didn't flip and let them go. Again, unless maybe they're not talking to us. Perhaps they're talking to someone else. You did this. Ian is in the source code. What have we got in the source code? Sneaky, sneaky, Penfold 200. No. Sneaky, sneaky, Penfold 200. Hang on, wasn't Penfold the person that found that? Wasn't Penfold the person that found the... Let's have a look. I'm sure Penfold was the person that found that, called that number. Yeah? No way! That is... No! That's weird! Oh my god, that's weird! In the source code, it says sneaky, sneaky Penfold 200, and it was Penfold 200 that told us about that number. Oh my god, they're watching everything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Penfold, are you safe? Penfold! I'm actually stuck. Are you safe, Penfold? Isn't it Penfold from Danger Mouse? No, it's... Oh my god. That is such a good workout for my triceps, what I just did then. But, yeah, how weird is that? Oh my god. I'm kind of scared now, said Theodore. I know, yeah, they're watching us. What's going on? Can I just say, I think that Nightbird's been perfect. You know how I said I wish they were a little bit more concrete? I don't mean that at all. I think it's perfect. Everything's been perfect. So good. And you know what? I think they're right to be angry with us as well. I've said this all along. It probably was our fault. I blame me as well, actually, now I think about it. Now I've had time to think about it. I think it was my fault. I think they're right to be angry. WWE have cooked. I just noticed, where is EO Sky? Oh my god, that is freaky. Sneaky, sneaky Penfold 200. Oh my god, Penfold, where are you? Where are you, Penfolds? Where are you, Penfolds? That's freaky. Right, shillings. We need to read the rest of it. Shillings in a guinea, standard TCP IP port number for FTP. What does that mean? Oh my god, what does that mean? I don't know what all these things mean. I'm just hoping that one of our community members is still alive. Right, we are underway with Bianca and Jade's. Sneaky, sneaky. Where is Penfold's? I want to click on Penfold. I want to see what Penfold's got to say about it, man. Imagine that. Imagine you found something to do with, like, this thing. You discovered something, and then your name ends up in the source codes. Oh my god. Sneaky, sneaky Penfold 200. I wonder if him finding that meant that they changed it. I wonder if they changed it. I wonder if the plan was to use the number, and then because he discovered it 24 hours early, they were like, nah, we gotta do something different. And then they put his name in the source codes. I can't get over that. We've seen this before where people on Reddit have been trying to work things out. And during White Rabbit, their usernames have appeared in the source codes. We've seen this happen before. But, crazy. Right, Kyrie, to the outsides. I just noticed that Bianca has a massive bruised left pec. That's these bits, isn't it? Right, I'm on it. You leave that to me, mate. Let me get the old camera open. Left pec, you say? Just zooming in. Hang on, in a second. This is for medical purposes. Thank you. Mattel might need pictures if they're going to do... You know, like how when Cody injured his pec, they did a figure. Mattel might do a figure, so we need to be all over this. So I'm just going to get some... just going to get some pictures. Okay, I can't actually... joking, I can't see an issue. 1, 2, kick out. Everyone, look at Bianca's boobs, please, for medical reasons. Right, crowd are chanting away. I haven't actually ended that poll, have I? I need to, otherwise this is going to get very confusing. Slap her bottom. It looks really bad. Does it? Well, something just went flying out of her gear. I think, like, her ring gear's falling apart. So we might see more of that pec than we thought we were going to in a second. Kick coming in there by Asuka. Asuka on her feet, going over. Looking to tag in Kyrie. Kyrie coming in. And over into the corner goes Bianca. Asuka goes over. She collides into Bianca. Bianca goes down. Bianca down. Asuka stepping through the ropes. Collides into Bianca. Kyrie looking to go up top. So this is our co-main event. We've only got one more match after this. Looking for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Bianca. Kyrie throwing in a shot. I do love heel Kyrie. She's a lot of fun. Okay, so she goes for the cover there on Bianca. She goes back into the corner. Asuka going up top. So Gerald said, I just realized that Jade's entrance is the same one used by Glacier in WCW. They've got that same from Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero. That's true, actually. That's a good point. Perhaps they're getting all their current booking ideas from like mid-90s WCW. 1, 2, kick out there by Asuka. Oh, kick to the midsection by Asuka. She really threw that in as well. Bianca goes down to one knee. Jade still on the outside of the ring. I feel so sorry for Bianca. She has to do all this work and then eventually she'll make the hot tag and it'll be Jade that gets all the love. It's cruel, man. This is so cruel to Bianca. Yeah, well, we're going to do a 10-minute match. You'll do 8 minutes. We're going to make you look really weak, and then we want you to tag in Jade, and she'll get the win. Yeah. Bianca trying to go over, trying to reach over, but Jade gets knocked from the edge of the ring there by Kyrie. Kyrie laughing away. I'm strong, says Kyrie. JPville said in the source code it says shillings in a guinea, 21 shillings or 1.05 pounds. What does that mean? When I think of guineas and shillings, I think of money. Now, shillings and guineas was a form of payment back in ye olden days. But what's that got to do with anything? 1, 2, Bianca kicks out. Slap her bottom. I love this chant. I dreamed of this my whole life. Gaston Big Man. What does that mean? That's a French wrestler that we have never had. Gaston Big Man? Oh, mate. I'd be such a stan for Gaston Big Man. Gaston Big Man. He'd be like the leveled up Big Boss Man. Bianca trying to get back up to her feet. She's got Asuka on her shoulders. Looks like Kyrie is tagged in. She grabs the leg of Asuka. Asuka goes down. Kick coming in there by Asuka. She grabs Bianca. Kyrie is ready. She goes over into the corner. Kyrie jumps over, rolls through, charges over, grabs the hair of Bianca. Backlash events are predictable, said Robert. That was awkward, said Kusu. That's an Uncle Howdy tease if you've not seen it, said Asaya. We saw the QR codes. Sis, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Over the top. Oh, look at that. Springboard crossbody there by Jade. Oh, my God. She went for a clothesline. Asuka ducked underneath, but Kyrie didn't. She just sort of got clipped a little bit. Alex said, have you had anything adventurous to eat as of late? Well, I tried Wendy's Baconator. That was pretty adventurous. We don't have them here. It was lovely. Enjoyed it. I had... What else did I have? Tried a moon pie. That wasn't great. Wasn't a fan of that. I never got round to having a corn dog, so I need to try and find one in the UK. There must be a corn dog in the UK somewhere. So I need to find a corn dog. Tried grits. Are they soft? Are grits soft? I always thought they were hard. But I tried grits. I can't say I was taken with them, but I don't think I had a good example of them. I might not have even had... They were cheese grits, but it was all like soft. Don't know. Not what I was expecting. What did I have that I enjoyed? Oh, I had a Blizzard from Dairy Queen. Now that's good. That's, you know what I mean? It's very much like ice cream, but it was nice. Big boot coming in there by Jade. Ah! Oh, spinning back fist by Kyrie. Spinning back fist by Asuka. Lots of quick strikes. Oh, no. Oh my God. Another big shot. Those shots, man, they look brutal. Oh my God. Kyrie. No tag. You're not the legal woman, Kyrie. Silly Billy. So she went to put on a submission holds. So referees like, Kyrie, no. Kyrie doesn't know what to do, man. Kyrie got told, you're not the legal woman. So she naturally went into an armbar. I love the idea of her thinking, oh, I'm not legal. I'll just submit her instead then. It's like, no, you don't get this, love. You're not legal. That's like going in and trying to buy a bottle of whiskey and they say you're not old enough and you go, well, okay, can I just have some beer then? Can I have some beer instead then? I won't have the hard stuff. I'll just have a little bit of alcohol. It's like, no, you're not old enough. Kick coming in there by Jade. Asuka goes down. The source code in French is open door. The source code? Do you mean the URL? The source code is when you have to like go into all the, the language of the website. What am I thinking of? Java. There we go. That'll do. There's a few in there. There's Java. There's loads. Right, Ronnie said there are 21 shillings in a guinea. Oh, okay. Trying to figure out the significance of that. 21 shillings in a guinea. Does anyone know if Nightbird has played in the arena yet? I don't believe so. I've not been tagged in anything. Okay, so right now we've got Asuka and we've got Jade's both being put in submission holds. They both power up the Kabuki Warriors, slam them down, and they both collapse down. Jay Villa said, what if Uncle Howdy and Alexa interrupt during the women's match? Alexa last lost against Bianca. Joe Gacy is asking 6 minutes ago, where am I? It's worth noting, but I don't know. I've got my blanket standard rule, which is if something gets teased online, I never believe it. Sorry, wrong URL in that post. The correct URL is ports avert, which we think is open door. Shot coming in there by Jades. Ooh, little oh my God, they absolutely oh my God, poor Kairi Sane. Wow, 1, 2, oh, shoulder up there by Kairi. She just got absolutely face planted, mate. Absolutely face planted. Yeah, I can't believe that they weren't able to put her away there. Asuka has got Jade, hurling Jade into the ring steps. Roll up by Kairi, kick out there by Bianca. Bianca, spine buster to Kairi. Bianca charging over. Oh, shoulder first into the ring post. Tag being made. Asuka getting into the ring. Kairi Sane is going up top. Beginning of the end here for Bianca. Insane elbow. So Jade makes the save. Oh, crazy. Kick coming into the midsection. Oh, kick coming back there by Jade. Kyrie in the corner. Oh, gets caught. Oh, picked up. Flip round on the shoulders. Oh my God, look at this. Amazing work by Joe. Oh my God, give her the belts. Give her the belts. It was like watching a transformer, like KOD. Go! Asuka planted on top of Kyrie. Surely Bianca with the pin. New women's tag champs. She was like, new women's tag team champions. Let's go, man. Let's go. That was non-stop action. Do you know what? This isn't the biggest card, but it has been fun. And now we've got new and new. Boom. In the source code, it said, sneaky, sneaky Penfold 200. I know, my friends. We featured it on Unseen last night from Penfolds. So, I'm really excited for Penfold. I'm really pleased for Penfold. It's really great when you get, I've said this before, when you get fans that are really into something, like everyone's into Nightbirds. When you get fans that get that sort of recognition in the source codes, like, that's so cool. They did it before with, like, Reddit, when some people in, like, the Reddit thing had some theories, and they had their usernames put in the source code, and they were freaking out about it. So I hope that Penfolds... I haven't seen Penfold posts anything, so I hope... I'd love to see Penfold, like, going, oh my God, you know? I can't believe it. I'm freaking out type thing. Right, it's look at Jade and Bianca embrace. They're so gonna turn on each other. So there we go, Jade and Bianca. We've got new women's tag team champions. One match until we see the return, said Fiona's. The ref ruined that match. Mercedes over Jade, said Puff Dutch. Joe Gacy tweeted, where am I? Did you see Gacy's post? I did. I've got this blanket rule where if people send something like that, I just never believe them. Not always, but just a lot. I would say the majority of the time, if someone teases something, it never goes that way. So the fact that he's doing that makes me wonder, like, I don't know. But then, word on the street is that he is expected to join the main roster soon. That was a report that came out. Did we feature that in Unseen? I think we did, actually. We covered a lot in Unseen, actually. It's good to be back. We'll do another of those tonight. Right, Ronnie has found it. 21 is significant in the QR source code. The king and queen of the ring is 21 days away. Oh, no! Oh, we're not going to get them tonight. Oh. Oh. All of you hating Cry Fickle fans. Oh, hello, what's going on? Guys, please don't be Cry Fickle fans. Oh, is it people down on Jade and Bianca winning? Is that happening? WrestleMania announcement later tonight. King and Queen of the Ring. Oh, we might not get him tonight. What is the URL? It's apparently French for open door. Can I get a summary of the highlights so far? Yes. We got a QR codes. And in the source codes, it's It said sneaky, sneaky Penfold 200, and that's the name of someone that found a clue early. That's the highlight so far. Nah, it's a good show, actually. The opening match was crazy. I mean, we've had Tonga Loa arrive, who is Tama Tonga's brother. They were the Gorillas of Destiny in New Japan. And so now the Bloodlines took another turn. So they won because of that. Then we had the women. Bayley retained. Then we had Damian and Jey. Jey lost thanks to outside interference by JD and Finn, but Damian didn't know, and he was not happy about it after. And then we've just had new. Oh, first round women's tournament. Zoe Stark against Ivy Nile. Shayna Baszler taking on Zelina Vega. Lyra Asuka. Oh, man. Lyra Asuka, Io, Natalia. Oh, I can't even... These are too fast. What the hell's this? Got all these first round matches that they're throwing out there. Drew Finn, Kofi Ray, Ricochet Elia. Oh my god. Gunther Sheamus. No, shut up. Gunther Sheamus. One of the best matches that we saw a couple of years ago. What's this? The G1. Jesus. Triple H is just in the kitchen cooking right now. He's just... What the? He's just living his best life, isn't he? Some of them matches, Lyra Asuka, some of them matches are insane. Right, we're backstage with AJ Styles. Oh, when are they coming tonight? Oh, I'm so upset that they might not be coming tonight. It's all ruined. Gerald said, women's dream match, Kyrie versus Asuka and Jade against Bianca at WrestleMania. Right, main event time. Is this going to end and us not get the Wyatt 6? Is that what's going to happen? Is it? Is it just semi-finals and finals? I would think so, yeah. I don't... to be honest with you, I was never a fan of, like, the tournament being any bigger than that. It's very hard for people to have, like, 3 good matches in a night. It's hard to have 2 good matches. It's hard to have 1 good match in a night. But to have 2 or 3 or whatever, it can become a bit of a slog, a bit of a chore. Matches, you just have to get through them. Just, you know, it's better to do the tournament on Raw and SmackDown. Honestly, it would be better if you had this massive pyramid of, like, matches and you work your way to the top. And you just kind of work your way through, and you can clearly see because then we could sit down and be like, right, this could go here, that could go there, they could face them, and then just do the semi-finals and the final at King and Queen of the Ring. Right, I need to refocus. Bianca and Jade's versus Asuka and Kyrie. New champs. New championes. Boom, 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 boom. I don't think there's a great surprise there with that, to be honest. I'm not surprised we've got new champions. If there is nothing more than a QR code tonight, it'll be wasted potential, says Shane Bacardi official. Sean, shout out to you. Triple H is a genius, said Dro. Is it 16 in the tournament or 8? I haven't heard them confirm anything. I like big tournaments. I just don't want all the matches or a lot of matches to be at the final show. Just because it's not, it doesn't make for better matches. Wow, that's got a good rate in that one. So it seems like people weren't crazy about that match. It's got a good 89%. I think that's the lowest rated match so far. The matches have kind of gone down. So the first one was great 91. Second was great 62. Third was great 59. And now we've just hit good 89. So it's been going down. So Bianca secures the pin. King and Queen matchups revealed. Some great matchups there. Absolutely brilliant matchups. I need to try and find them though, because when I do the review, I want to make sure I'm mentioning what they are. Gerald said, last chats, what's your opinion for the women to have a IC and US championship belt? Well, Gerald, I massively appreciate the support, my friends. My thoughts on it are we should do it. Go back a couple of years, I would have said no. And the only reason I would have said no is because I didn't think the rosters were really deep enough. You know, both shows had about 6 women on them. Now it feels like there's a lot more than that. And I think that there is a need, really. When you look at Naomi and you look at Tiffany and you look at Liv, you know, there's a lot of women that could really do with getting their hands on a mid-card title. And so I think there's a real argument for having a women's United States Women's IC. Yeah? You do have to balance it with the argument of there being too many belts. And that's a fair argument, in all fairness, you know. 2 women's world champions, 2 women's mid-card belts, 2 men's world champions, 2 men's mid-card belts, SmackDown or tag belts, Raw tag belts, women's tag belts, Speed Championship. Like, that is a lot of belts. And I haven't even included the NXT belts. So there is an argument about there being too many belts, but I definitely feel like we should do at least one. They should have a women's intercontinental. I'd do women's intercontinental over US. Jessica Carr is going to be the referee for this one. AJ Styles, Cody Rhodes, main event. There is someone else under the ring. Look at the apron. Jacob Fatu costing Jey the title. Look at the apron. Have a little look. Yeah, that is true. There is someone else under the ring, but I don't think they're going to be under the ring for the whole show. Okay, crowd are very vocal. You can see someone's hand sort of moving under the ring, but that's during the very first match. Do we really think someone's been under the ring throughout this whole show? Don't know, man. I think it'd make a lot more sense to have like some technicians going under, and then you just have someone slip under the ring. AJ has got that Macho Man 1999 plug. How he passing the P test, said Dick Togo. Do you know what? I saw a video of him and his workout regime. It's amazing. He swears by these cold plunges. So he actually, first thing he does is get into this big barrel of cold water. And he says, I hate it. I hate it. But he says nothing is better than when you get out. After being in like this cold dip, this cold plunge, there is no better feeling when you get out. And it's Cody. And he's absolutely shredded, isn't he? Absolutely shredded. Whoa! Mitchell said Judgment Day Styles. Judgment Day Jay Styles. Judgment Day Jay Styles. Okay, I've got you now. Judgment Day Jay Styles. Judgment Day Day. Could he go into Judgment Day? Could he be the new leader of Judgment Day? You know, like how Bullet Club keeps having different leaders. Could he be a leader of Judgment Day? Because I do think Judgment Day against Wyatt 6 makes sense. They're the biggest heel faction we've got, so... Do you have AJ join up with Judgment Day as a new leader after Damian is kicked out? That would be AJ and Finn Balor in the same group. I don't know about Dominic and JD McDonough. Maybe we could evolve that, maybe? I don't know. Okay, Cody has made his way down to the ring then. Main event time. We're 2 hours, 20 minutes into the show. It's absolutely flown. It really has. I mean, I feel like we're only just getting started. Gio DeFio has shared a picture here, look, of Seth having shaved his head. Look at that. Chatted with Seth. This is Combs Live. Chatted with Seth freaking Rollins and Becky Lynch at the Kentucky Derby. That's where they are. Look at him. He looks like a picnic table. God bless him. God bless him. So Cody is in the ring. Right, I would do a poll, but is there any doubt as to who's winning this? I'm honestly clueless as to when he's coming back because they're playing into him returning at Backlash so much. I'm hoping that's because the Roman numerals are under the female voice audio clip. It'll be Alexa returning at Saudi Arabia. Have I seen Roman numerals under a voice clip? VXXV. This is one of the file names for the audio clips. Oh, okay. So one of the file names for the audio clips is 525, and that is the date for King and Queen of the Ring. Oh. Oh, God. Deleth, thank you, my friends. It looks like I'm losing hope. When you right-click the audio... When you right-click on the audio player at the top of the screen, you can see it. I couldn't figure out how to save it onto a mobile, though. They're off. It's bouncing. Is it? Why is the cameraman bouncing as well? So as soon as Phenomenal was said, they were off. The American Nightmare. So that is Roman numerals 525. So maybe not until King of the Ring. Oh, so disappointed. Looks like King and Queen of the Ring then. Looks like unless they're throwing us off. Loud Cody chants. Should be a good match, but I'm expecting Cody to win, of course. The time for secrets has come to an end. France is mad, said Mark Firefly Forever. Days 21 could represent 9 o'clock hours, aka 9 p.m. 21 could be 9 o'clock, that's true. Couldn't it? It could. The crowd is wild. There needs to be a WrestleMania. This is fight. Hang on. We've got to do London first. I am not going to sit here and allow France to get a WrestleMania over the UK. It's not, I don't think so. I don't know where this energy was during World War II. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm saying. Congrats, Jessica. I don't know what we're congratulating Jessica on. Congratulations. I'm going to say it's a pregnancy. That's what it normally is. Right, these two are hooking up. And it is a main event feel. This, I mean, it is bouncing. It is absolutely bouncing right now. AJ and Cody in the corner. I can't tell. I can't tell if it's the cameraman doing it to really get across how bouncing it is, or if it is actually bouncing and the cameraman's like because like every time they cut to a certain cameraman, the camera's like going like this. Cody taking over AJ. So Cody has got AJ over and got him down, and AJ kick out there by Cody. AJ looking to get the leg of Cody. Cody goes over. To be honest, I think all the French need to go to a concert. That's what they really want. Let's go, Cody. AJ Styles. Let's go, Cody. AJ Styles. God, they don't get tired either, do they? They've been chanting and cheering all night. You'd imagine they'll be asleep. I'd be asleep by now. If I'd been like chanting and cheering all night like that, by this point I'd be like, cozying up. Time for a little nap. Nice head scissors. Alex said we want QR code info now. Well, it's looking bad, isn't it? It's looking like King and Queen of the Ring is what the streets are saying. And by the streets, I mean what people are tagging me in. Those are the streets. Crazy crowds. This is not a 10 out of 10 crowd. It's a 1,000 out of 10 crowd, said Nikki. Backlash started at 3 a.m. for me. Uncle Howdy returning is the only reason I'm watching. Oh my god. Penfold was in the source codes. I know. Crazy. I think Bo Dallas will return tonight. Why else would the QR codes have the SmackDown preview and Cody and AJ in it? AJ is wearing Judgment Day colors, said Dominic. He is. Is that foreshadowing? Is it foreshadowing? Purple and black. Knee to the midsection. Chop coming in there by Cody. Another chop coming in by AJ. I'd like to see AJ in Judgment Day, to be honest. Do you think WWE is sat there going like, man, we could have been coming here for years. We could have done the PLE in France years ago. We did one in the UK in 92. Oh, he does the Stardust thing. Oh, yeah. He lives. He's still alive. So he did the cartwheel into the hand gesture. Stardust, Stardust, Stardust. The French might bring Stardust back. Stardust. Kick to the midsection. Chop coming in there by AJ. And again. Cody against the ropes. Drop kick there by AJ. Cody goes down. AJ walks away. The crowd are absolutely loving this, even though it feels super predictable. Here they come. It is vibrating. It is shaking right now. This, I mean, I know we've said it all night. It has to be one of the greatest crowds we've ever seen. At what point, I don't know at what point it becomes the greatest crowd, but it has to be one of the greatest crowds we've ever seen. Drop kick there by AJ. Defcon Prime said, have you ever heard of UPC 666 code conspiracy theory? No. What? Fill us in. I can't imagine I'm alone in that. Cody has got AJ up in the air. Delayed vertical suplex at the moment. Oh, absolutely plants him down. Cody chants as he stands over AJ. AJ driving Cody into the corner. Phenomenal day instead of Judgment Day with Finn and JD, said Yami. That's fun. Your father loves you, Cody, said Trish. Will they start chanting "We want gold dust," said John. I'm pretty sure they'll get round to it, mate. Yeah, they're kind of running through them all, aren't they, at the moment? All you got, if you was there, all you'd have to do is say, should we start chanting this, and just give it a go and start chanting something. I'm sure they'll join in. I'm pretty sure you could get most things chanted by this crowd. They're so up for it. Right now, AJ has got... I'd be like, Tony Khan, Tony Khan, Tony. Come on, everyone, Tony Khan, Tony Khan. I'd be interested to know if they would join in or if it would just start like loud boos. I don't know. I don't know what they would do. Cody against the ropes. Ah, big knee to the midsection there by AJ. 2.5 hours. Could the Stardust reference be due to Wyatt 6? I don't think so. I just think it's the crowd going. It was to do with the fact that the other day, AJ did that to Cody. And so this was Cody kind of doing it back. Kick coming back. So I don't think it was a Wyatt 6 there. And then the crowd picked up on that and they started chanting it. So, Cody on his hands and knees. Take over there, and he's got him pinned at the moment. Charging over, kick to the midsection. Big shot there by Cody. Enziguri kick. And Cody slumps down. What are they chanting? Sacre bleu. Sacre bleu. I don't know what they're chanting. They're chanting. Mike Gilchrist said there is absolutely no way that AJ wins this match. There is no way AJ wins this match. I agree. William Libra, 2 weeks ago, the URL was 55555. 5 times 5 is 25. 525. Yeah. I think you're right. I think you're right. I don't want you to be right, though. Because it means you've got to wait longer, doesn't it? 5 times 5 is 25. It checks out. I just did it. Cody, face first. So, William, I think you're onto something. Crowd are booing away. The top of the commentary table is removed. AJ in control. Graham said, breaking news, AJ will win this match. Little JB said, we still shouldn't trust the copyright logo. That's true. When it appears in the corner. That's true. Andrew said, AJ's gear is the same colours when he fought Dusty. Oh, I love that. Oh, very good. That's very good. I'm writing that down. Andrew McGurn. Too sweet. Oh, whoa, too sweet. That's very good. Same colours 24. Is that true? AJ Styles against Dusty. Yeah. It is what I like to call correct. Right now is looking for a superplex. Cody, look at this from Cody. He's got AJ in the corner. He's trying to power him up. Oh, it didn't go well. He was trying to power him up like that, and it just sort of fell apart. Oh, he's grabbing his back. Cody's hurt his back. Oh my God, it's over for him. This is an American nightmare. So he's really selling in the corner right now. AJ comes over. He grabs Cody. He's got him up on his shoulders. He's going to go for that electric chair. Oh, my God. And he hits it as well. That looked great. Oh, they're off again. It doesn't even need someone to say it anymore. No one even needs to say phenomenal. La 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 la. Springboard moonsault there by AJ, but Cody got his knees up. It's got to be one of the most passionate crowds that AJ has ever competed in front of. Same with Cody as well. 21 shillings, and there's 21 days before King of the Ring is the theory so far, says Ian. I don't know how much stock to put into this, but over the last 2 days, we've had 404 and 2020, 2021. We had WrestleMania 36 Firefly. Could it also be a phone number? I don't know if all these numbers going to lead to a phone number. I think the 404 is the Georgia area codes, but what relevance will that have if they're not going to interrupt this match? Or they're not coming after this match? Cody grabs AJ, plants AJ. I actually referenced this with a friend in the UK. He's got the number 2. The determinator for you did this via the number might not be geolocation. Right, big power slam there by Cody. Cody was born in Georgia, said Jordan. Isn't Cody from Georgia, yeah? 404 is the Georgia area code. We spoke about it on Unseen. So is AJ. Both of these are from Georgia, which is why there was a lot of excitement about the fact that Wyatt 6 might turn up either during this match or after this match. That was a big theory yesterday. But obviously now we've had the QR code tonight, and it seems to be pointing to King and Queen of the Ring. All of a sudden now I don't feel as confident. So AJ has got his shoulder up. Danny D, I love that. That's great. Danny D said 404 backwards. If you actually, you might have to get a pen and paper to do this. It's one of those that could be quite hard to visualize. But 404 backwards is 404. Love it. Danny D, shout out to you. Cody rolling through, going for the cover, and kick out there by AJ. Why would they have French stuff in the codes and say it's time for secrets are up if they weren't debuting tonight? Perhaps because it was their way of telling you we're gonna drop the biggest clue of all at Backlash. At Backlash in France. Make sure you're watching, because we are going to deliver the biggest clue of all. And honestly, even though this might not be the biggest clue, I think what we have got here is the sheep's mask makes me think Rowan is coming, yeah? But also all these numbers are really heavily indicating King and Queen of the Ring. Tune into Backlash for this QR code so you don't miss it. Bulldog there by Cody. It could be that. It could be that. I am starting to lose hope. I'm lost. In fact, it's gone. Oh, it's gone. I've just decided it's gone. I've lost hope. It's not happening tonight. It's going to be King and Queen of the Ring now. This is awesome. I'm going with a video package reveal tonight, and in person will be King and Queen of the Ring, said CBF Music. Alex said something tonight. Jake something. Boom. Mystery solved. Jules said God. Get that pen again. God backwards is dog. And that makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because dogs are the best, aren't they? Right, they're still celebrating away, bouncing away. Oh, man. Cody getting planted onto the edge of the ring. AJ going back over to, back into the ring. Cody getting back up to his feet. AJ gets out the ring, comes over. Is caught by Cody. Cody's got AJ, and he power bomb through the French announce table, and it finally buckles. AJ is planted. Cody is having to dig really deep in this match, you know. He's really having to dig deep. We all expect Cody to get the victory, but it doesn't mean that it can't be a great match, and they're really putting on a really fun contest. So, powerbomb through the commentary table. The match is great. I wish the crowd would watch it and stop singing, said Mitchell. So, there's a chant for the commentator now, and the commentator's like, thank you, thank you. But we do actually have a match going on. Oh, they're counting along with Jessica. Oh. 9. Oh, and they get back in. The crowd were right there with her as they were counting along. Cody is crawling over. AJ. Daze joined in 2016. 1, 6, 7. 2 equals 5. Boom. Daze is related. It's true. Big shot coming in by Cody. So these two throwing bombs at each other at the moment. 2 hours 40 we have been running with this show so far. Oh, they both kick at the same time. Cody goes down. AJ goes down. So they both go down. Cody down. AJ down. Who wants it more? I'll tell you what I'm thinking is, if we don't get Wyatt, is this just going to end with Cody celebrating? How does the show end? Dark Knight said, I'm enjoying this. LS Dub said, I've never seen so many people so hyper. This crowd is unbelievable. Okay, so Cody in one corner, AJ in the other. They're both getting up to their feet. I genuinely think this now beats the Puerto Rico crowds. I mean, they have not missed a step all night, have they, the French? I mean, how are you gonna... I don't even know how you would top this. Jabs coming in there by Cody. Boom, elbow. AJ goes down. 2. Shoulder up. Mitchell is fun at parties, said Tom. But it is, if it's French, then he isn't fun. Well, we do have to keep reminding ourselves that this is France. Best match by far is the first match, said Kapelski. Cody making polka dots, said Zoom Station. We did just get the bionic elbow. Seth said, what if the Wyatt 6 cost AJ the title and it starts a rivalry? Also, it's 5 a.m. in Australia and I'm only awake for Howdy. Well, I want Howdy to come, but I've lost hope. I think the codes tonight now are definitely making me think it's not happening anymore. That's it. It's over. Game over. Oh, gets caught. Looking for a crossroads, maybe? No. Goes over. AJ. Oh, lands on his feet. Goes back. Cody comes over. Big kick coming in. Boom. Into the corner goes Cody. They had to tease the return just so the fans would have something to be excited about. The card alone was average, said Leaping Lucha Larry. I think the card was all right. I agree. No Roman, no Rock, you know, no Becky, no Seth. You can go down a long list. No CM Punk, no Drew McIntyre. But yeah, you know, compared to a 2-day WrestleMania, this obviously is not of that caliber. I also think the fact that no one believes AJ's gonna win hurts, of course. So making people think that they were coming here might have been a bit of a ploy. Oh! Beautiful splash by AJ. Here we go. 2. Cody survives. Cody survives. That was awesome. They're putting on a banger, said Mitchell. Wrestle with Andy said, AJ's gear reminds me of Purple and Black Taker. Beautiful splash. Why would you glitch your QR code at a pay-per-view, said William. The show ends with an AI hologram of Andre the Giant. Oh my god, you're so right. We haven't had anything to do with Andre. We might have had a video package, but that's not good enough. We should have had like 50 people come out dressed like him. All different sizes. In the black singlet. Cody didn't even get a 2 count. He kicked out at 1. AJ can't believe what he's seeing. Look, Cody on his knees, all fired up as AJ comes over. Big shots coming in there by AJ. And again, caught by Cody. Cody, cutter coming, connects. AJ down. 1, 2. Kick out by AJ. That was awesome as the chant. Jessica Carr comes over to have a word with Cody. So look at that. The Cody cutter connected. But neither man can put the other away. We might still get a prime-sized Andre the Giant bottle getting bodied. Imagine a prime mascot in the black Andre singlet coming out waving. Oh my god. That would be awful, but I'd love it as well. Fight Forever is the chant now. Which, as we all know, is the name of the AEW game, so the crowd's turned heel. The crowd has turned heel. We don't like them anymore. They're showing their true colours now by chanting for an AEW video game. Cody Rhodes is going to win. Kick out on 1 after a burning hammer is stupid, said Bald Martin. Cynthia said, I get super nervous when he tries to hit the crossroads. Ellis Dubb said, this is an excellent main event. Forget the predictability of it all. Cody, straight over there by AJ. Pele kick connects. AJ with a Pele kick. Cody goes back to the corner. AJ going over to the other corner. He's trying to get back up to his feet. What a banger, said K-Dub. They were chanting fight together. Fight together. Right, here we go. Phenomenal forearm. It doesn't connect. Kick there by Cody. AJ goes down. Very good. Very good. I think this is the best in-ring match we've seen tonight. I don't know if it's a better match than the first match, which was just absolute chaos, absolute carnage. So much fun. This might be... This is easily the best in-ring match, though. is working a Kimura at the moment. And he's trying to get AJ to tap in the middle of the ring. First was the best, said Shane Bacardi. Opening match is still my favourite, said Brony. This is a classic 5-star, said Fionas. First match is still my match of the night, said Austin. Yeah, I agree. The first match was so much fun. Score-wise, I think it might do better than this, but this is very good. Very, very good. Feels like a real battle. I keep looking at it as well, thinking, I really feel like I could be watching this at Wrestle Kingdom. Not the crowd. This is nothing like a Japanese crowd. But, you know, these were obviously both in Bullet Club. Looking for a crossroads. Oh, reversed by AJ. Kick coming in. He's going for the Styles Clash, but no joy. Over he goes. Oh, pinned by Cody. Ah, kick out by AJ. Do you know, Cody and AJ could do like a trilogy of matches like Cody and Seth did. Oh my God! Monstrous Cody Cutter! From the top. I mean, it was clunky, it was brutal, but it was also effective. Oh my God! From the top, Cody looking to put AJ away. Cody has got AJ looking for that crossroads. Connects! Connects! 1, 2, 3. Cody Rhodes wins. Cody has done it. Still the undisputed. Oh man, all those ice cold dips that AJ's been having. What a waste. He shouldn't have bothered. One hell of a first title defense, said Michael Cole. Right, let's see what people thought, shall we? Hard one to score that, I think. Hard one to score. If I was to do it out of 5, I'd be thinking like 4-2-5. I'd probably be about that. There we go. Cody kisses the ring, and thankfully not the prime bottle part of it. God bless him for that. Is a real one for that. Cody getting back up to his feet now. Oh my God, it's only just dawned on me the match has ended. Are we about to get the Wyatt 6? So we're just seeing a replay. AJ's best match in a long time, said Austin. Nice pay-per-view. Crowd really made it feel bigger. I'm saying 7, said Evan. AJ is an all-time great. Is the last 8 minutes going to be all Cody? Well, it might not end bang on. I mean, the mark. We don't always, rarely actually, do we get to the hour or end the hour. We just end when we end. He will now lead us fearlessly into the new era. He looked up at the heavens. He passed the test. I think they've made it clear they're coming back at King and Queen of the Ring, to be honest. But I am still sitting here hoping, even though I said I lost hope, I'm still hoping. It came back again. It came back. So Cody is looking out at the fans, holding up that championship. Thank you, says Michael Cole. He thanks the fans. And we get the video package. That's it, innit? That's it. That's it. It's the video package. Unless they're gonna go back after the video package, but we've never done that. We've never done that. That would be the first time. They should do that. They should do that. Run the video package, then go back, and then do it. Because I must admit right now, I'm like, no, it's over. That's it. It's done. Video package means it's done. But no copyright logo. Pay attention for a code, said Justin. The copyright thing hasn't appeared yet. Guys, don't lose heart. The copyright thing hasn't appeared yet. They come back and Cody is just laying in the ring. Oh my god. That would be, oh my god, that would be so good. Oh my god. They won't do it, but they should do it. Wrestle with Andy, that is so good. Come on, boo. They're trolling. There is no timer anymore. WWE didn't get to the hour. They just finish whenever they want. I'm going to wait a minute, said not. I know, yeah, same. I mean, I'm pretty sure this means nothing's going to happen now, but... And certainly even the clue... I mean, the clues are all saying King and Queen of the Ring now. But, We're still holding out hope, aren't we? We're still sat here going, ah. Santino is going to return. 4 out of 5. It was a great match, said Jim. Okay. Oh. There was a break then, and I was like, are we going back? But it was just showing us replays of the main event. But they cut fast. It's all over, said Got Any Nick. There's still no copyright sign in the corner, said Steven. I thought it was then, said I did as well. I was like, it just went, the screen went black. And then they went into Cody and AJ. I know we're not going to get anything now. I just know it in my bones, but I still can't stop hoping and watching. So that's him kissing. There's the copyright thing in the corner. Copyright thing in the corner. Cody holding up that championship. Press conference next. And it fades to black. And it's gone to commercial. They could be showing a commercial, right? And then it'll be after the commercial. I feel like that, you know, that recording of that girl that sat at that concert and she's like got tears coming down. She's like, she's coming back out. She is coming back. I feel like that. No, guys, stick with it. It'll be after this commercial. No, I think it's over. Daze, I think we've left the show now. No, it's going to happen. Oh, do you know what? I feel Wyatt sick. That's what I feel. I feel Wyatt sick. I feel like I've been robbed. But also, it's fine because I also feel like I know when it's going to happen. It's going to happen at King and Queen of the Ring. William said, well done, WWE. Best pay-per-view ever. No one is happy. Yeah. Daze, just believe. Never say never. After this Becky commercial you watch, we'll go back to the arena. They'll be cleaning up. People will be heading to the exits. And then, oh my God, Nightbird will play. Mitchell said, I honestly wanted them to come so I don't have to deal with any more QR codes. Well, Mitchell, good news. About 3 more weeks of QR codes. So there we go. They never said it was going to happen tonight, said James. No, howdy. I woke up at 5 a.m. for that, said Shamu. Evan said he's going to crash the press conference. Oh my God, you're right. It's going to be the press conference. The press conference that people will be asking questions and out he'll walk. Puff Dutch said, y'all being detectives is like preachers that predict the second coming. Yeah, I do feel a little bit like, you know, that guy at the board that's getting all the things together like this, all the lines. No, guys, look, it interrupted during that Backlash video. It's got to be Backlash. There was a picture of the Statue of Liberty. That was a gift from the French. It's got to be. Turns out it's not. And it turns out now we think it's King and Queen of the Ring. But you know what? We'll get to King and Queen of the Ring, and then they'll drop another QR code, and it'll be like, see you at SummerSlam. Imagine if we get to King and Queen of the Ring, and it's just got a SummerSlam graphic with Uncle Howdy just like waving like this. At what point does it become trolling? At what point are we being trolled? They just keep like moving it, the goalposts. They'll debut by next WrestleMania. It'll be fine. By the time we get to WrestleMania 41, they should be ready. White Rabbit didn't go on any longer than a month. What is happening, said Alfie. Well, Alfie, I'll tell you what's happening. Nightbirds, yeah? This isn't White Rabbit. So don't you dare make the mistake of comparing the two, yeah? This is a whole different campaign, a longer campaign. Right, what have we got now? What am I watching now? Something's happening. What's happening? Is this the press conferences? Forever. Am I going into the press conferences? Where am I going? Together. Do I need the press conferences? I don't feel like I do. Who's going to say anything interesting? Bianca and Jade have won the women's tag belts. The press conference. Triple H might say something. He'll probably talk about the crowds. Who's he? Who's Christoph Anus? Well, Byron Saxton says that it's finished. But do we believe him? Okay, so we got Byron, and we've got this Boomer man. We've got so Triple H, Bianca, Jade. I think he said Damian Priest, probably Cody. What did it mean to have a premium live event in your country? And this guy said, unbelievable. The word unbelievable is not strong enough. It was awesome. I don't know what he's saying. He's talking French. Is he telling me that Howdy's on the way? What match is going on now, said Kelly. Press conference. Okay, so it's going to be Jade and Bianca, so looks like that's that. Where's Uncle Howdy? I don't know. Is it this man? Is this him? Next to Byron, if you take the mask off. Is that him? Perhaps that's him. And it's going to be a big reveal. I swear to Flip, if he appears behind them, I'm going to go crazy, said Riggs. When will Roman return? I'm not expecting Roman before SummerSlam, really. I don't expect Roman to be at Saudi Arabia. I don't know that he'll be at Scotland. I don't think he'll be in Scotland. So I am thinking that we will see him closer to SummerSlam now. So this is the press conference match. Yeah, the press conference match. Right, well, guys, I think we're done. I'm going to run away and round up a few thoughts to do with the QR codes. Obviously, I'll do a quick review. I'm starting to move the reviews onto the second channel. I feel like content needs to go over there. So I think it makes sense to do reviews over on the second channel. I'll probably put community stuff over there as well. So I'll put a post out asking for your thoughts to do with Backlash. I'll put that onto my Twitter account now. So that you can share your thoughts and I'll do the video. So there'll be a QR code video, there'll be a review video, there'll be a community video, there'll be an unseen later as well. And then I need to start work on a toy hunt because I want to try and get a toy hunt ready for tomorrow. So I need to run away. It's 9 o'clock here in the UK and I have got lots of things to be getting on with. So really appreciate the support. Hope everyone enjoyed the show, got something out of it. I thought the crowd obviously made it. I thought that it was a lot of fun. I know it's disappointing that we didn't get the Wyatts and we didn't get the Wyatt 6, but we did get a QR code. It was an interesting QR code. I think it kind of confirms that we're getting Eric Rowan in that group, and I also think and feel it confirms that we're going to get them at King and Queen of the Ring. So it does mean a few more weeks of teases and speculation and theory, but yeah. And also, don't forget, we got Tonga Loa. Let's not forget the fact we got the arrival of the other Gorillas of Destiny guy. So yeah, that's quite a seismic change, quite a seismic shake-up. So, yeah, some big stuff went down, in all fairness, in France. But I think what we'll remember more than anything else is that crowd, innit? That crowd were absolutely the stars of the show. So, yeah, thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate the support as always. If you want to vote on the show, then I will put the poll up. And I'll put it up on the Wrestling Daze channel so that you can get your vote in. And Mitchell said, at this point, I just want Howdy to finish his story. Mitchell, you're going to get a reputation for being a hater, and you don't need that. You don't need that grief in your life. Just enjoy it. That's what I would say, Mitchell. Just enjoy the fact that this is continuing. Yeah. Right, that was 48% great. It was 29% all-time. It was 17% goods and 4% bad. 1,000 votes. That gets a... What is that? 21. So that is a 79% great rating. Really? Really? 79% great. That actually... It puts it second. So the first match got great 91. Second match great 62. Third match great 59. Fourth match was good 89. And then main event got the second highest rating. I think that's probably fair, actually. Great 79%, but the first match great 91. So officially the main event was the second best match of the show. Danny said, do you think it's Alexa's voice? I don't know, to be honest with you. I genuinely don't know. It could be Nikki Cross's voice. I think Alexa has to be a frontrunner. I think she's definitely someone that is in the mix. I think it could absolutely be her voice, but I can't sit here and say yes, 100%. As I said, it could be Nikki Cross, could be JoJo's, couldn't it? Could be JoJo's. What if it turns out to be JoJo? I love that thought. So, genuinely don't know, but I think she is one of the front runners. Right, awesome. Thanks for watching. Appreciate the support as always. Don't forget that there's plenty coming on this channel, plenty coming on the second channel. And if you want to hang out with us and chat about the shows, we will be back on Monday for Monday Night Raw. So we are back with another stream on Monday. Tomorrow, I'm going to try and get that toy hunt up and plenty of reviews and unseens on the way. That Jeff Delaney said, WWE Bo lied. they Bo lied. Very good. All you have to do is Bo lie. That Jeff Delaney, shout out to you. Brian said, what's your other channel? Wrestling Daze Clips is the other channel. You can actually get to it, you know, on the homepage of my channel, the Wrestling Daze channel. If you have a look, there's a playlist of videos that says reviews and opinions, and there's one video in there. I put that up yesterday. It was my review of SmackDown. That will take you straight to where you need to go. So if you can't find it, that's the easiest way to get to it. On the homepage, the Wrestling Daze homepage, there is a playlist that says reviews and opinions. I'm planning on putting all the reviews, all the community opinions, all of those videos I'll put on the second channel. It can have its own space. It's where we'll put the polls and everything going forwards. And yeah, that's how you can get to it. So it's nice and simple. Right, thanks for watching. All you've got to do is bow lie. Bye for now.